Since I was born, but now I am getting youth. Hakuna motangu, hakuna kogabu.
Right there. There it is right there. There it is right there. Here I am right here. I'm trying to pick my head through the rather handsome welcome that Alexander Gomez, so he's beating Ayo to it today, but very quickly Ayo follows him. It says Junior Emefiele has been charged. It says Junior Emefiele has been charged. So some of you may wonder why Alexander Gomez is calling the might of the former central bank governor, Junior. it's only because it's his junior. Alexander Gomez went to Maryland Comprehensive High School in Nikeja, Lagos, where Emefiele also went. But Alexander Gomez was above him, so he finished that school before him, which then makes Emefiele his junior, which by the same token also makes me his junior because I attended the same institution. So that is what entitles Alexander Gomez to refer to the might of the central bank governor as a junior. Junior Emefiele has been charged. What a shame to my alma mater. I am beside myself. So that is Alexander Gomez nodding to the space. And of course, very quickly followed by Ayo, who does the traditional thing, welcome the eagle. So the eagle has landed. The eagle has landed. That's actually used to be the intro for the session. One man went to mow, the eagle has landed. That's how I used to come in, but now I come in differently. I come in with smiles and greetings for you all, only because I delight in seeing you. You know, anytime I do see you guys around, my heart surges with joy. So my heart surges with joy as I welcome you all. So the breaking of the weekend now, a Friday, TJFI. Thank God it's Friday. But then of course, you know, Friday only a skip and a jump from Monday. So make the most of it as you can. Spend your time with one man went to mow. What better way to spend your time than with your paddy man? One man went to mow. So spend your time with your pally. One man went to mow, and let's just josh around together and shoot the breeze. You know, that's what we're doing here. We're shooting the breeze. We're just jousting and bantering and back and forthing and just luxuriating in each other's company. So that's what we're doing. We're luxuriating in each other's company. So let me luxuriate in your company for the abundance of however long the session lasts. So before we get into the luxury of it, the usual protocol, just click on the like button just as soon as you're coming in. That should be a matter of routine for most of you. But if you have not formed that habit yet, please form it now. Click on the like button just as soon as you're logging in. No matter what device you're on, you should be able to reach to click on the like button. That's just as you see Alexander Gomez and your nod towards the platform via a super chat, that can be your nod towards the platform just to acknowledge the efforts being put in. So click on the like button if you will, and then the subscribe button, of course, that needs to go up. So we're seeing, a good 70-something% of the people who watch regularly are not subscribed. So that cannot, because the ratios are always, there's always a chasm in the ratio, but it's usually about 60-40, about a 70-something%, so that cannot be right. And if you feel that's not right, then make sure you set about correcting that by adding your subscription if you have not subscribed already. So like and subscribe. That's that rather long essay that I just delivered. Like and subscribe. So like and subscribe. And then the other thing that we're pushing quite aggressively, we're pushing for new voices to come and join the conversation. It's just so that we can expand, because in broad terms, the regulars that come here, in broad terms, we know their politics. So we want to discover new politics. We want to discover new voices. We want to discover new thoughts. And we discovered Rotimi again yesterday, and the day before another person, and the day before another person. So one man went to Mo has now turned into a talent scouting platform. So one man went to Mo's Got Talent is what we're talking about. So if you want to be the voice of the day, if you want to be the new voice of the day, click on that hyperlink that says StreamYard. Come join us on the screen. So click on like, click on subscribe, compulsory. Click on the hyperlink that says StreamYard, highly recommended. And then your invitation to buy your host cups of coffee, that is always been labeled and always been backed by you lot. So click on the buy your host cups of coffee link, and then 3 easy steps, and you can empty as much of the content of your wallet in there as you will. So do all those. But the compulsory ones, the like, the subscribe, and then, of course, the one that invites you to the studio. So do all those. Now, to the subject matter for discussion. The subject matter for discussion. So we're kicking it up with this one. Negotiation with bandit has not yielded results. we are eliminating them. So the Nigerian army. So this shows now a marked departure from the rehabilitation of insurgents that we saw under the Buhari administration, which was a categorical gold standard failure. Yeah, there was even the speculation that they were pumping these insurgents into the Nigerian army and into the Nigerian military forces. So we saw clips of insurgents that have slaughtered endless amounts of people. They told us that they have been rehabilitated, and they were giving them just boxes of noodles and vegetable oil and all whatnot. Whilst the people that they had slaughtered, their loved ones are in IDP camps starving to death. So a categorical grade 1 failed policy, as was most of Buhari's policy, and as is with most of Buhari's policy, Tinubu moved very quickly to reverse it. Negotiations with bandits has not yielded results. We are eliminating them, and that is the Nigerian army. So that tough talk is the talk that sometimes, often instances, we want to hear, because it churns at you that somebody that has done as much as those insurgents have done, they tell us that they have rehabilitated them within 3 weeks, and then they package them off with a nice little financial setup by the Nigerian state. So a departure from that, but this next headline, a lot of people would like him to depart, but will he? INEC kick against Labour Party's call for its chairman to be sacked. So of course, you see, if you've ever heard the phrase "whistling in the wind," this is exactly what that phrase speaks to. If you have ever heard the phrase "whistling in the wind," that is just to say empty, vacuous noise. This is what this speaks to. INEC kicks against Labour Party's call for its chairman to be sacked. So who can effect the sacking of the chairman of INEC? It is really the presidency that can really effect the sacking of the chairmanship of INEC. But then why would the president, who was elected under a process superintended by INEC, go on and sack the chairman? So that's the question. So it's just tautology, isn't it? It's just talking for its own sake. It's just empty noise. INEC kick against Labour Party's call for its chairman to be sacked. So we spent some time with that to just reflect on the ridiculousness of it. But then, of course, this now next headline is not ridiculous at all. The fight to get this position, the fight to get this position that we're about to discuss now, it was fought quite fervently and quite ferociously. And it is only really because it is the payoff position in any administration. It is the position in any administration that pays out the most is the position. Is it the secretary to the government of the federation? No, it's the chief of staff, rather. The position that pays out the most within the Nigerian structure in terms of people getting bribes and enriching themselves is the chief of staff to the president. So because the chief of staff, he acts as that final buffer between you wanting access and the president granting it. So for you to get to the president, you have to go via the chief of staff. And for you to get by the chief of staff, then your bank account had better be loaded with countless amounts of millions of dollars. So the $1 million deal that is the chief of staff to the federation, it starts to pay out now. President Tinubu constitutes Gbadape-Amila-led committee to get new appointees for dissolved government boards. So a lot of you will recall, of course, about 2 weeks ago, thereabouts, Tinubu sacked everybody. All the ministers have gone, of course, with the last administration, but all of the parastatals, he instructed that whoever is in charge of that, any of those parastatals, to hand over the levers of administration to their palm sec. And it dissolved all of the boards of all of the parastatals in Nigeria. So now it's now the reconstitution of those parastatals now. So a committee has now been set up, superintended by Gbajabiamila, to present now a new field of administrators for the parastatals in Nigeria. So now the jostling for that post, the jostling rather for those posts, is the dollar end of the chief of staff. So bribery galore. I wish I was the SA or whatever it is to Gbajabiamila, because that whole Gbajabiamila team, they are about to get stupendously rich. President Tinubu constitutes Gbajabiamila-led committee to get new appointees for dissolved government boards. So we spent time reflect on that. We spent time reflect on that only now to land on now what's the headline news for the. We spent time reflect on that only now. What are Oh, what is that you're sending in? Let me see. Is that what I mentioned? Ayo, let me come and see what you're sending in. We'll see if we can add that to the mix. That that sounds like a ministerial list right there. Let me see if Ayo, let me see if this has anything. All right. Okay, we'll add this to the mix as well. Thank you for sending that in, Ayo. So, as you see, Ayo sent something in and is worthy enough for us to reflect on. But before we reflect on what Ayo sent in, let's go to now what are the headline for the session. Court voids Emefiele's arrest detention, orders immediate release. So now, this should be quite interesting because, of course, one of the hold on, this should be quite interesting. Oh, okay, sorry. Let me align. Hold on. Yes, hold on. I'm trying to, because there was a secondary headline that I was going to bring you, which tells us that that the DSS are charging him to court. All right. Yes, that's to come in a moment. Yes, so I've got it lined up. Yes, court voids Emefiele's arrest detention, orders immediate release. So this will serve as the first test then to see then if the Tinubu administration is law-abiding, or we are going to get a rinse and repeat of the Buhari administration, where a court order had absolutely nothing to do with anything except, of course, if it's in conformance with what the government wants. So the court now gives an instruction. And by the way, of course, this is going to be one fight that the government will struggle to win in the courts, because Emefiele is probably richer than the Nigerian state. He has endless funds to fight them, but we'll see how this plays out. So round one to Emefiele. Court voids Emefiele's arrest. So how they void his arrest, it'll be interesting to find out what the basis for that is. So they void his arrest and his detention and order an immediate release. But then, of course, we know that the DSS, they give no truck to court orders. National security, their usual cover story. So that, from that to this, DSS charges suspended CBN governor Emefiele to court. So we'll see which came first, the chicken or the egg. So at least, has it been released and charged to court, or are they taking an additional extension to hold on to him? All of that we find out shortly. And now this sent in by Ayo, you saw it on the chat space. So now we go on to this now sent in by Ayo. It says, ministerial list, Tinubu holds crucial meeting with Ambode. So if Tinubu gives Ambode a ministerial post, I will be one of the first people to pat myself on the back, because I've always insisted that that guy is too talented just to be left to fallow in the ethers and in the wilderness, rather, not well, in the ethers as well. But so that guy's too talented to be left to fallow in the wilderness, and Tinubu identifies that as well. So a lot of people that were speculating that Tinubu got rid of Ambode for reasons that he wasn't acquiescing to his corrupt excesses, to his corruption excesses, maybe they will eat their words now, because when they got rid of Ambode back in those years, Tinubu went in front of the cameras and told us then that this thing was out of his hands. This was a party decision. And he being the leader, he had to follow what the party wanted. Otherwise, he would be under threat as well. So he told us all that when they got rid of Ambode, but the usual screeching bunches, the usual screaming bunches, they went a while screeching and squealing all over the place, gnashing at the teeth that is all about corruption. But now we now see down the talent that Tinubu had always identified within Ambode, he still sees it shining bright as a northern star. So there it is. So that's the headline brought by Ayo. Let's just skim through it very quickly. It looks like a short read, so let's get it out of the way. Ministerial list Tinubu holds crucial meeting with Ambode. So hold on. So let me also make another prediction. It is my suspicion that Ambode is going to get the portfolios that Raji Fashola vacates. Just like he followed him in governance, he's going to follow him in the ministerial space. So works and housing and all of that, I think that's going to be the portfolio for Ambode, because he's a builder as well as Babajide Sanwo-Olu was. So he can go on and finish off and finesse the Lagos-Ibadan Expressway and continue to expand the road networks in the country. Tinubu hosts crucial meeting with Ambode. So let's just quickly read through this. I'll get it out of the way. Amid speculation surrounding President Bola Tinubu's unreleased ministerial list, former governor of Lagos State, Akinwumi Ambode, has been spotted in Aso Rock. This was confirmed in a report by Channels TV Online that Ambode was in a crucial meeting with President Tinubu at the presidential villa on Friday, July the 14th. Ambode's meeting with President Tinubu comes after their last meeting at the state reception organized for him by Lagos State Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu on June the 29th. So this is David Ofor. Former Lagos State Governor Akinwumi Ambode is currently meeting with President Bola Tinubu at the presidential villa. So the perceived return of Ambode to mainstream of Lagos politics reportedly began with Sanwo-Olu's visit to his predecessor's home to celebrate his 60th birthday on June the 14th. However, there are speculations that Ambode is one of the top favorites for a position and a seat in Tinubu's cabinet. And by the way, the super chats are not restricted to Alexander Gomez and Ayo. So we saw AB as a new name there yesterday. So we're looking for new names on the super chat spaces as well. However, there are speculations that Ambode is one of the top favorites for a position and a seat in President Tinubu's cabinet. The meeting between the duo is perceived to be a conclusive conversation on the appointment of Ambode for a ministerial position. Ambode and Tinubu have had a long history of a twisted relationship dating back to his time as governor of Lagos State, and their heated feud, not feud, but feud, not feud. Yes, their heated feud, which dented his second term ambition and saw the emergence of Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu. In another development, Ifeanyi Ogunanye, the immediate past governor of Enugu State and a PDP chieftain, will become a minister under the administration of Bola Ahmed Tinubu. In February, Ogunanye lost the Enugu North Senatorial District election to Oke Eze of the Labour Party. Before and after the 2023 election, the former Enugu governor fraternized with APT Tinubu and was also believed to have worked for the president despite being an opposition. So job for the boys and payout. So we're waiting in bated anticipation of this ministerial list because pardon me, it's because I talk so much. That's why I have to drink so much water. So yes, We wait in bated breath in anticipation of Tinubu's ministerial list because all of the policy positionings have been A plus so far, but the delivery of those policies that he's been fleshing out is going to be vested then in the hands of the administrators, which will be the ministers. So we're looking to see who the Minister of Finance will be, because that will be the central hub of this administration. A lot of psychedelic new thinking in financing. So who are they going to bring in to administer that? So we're wanting to see who the Minister of Agriculture and Water Resources will be. So I am especially keen to see who the Minister of Water Resources will be, because I've never known, and you can correct me in the comment section, but I don't think we've ever had a non-northerner as the Minister of Water Resources. So I'm especially keen to see who the Minister of Water Resources will be. So I'm looking at agriculture, I'm looking at finance, I'm looking at water resources, and I'm looking at the Niger Delta. You know, the NDDC. If I don't hear Yemsen Wike in charge of that, I'll probably not come online again. I am so certain that NDDC, the Niger Delta Development Commission, will go to Yemsen Wike. And then he would then have the oversight of this oil bunkering and all of that. So I'm expecting that. So Ganduje, I'm expecting him to be the minister for Abuja, but we'll see how that plays out. But for Sanwo-Olu, not so for Sanwo-Olu, for Ambode, I see him as the Minister of Works and Housing. So we see how all of that plays out. So thank you for bringing that to the fore. So that's all for discussion as well. So the next one now is still wrapped around finances. So here it is. So I was just saying then that the sort of policy positionings of this administration has been A plus so far. So now this now has to be another A plus policy position. So look at this as a headline. New regulation requires CBN approval to acquire 5% in any bank. So that has to be an excellent space so for you to acquire 5% or more, you have to go via the CBN. So that then, of course, to protect the integrity of the financial space. So we have a look at that, see what that has to offer. Or we may not even have a look at that, because I read it, to be honest, let me be honest with you, I read that differently when I was reading the headline. I read it to read federal government to acquire 5% in all banks, which I thought was an excellent idea, but apparently I didn't have my glasses on when I read that. So let me move swiftly on to something that I did read properly. So let me bring you to this then. So this guy now, he cries a lot on TV, but he's probably the biggest crook known. Recovered 30 exotic vehicles, part of my retirement benefit. So this is governor now, former governor Samuel Otom. So this is Samuel Otom. And by the way, this is not unique or peculiar to Samuel Otom. This is the narrative of the outgoing Nigerian governor, the outgoing Nigerian president, the outgoing Nigerian everything. They loot everything. How many videos have we watched on? Have we played on this platform where we go into a state house and, including the knob on the door, they unscrew it, they empty it top to bottom. So this guy now, just exactly what does anybody, and they are not a push and start vehicles. So these are exotic, top of the range, $250,000 minimum and well above. All of them, he's packed them off into his own warehouse, and that he considers then part of his retirement package. So that's stealing. If you want to know what that is, recovered 30 exotic vehicles, part of my retirement benefit, the Barawo, also known as Governor Samuel Otom. So we spent time with that, find out what's in play there. We spent time with that, find out what's in play there. So now the next headline, nothing at all to do with our politics. You know, we are often instances trying to infuse human interest elements into the sessions, and especially for the later half, for the after hours with Thomas. So we often instances try to infuse human elements to the session. And this now, I wonder what you make of this, but this really is the human element in fusion for this session. So the human element, this is a this headline that I'm about to show you. The story doesn't don't react viscerally to the headline and go to traditional thoughts. So I want you to be a bit elegant in how you choose to digest this headline. So don't react viscerally and go to traditional thoughts the way you would think when you hear something like this. So don't go there. Be a bit more elegant, be a bit more ethereal in your thoughts. Have ethereal thoughts on this one. This is it. People say my 25-year-old girlfriend is a gold digger, but she's exactly what I was looking for. 63-year-old man speaks on his love life. So there it is right there. So I know the immediate thought, of course, over twice her age and then plus. Even if it was twice her age, it'll be 50, is almost nearly 3 times her age. But there they are, the loving couple. But what do you make of that? Because the traditional space to go to, the age chasm, the gold digger narrative, but is it a possible thing? And how can it be possible? So we'll have a read through to see now if at the end of that reading, we feel that this is real or somebody is being played. People say my 25-year-old girlfriend is a gold digger, but she's exactly what I was looking for. 63-year-old man speaks on his love life. So we have a read out of that. We probably spend a bit of moment on that, but probably leave the bulk of the discussions to Thomas if it's available later. So there it is, a rich harvest of many of everything, a rich harvest of many of everything. So lean back, kick back, take it easy, relax into it. The usual protocol, click on like, click on subscribe. The hyperlink that says StreamYard, your invitation to come and join us. I don't want to break our streak, so I would like at least one new voice to join us today, because I think we're almost on a 14-day streak or a 14-session streak of about 90-something% of a new voice a day. So I don't want that streak broken. So if you want to be the new voice of the day, then we'll be happy to have you. So be the new voice of the day. Look at all of the discoveries we have been making. Paddy, we discovered. Rotimi, we discovered. Ayeni. And then some of them come before I get to them. If you come new, I'll come to you immediately, because sometimes they come and then, there's a lot of waiting around on this platform especially. But if you're a new voice, come join us, and then I'll come to you just as soon as you come in. So let's do that. So lean back, kick back, take it easy, relax into it. Click on like, click on subscribe, click on the hyperlink that says StreamYard, click on the buy the coffee thing. Let's go to the care guides. And then after the care guides, we come to the readouts. And then after the readouts, we go to the conversation. But first, the care guides.
Only water, where they see my water. Oh yes, you go for me, water. Only water, where they see my Hapa oh night oh. Hapa oh night oh. Hapa you don't come oh. Hapa oh night oh. Hapa oh night oh. Oro kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù yé o. Ilé sọ́dí kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù ré o. Bobby master kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù ré o. Chief Wailati kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù ré o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mù dé. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹgbẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù dòde ojàre o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ Ghana ti dé ẹgbẹ́ bọ́dì o. Ọmọ ẹlẹ́yẹ ẹyẹ o ó dilé o. Odúyẹ̀lá ẹyẹ o ó dilé o. Petrosoname ẹyẹ o ó dilé o. Petrosodunke ẹyẹ rẹ̀ ó dilé o. ọ̀run mú ìní o. Àkùkọ ọ̀run mẹ́kọ. Ikú kò ní rí wa gbéṣe o.
There it is right there. Akoko Onumeiko. I've said it so many times, you all know what it means. Akoko Onumeiko. I think that's actually an Ekiti inflection of the Yoruba language. Because in Oyo or Lagos, you say Akoko Onumayiko, but Akoko Onumeiko is what they say. So that's from the interlands, but still Yoruba language. It says the cockroach of the heavens don't crow yet. And then Iku Koniriwa Gbeshe, may death have nothing to do with us. So amen to that on behalf of myself and you, my friends. So amen, pardon me. Amen to that on behalf of myself and you, my friends. But certainly people that might not be able to say Iku Koniriwa Gbeshe, and we don't hope that for them, it's the bandits. Negotiations with bandits has not yielded results. We are eliminating them. So the new army chief talking tough. The Nigerian army has reiterated that the military will not tolerate. Let's start that all over again. The Nigerian army has reiterated that the military will not negotiate with terrorists, but will rather go after them in their hideouts to eliminate them. And by the way, let's just pause to reflect on that opening paragraph. So, like I said, there's always a visceral reaction to some of these things, and then the first thought that pops into the head. So when you're hearing this, of course, you are thinking ISWAP, and you're taking Boko Haram. They didn't specify, they said terrorists. So that wraps into unknown gunmen and everybody else in between. So anybody that the Nigerian state has designated a terror person, they are going after them. The Nigerian army has reiterated that the military will not negotiate with terrorists, but will rather go after them in their hideouts to eliminate them. The general officer commanding 8th Division Nigerian Army, Sokoto, Major General Godwin Mukut, made this known while speaking with journalists in Gusau, Zamfara State capital, at the one big brigade cantonment. The general advised all terrorists and bandits, especially those in the northwestern region, so he specifies now, especially those in the northwestern region, to surrender unconditionally, stressing that there would be no negotiating with those who threaten the nation's peace. According to the army, the terrorists have continued to be given a tough time, and their only option is to drop their arms and surrender to the troops. Nobody negotiated with them before they entered the bush. Now that the fire is hitting them, they want to negotiate. So let me just pause there for a moment, because there's an undercurrent of politics to this. Maybe I'll dig it up in a moment, but Sheikh Gumi, as is his usual way, he has been piping up in the paper, speaking in the direction of the new administration, that they should go and negotiate with his boys in the woods. And I think this is this administration's response to him now. Nobody negotiated with them before they entered the bush. Now that the fire is hitting them, they want to negotiate. Well, I won't call it negotiation. They should just come out and surrender. Negotiation is a trap. They have done it in the past, and it did not yield any result. So why still repeating the same mistakes? General Mukut asserted. The commander noted that the army would not relent in its continuous effort to clear terrorists from the region. So it looks as though the Nigerian state might be gaining the upper hand now on that space, the banditry, because other than sporadic attacks, especially in the Middle Belt, we are not hearing the abundance of relentless bandit attacks that we have become accustomed to as the backdrop to the Nigerian state. A lot of that cleaning up exercise has to go to the Buhari administration, but if Tinubu can finish them off, because he needs to finish them off for any of these lofty ideas that he's been presenting, for them to have any chance of fledgling. The military will not negotiate with the bandits, but will rather go after them in their hideouts to eliminate them, he stated. The troops have been going to troubled places like Zomi, Shikamfi, Tase, Dan Sadao. You know, we are now getting used to all these northern names. I never even knew any of these, I knew Shinkafi, of course, just from because most northerners, their last name is usually taken after their community that they come from. So Shagari, for instance, he comes from an area called Shagari, and Shinkafi, that we all know, he comes from an area called Shinkafi. So that's how they get their names. The troops have been going to troubled places like Zomi, Shinkafi, Tase, Dansadao, and other troubled areas in Zamfara state, in spite of the rainy season, dislodging the terrorists and from their hideouts. So there's a double dip on that Zamfara space, because a lot of the goings on there is all to do with the abundance of wealth that is in Zamfara state. They've got emeralds that is enough to support the Switzerland. They've got gold, more than gold, the gold they have in Ghana, probably as much as they have in South Africa. So that's the insurgency there. So the Nigerian state has to really rescue that space, because we need those resources for ourselves. Before now, there are plenty places that we have not entered, but as it is now, despite the rain, we are going to places where the bandits are not expecting, giving them a bloody nose. If they want to survive, they should surrender. The bandits are now hitting on soft targets, especially on the side of innocent citizens in the villages and highways. He advised district heads and communities in Zamfara state to form groups that would protect their communities anytime there was a distress call before the arrival of troops. So the real protection will be for these people to be able to access that rescue a lot quicker. So because the Nigerian landscape is so vast that it is unrealistic to have the expectation that they will cover every blade of it. But every blade, they should be able to have some form of signaling for rescue, and they should be able to have some sort of a rapid response units in all of these troubled areas, so that the bandits will not just wade in a convoy of motorbikes and then drive away. So because they drive for hours on these motorbikes as they make their escape. So where is the aerial cover? Where is the oversight? Where is all of these things that is just the basic expectations? So all of these things have to come into play. So that's the Nigerian army then talking tough on banditry. So don't talk the talk, or we want to see you walk the walk. Enough of it. We want to be able to drive from Lagos to Kano at 12 p.m. at night or 12 a.m. at night, and not have any concerns. That's the Nigeria we're after, and you are tasked to do that. Okay, so let's go on to this now, next one. And by the way, we're still waiting for that new voice to come and join us. So you be the new voice of the day. INEC kick against Labour Party's call for its chairman to be sacked. So, like I said, whistling in the wind. The Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC, has reacted to Labour Party's call for its chairman, Yakubu Mahmood, to be sacked over the 2023 presidential election that he conducted. During a press conference held on Thursday, July the 13th, Labour Party had called for Yakubu's sack and for a forensic audit of INEC's expenditure before, during, and after the election. So I have never once really paid I've never once really agreed with anything that Labour Party has ever really had to say, because it is usually a farrago of nonsense. Often instances what you hear from them, just a farrago of nonsense. But this particular line, I agree with in total. 400 billion was what they gave to this card that told us I couldn't even transmit something to the INEC server. So audit INEC's expenditure before, during, and after the election. That must be done as a matter of national duty. However, reacting to Labour Party's demand, Chief Press Secretary to INEC's chairman, Rotimi Oyekanmi, said the opposition party's demand are not only illogical but also ridiculous. So, opposition party, opposition to whom is the thing. Oyekanmi also said that it is strange that a political party in court challenging the outcome of the presidential election could still openly discuss the matter at a news conference, knowing fully that doing that is sub judice. He also noted that INEC accredited local and international election observers under specific rules and regulations, under which they were required to submit their reports to the commission. Oyekanmi added, such reports may or may not include their recommendations. Therefore, it is not within the remit of any election observer whatsoever to indict INEC. They are to observe, make recommendations if they have any, but never to indict. So I think that is really, I think that our call for INEC chairman to step down by the Labour Party is coming off the back of the report from the European Union observers, of course, but like the spokesman for INEC rightly said, they are not a judge in jury, the European Union observers. They're there to observe, and they're guests in our country, by the way. They're not there to oversight. They're there to observe and just to make a series of recommendations, but not to condemn or to criticize. And maybe they won't be invited back the next time. Who knows? Let's go on to this next one. President Tinubu constitutes Gbadagbamila-led committee to get new appointees for dissolved government boards. So it's not really so much who the board members will be. It's just really the wolf that is coming Gbadagbamila's way. I'm not sure. Is this going to let me read it? If it's behind the paywall, then I'm not paying for anything. All right. Yes, it's not behind the paywall. So let's read it. Right. President Tinubu constitutes Gbadagbamila-led committee to get new appointees for dissolved government boards. President Bola Tinubu has constituted a special committee to work on the fresh selection and nomination modalities for the replacement of new appointees into the dissolved federal government boards. The special committee headed by the Chief of Staff, Femi Gbadagbamila, is tasked with the responsibility of finding new appointees to replace affected board appointees. Correspondence learned. According to a source within the presidency, Tinubu demands thoroughness in understanding the agencies whose establishment act mandates federal character representation or specified educational and technical expertise. So that last bit right there is speaking to square pegs in square holes and round pegs in round holes. Specific educational and technical expertise. This is the one thing we've never had. When they go and put, who was that idiot they put in charge of power under the Buhari administration? He couldn't even speak English, never mind understanding it. He called himself an engineer, and he couldn't even speak English. That was the real travesty. Now, this now opens an opportunity to bring the Onosoye report into play. So, sacking, deconstituting, decomposing the boards of these parastatals. So now this new exercise of trying to recruit into those boards, it affords the opportunity to bring the Onosoye report into play, which tells us that we have a bloated governance system and a duplicitous government system as well, with several agencies duplicating twice or more. So this may well present the harmonization that the Onosoye report was recommending. So maybe they will use that opportunity or not, who knows? But this presents that opportunity. According to a source within the presidency, Tinubu demands thoroughness in understanding the agencies whose Establishment Act mandates federal character or specified educational and technical expertise. Members of the special committee who will be working alongside the Chief of Staff are Secretary to the Government of the Federation, George Akume, Special Advisor to the President on Political and Intra-Governmental Affairs, Malam Yadarazo, and some legal and private sector experts as members. They are to study the law governing each affect ministry, department, and agency on the qualifications and requirements expected from the persons to lead them. So, you know, this is the thing, this is so basic that it's a bit like what you had under Buhari is a bit like having somebody that did Yoruba studies to be appointed as the chief surgeon of the number one brain hospital in Nigeria. That's what you had. Somebody that did Yoruba studies to be the chief surgeon of a high-end hospital. Maybe he has a degree and he can go on there and speak English now. So now they're saying square pegs in square holes. This is what they're saying now under now this Luther from Lagos. The president demanded the committee to be thorough in understanding the agencies whose establishment acts mandate federal character representation or specified educational and technical expertise. It further said, Tinubu had on June the 19th, 2023, in a statement signed by Willie Bassi, Director of Information in the Secretary to the Government of the Federation Office, announced the dissolution of existing federal government boards with the exception of some selected agencies in further statements by same medium. So there it is right there. It looks as though Gbajabi Amila's account is about to balloon. Gbajabi Amila's account about to balloon. Let's go on from there to somebody now whose account has not only ballooned but is overspilling. Emefiele in court. Court voids Emefiele's arrest, detention, orders immediate release. So the first test then to see if Tinubu is a law-abiding presidency. Another federal high court sitting in Abuja has nullified the arrest, detention, and interrogation of the suspended CBN Governor Godwin Emefiele by the Department of State Services (DSS). Barely 24 hours of similar judgments were delivered by another court. In a judgment upon an originating motion on notice brought before the court by Emefiele against incorporated trustees of Forum for Accountability and Good Leadership, the Attorney General of the Federation, Economic and Financial Crimes Commission, Inspector General of Police, State Security Services, and the Central Bank, the presiding judge held that the arrest, detention, and interrogation being in violation of the subsisting judgment and orders of Justice M.A. Hassan on suit XYZ. Emefiele, through his counsel, Mr. Peter Abang, had asked the court to set aside, quash, invalidate, and nullify the arrest and detention of the applicant for being illegal and a nullity in view of the subsisting judgment of Justice M.A. Hassan, delivered on the 29th of December 2022. In another prayer granted by Honorable Justice Bello Kawu, the court made an order setting aside, voiding, quashing, invalidating, and nullifying any warrant of arrest obtained or procured by the respondents, especially the DSS, for the arrest, detention. So all of these judgments, by the way, they are upholding the judgment that Emefiele got under the Buhari administration, where the DSS was chasing him for terrorism, funding terrorism, acts against the state. So these are not new judgments under the Tinubu administration. No, this is a carryover then from what obtained under the Buhari administration, where Emefiele straddled the land like a lion. In another prayer granted by Honorable Justice Bello Kawu, the Kawu, Kawu. So that's why I'm pronouncing that Kawu. So how else would I pronounce it? In another prayer granted by Honorable Justice Bello Kawu, the court made an order setting aside, voiding, quashing, invalidating, and nullifying any warrant of arrest obtained or procured by the respondents, especially the Department of State Services, for the arrest, detention, and or interrogation of Mr. Emefiele in connection with allegations of terrorism, financing, fraudulent practices, money laundering, round-tripping, threats to national security before or from any court since the date of the judgment of Justice M.A. Hassan. Furthermore, the court granted an injunction restraining the respondents, particularly the DSS, from arresting, detaining, further detaining, or proceeding against, breaching, or interfering with Mr. Emefiele's personal liberty and freedom of movement, or taking any other step against him in connection with any allegations of terrorism financing, fraudulent practices, money laundering, round-tripping, threats to national security before or from any court since the date of the judgment of Justice M.A. Hassan. The judge finally granted an order of injunction directing and mandating the respondent, particularly the DSS, to forthwith release and unfaithful Mr. Emefiele from any arrest, detention, custody, interrogation with any regards to allegations of terrorism, financing, fraudulent practices, money laundering, round-tripping, and threats to national security before or from any court in view of the subsisting judgment of Justice M.A. Hassan. In his reaction to the judgment, counsel to Mr. Emefiele told newsmen that beyond the release of his client, Nigerians must celebrate the fact that Nigerian judges, despite several acts of intimidation by security agencies and some unfavorable conditions under which they work, are bold to dispense justice, not minding whose ox was good. He called on the DSS to immediately comply with the order of the court and release his client so that he can go and look after his failing health, aggravated by over 1 month of illegal and unlawful arrest and detention. This judgment is the third favorable judgment the former CBN helmsman is getting against the DSS, yet he remains in detention for over a month. So there it is. I wonder how we feel about this, because of course, under Buhari, we would have been calling him an aboki from Jamjaweed who had no regard for the law. But does anybody actually want Emefiele released? Whatever any court says, that is really where the question is. And if you don't want him released, then are we a law and order country or not? I certainly don't want him released. There's too much information to get out of that guy. And if he's released, it's a flight risk, and he's also at risk of the people that he enriched, who might well want to silence him for reasons of silencing how they make their loot. So still with Emefiele, let's go on to this. DSS charges suspended CBN Governor Emefiele to court. So it looks as though rather than release, they've charged him to court. The Department of State Services, DSS, says it has charged Mr. Godwin Emefiele, suspended Governor Central Bank of Nigeria, to court. Public Relations Officer, Department of State Services, National Headquarters, Abuja, Mr. Pista Ofunaya, disclosed this in a statement on Thursday. Ofunaya said, sequel to an Abuja High Court order of today, 13th of July, 2023, the Department of State Services, DSS, hereby confirmed that Mr. Emefiele has been charged to court in compliance with the order. So it looks as though then, because the call to release him is a carryover to a previous judgment from the Buhari administration. So that is that was pre his arrest. So so I don't think that comes into play. But what may come into play now subsequent instructions from the court, which I think is what is being what the DSS is being guided by. The DSS spokesman said further, the public may recall that the service had, in 2022, applied for a court order to detain him in respect of a criminal investigation, though he obtained a restraining order from a federal high court, from an FCT high court. The service, however, arrested him in June 2023 on the strength of suspected fresh criminal infraction/information, one of which forms the basis of his current prosecution. So that's always the get out clause, isn't it? If the court tells you not, if the court tells the DSS not to act in a particular way, post that judgment by the court, the DSS can then say, subsequent to fresh and new information, they can act this way, because that court judgment only binds to actions that could have been taken, but not actions that subsequent investigations then unveils. So they can be in perpetual step ahead of the law if they want to be. Let's take the DSS spokesman further said, the public may recall that the service had in 2022 applied for a court order to detain him in respect of a criminal investigation. Though he obtained a restraining order from an FCT high court, the service, however, arrested him in June 2023 on the strength of suspected fresh criminal infraction/information, one of which forms the basis of his current prosecution. The service, according to Ofunaya, assures the public of professionalism, justice, and fairness in handling this matter, and indeed the discharge of his duties within the confines of the law. So a threat then to be a law-abiding administration. So there's two more readouts, and then hopefully there are people in the room to take it on, because I don't want yesterday we had to hustle hard to get panelists. So two more readouts, and then we come into the room. Hopefully, people there to take it on. Recovered 30 exotic vehicles, part of my retirement benefit. Samuel or Tom. The immediate past governor of Benue State has criticized the current state government for pardon me, pardon me. The immediate past governor of Benue State has criticized the current state government for invading his automobile workshop, saying it is a plot to torment and persecute him over retirement benefits that were duly allocated to him. Mr. Otom, who spoke through his spokesman, Tava, they have rather funky names in the Middle Belt. Would you not want to have a name like this? Tavar, Terver. They have the funkiest names in Nigeria comes from the Middle Belt. Tavar. That one, even that name alone will get you babes. Mr. Otom, who spoke through his spokesman, Tavar Akase, said this in reaction to the Benue State Asset Recovery Committee that raided his automobile workshop, where about 30 vehicles were towed away. They said automobile workshop is located along Makurdi Otopo Road within Makurdi, Benue State capital, and is reportedly owned by Mr. Otom, according to AIT. Reacting to the development, Mr. Akase described the action as a move to humiliate his principal in every unconventional means. According to a video posted by AIT via its Twitter handle, it was seen that several Toyota. If anybody has that clip, can you send it to me via Instagram so we can play it here? Where Otom's looted vehicles were being recovered. According to a video posted on AIT via its Twitter handle, it was seen that several Toyota Hilux vehicles were moved away from the workshop. Before his administration elapsed, the State Executive Council made a resolution and asked him and his deputy and other officials of the administration to leave with their vehicles, Akase told reporters. He further alleged victimization of his boss, saying several other former administration officials similarly left with exotic vehicles. The current administration has not hidden its resolve to tarnish the immediate past governor Samuel Otom. All former governors left with their vehicles. And by the way, this is something that really must be addressed. So all former governors live with their vehicles. That is to say, then another set of exotic vehicles will be bought then. So if they live with their vehicles, so this one left with a bank of 30 vehicles, another one will live with a bank of 50 vehicles, and those 30, 50 vehicles have to be replaced by the incoming administration. Every single one of those quick vehicles costing $250,000, and that is the Nigerian state right there. The current administration has not hidden its resolve to torment the immediate past governor, Samuel Otom. All former governors left with their vehicles, the vehicles that were officially allocated to them, and Governor Otom cannot be an exception. So it appears the current governor is yet to look into the extracts of exco and handover notes. If and when they do, they will realize Mr. Otom has not done anything illegal. It has been tradition. So there's so much that is rotten within the state of Nigeria. Even the chief of staff to the current governor was a major leader of the house, and he left the government with official vehicles, he said. Mr. Akase, who was Mr. Otom's chief press secretary throughout his administration's 8 years, also listed several other lawmakers and officials from the past administration who left with official vehicles. And so they just emptied the state coffers as they were going out. This is what they're telling us. It's actually quite sad, you know. It's actually quite sad. Mr. Akase, who was Mr. Otom's chief press secretary throughout his administration's 8 years, also listed several lawmakers and officials from past administrations who left with official vehicles and are currently serving in the current administration. In his remark, look at another funky name from that space, Hinga Biam. Hinga Biam. It sounds almost Germanic, isn't it? Hinga. Hainga. Hinga Bian. Hinga Bian, a member of the committee, said the exercise had kicked off in the past week, where the government have been conducting tracing of movable and immovable properties suspected to be owned by Benue State. He said the committee is focusing on properties that were bought between 2015 and 2023. Mr. Otom served as governor for 2 terms, beginning 2015. So there it is, the recovery of Otom's looted vehicle. So now this now the last readout. I'm sure you were all waiting in anticipation of this. The love story of a 63-year-old and a 25-year-old babe. There's quite a lot of pictures on this one. So the first thing I want you to look at is if they match visibly. So if you can see them, because if you see a couple, you can see how they are a couple. So the first one of the things I want you to look out for is if you can actually see these two as a couple. People say my 25-year-old girlfriend is a gold digger, but she's exactly what I was looking for. 63-year-old man speaks on his love life. So there it is, the happy, you would say, couple. There it is. A 63-year-old man smitten in love says his 25-year-old girlfriend is not a gold digger, and he is sure of it. Claudio Spilatro, 63, knew people would judge him when he fell in love with Simi Ataja, 25, a woman younger than his daughter. However, Spilatro, who met Ataja on a dating app, insisted she's not a gold digger and blasted trolls who accused him of kidnapping her. People say she's using me for my money and she doesn't love me, as Spilatro revealed to Southwest News Service. But relationships have have to be mutually beneficial. So if it's going into it with a clear mind and a clear understanding, then it can be fairer than that. So well, let's carry on. New Jersey-based Spilatro, who owns a ski and snowboard rental company, Pelican Shops, said his younger partner was everything he was looking for when his marriage of 18 years ended. So you can you see them as a couple? Because I can see them as a couple. Yes, of course. It's a mutual understanding. She's a girl that is not really willing to hang around for ego better, and he's a man that it has already bettered for. So he's willing to afford her the the luxury that he can afford, and she's willing to afford him the luxury of her company. So it's a clear nobody look at that. That's a clear couple right there. But let's carry on. He said they hit it off as soon as they met on the dating app Seeking in 2017, and they have been inseparable ever since. I bring the so this is now what underpins the relationship. I bring the ability for Simi to be able to travel and have connections, and the benefit to me is a very beautiful, young, and active partner. So that active partner, you make of that what you will, but if you are having thoughts of Viagra, then you can have those thoughts. But this is these are people that clearly understand what they bring to the table. And if everybody is clear on what they bring to the table and they're willing to bring them to the table to form that meal, I don't think anybody should quibble. I bring the ability for Simi to be able to travel and have connections, and the benefits to me is a very beautiful, young, and active partner, which is exactly what I was looking for. He gushed. I searched the whole world for a girl like Simi. She's beautiful. For Ataja, an estate agent and content creator, also from New Jersey, she said her older lover is just what she was looking for as well. Right. I was just tired of dating losers, so no scrubs. That puts you in mind of that song, No Scrubs, isn't it? I was just tired of dating losers, she admitted, adding that she loves how happy and genuine he is. I recognized on the app there are older men there, and with older age would come. I recognized on the app there are older men there, and with older age would come with more wisdom. More wisdom. So more wisdom. I think more wisdom is a pseudonym for $100 bill. So forget more wisdom. Oh, I think we all know what she's talking about. I recognize on the app there are older men there, and with older age will come more wisdom. She continued. He is a problem solver and allows me to be myself. So a problem solver. Babe, I need a Ferrari. Yes, here is my checkbook. Oh, babe, I need a Prada bag. Oh, here is my card. So that's the problem solving right there. He's a problem solver and allows me to be myself. A lot of guys are not confident enough to do that. Since they started dating, the couple have traveled the world together, flying first class, staying in five-star resorts, and hiring private chefs and going on vacation at least once a month, which as Pilatro loves. So anyway, I think people will look onto him with envy anyway. A 63-year-old, of course. I mean, what else has he made the money for other than to be able to do that? I was happily married for 18 years, and it came a time in my life around 40 when I asked my wife to travel, and she never wanted to, so we divorced, as Pilatros explained. The couple now only spend a week at a time at home, and the rest of the time traveling the world. We have been whale watching in Hawaii, skiing in the Alps, visited our second home in the Dominican Republic, and so much more. Ataja said, our second home. This is it. Oh, I love it. It is euphoric, she continued. I get to travel the world and make awesome, amazing memories. I keep thinking, is this real? So there they are. So, well, the farmer needs a wife. Although their families were supportive of their relationship, when Ataja started making TikTok content, she jokingly called herself a gold digger in videos. It took my family a while to understand that was just comedy, as Pilatro admitted. My sisters were at first worried about me, but when I feel like the more I brought them around, they saw that I was genuinely happy. Atada chimed in. They just see it as I was a boyfriend, nothing more. The couple claimed they are open to marriage one day. He says he would like it, but I don't see a ring yet. Ataja joked. So it's one of those things. Like I said, you can't really form immediate judgments on this, and this seems to me a happy couple. I could see marriage in the future, but at the moment, it is perfect the way it is. So this Pilatro now, so that last comment right there is my takeaway. So what that last comment tells me is that at some point he would trade her in for a younger model, and why shouldn't he? I could see marriage in the future, but at the moment it is perfect the way it is. So this is a relationship that's been going since 2017. So he's looking to trade her in for a different model at some point. That's my understanding of that. What is yours? So let's come into the room. Hopefully there are people there. Let's have a look. So we've got War Peace with us. We've got Solomon with us, and then we've got Thomas with us. So let's say who's ready and available to kick it off. So who wants to kick off? Who's there?
Yeah, I'm here, Woman. Good morning, Woman.
Uh,
Good
good,
morning, everybody.
Good morning to you, Solomon. So anybody that wants to come should hop on. There are plenty of room for. Let me send the StreamYard again. I think it's already immediately available. Yes, kick it off with the opening headline. Negotiation with bandits has not yielded results. We are eliminating them. Nigerian army. What are you making of that, Solomon?
Yeah, good morning, everybody. Good morning, Woman. Concerning this headline, yeah, they should stop negotiating with these bandits and start carrying out actions. Like they should start working by eradicating this banditry news and all those things, because it's not really helping the country, it's taking the country back to. So the army, like this, I believe this new chief of staff of the army is going to really work, and he should just not should not behave like the previous ones that are just acting one kind. He should be straight and take action, should take action and not negotiate with them. So he's very right, or the army, they are very right in saying that they won't negotiate with bandits anymore. And truly, he's not yielding anything. Instead, he's even giving them more leverage to act, to take up arms more, and keep disturbing the
You,
people.
you,
And
you, it's almost like a double slap the way they were treating those bandits under the previous administration. These people go around and they will savage a whole village, and the army then succeeds eventually in catching them. Then they will tell us that they've gone through some reorientation process. They will give them indomie noodles and whatnot. They will feed fat, go back into the bush, and start to kill again. I mean, it was quite a bizarre thing that Buhari presented to us.
yeah, but that's in that aspect. Why did not try, did not do well. Imagine the other time in Kuje prison, how many Boko Haram prisoners that escaped from that prison, and it was like now they've not even found them. They've not seen no trace at all. So these are the things. If they should take actions now, proper ones that would curb this thing. It's too much, and not sympathize with them. Yeah.
Are they even yes? Are they even doing anything to stop them under Buhari was the question. But actually, I forgot to ask. What are you looking at in the news? I should always really start with that. What are you looking at in the news?
This Febby, this stuff. this guy is going to be carrying out this committee of a team, like
Oh, is it the Bajabea Miller one?
yeah.
Oh, all right. Yeah. Let me take you to that space then, because that space excites me. What's your reading of that space? Do you think it's an opportunity to bring the Oronsonye report into play?
Yeah, the is a good one. Like is a good is a good action for him. Like it's a good one. Him taking up this stuff, organizing this committee and carrying out proper job. Like the job, I believe this guy is a good guy. He knows what is good, and the people that what is good has the actions to be taken that would bring good result, need good result. So um I stand with anything the guy is trying to do.
All right. And then the Ambode visiting Tinubu, a lot of speculation, because of course, what they are doing at the moment is they are perfecting the ministerial list, which a lot of people, a lot of people will make up their mind about this administration based on the ministerial list. So Ambode going to say Tinubu, of course, immediately people speculating to him getting possibly a ministerial post. So do you see him getting one? And if you do, where do you anticipate seeing him, Ambode?
Yeah, I see this guy getting an appointment to be a minister. And if Tinubu should do this thing, it shows that yeah, this guy really is really a competent man, because the people, his cabinet, the people he's going to be involving in this his administration are people that are good. They are very good in what they do. So it shows that he really knows what he's doing. And one thing people don't understand, and that me myself I know, is that this government thing is not something one person cannot do the work. Is his people, his cabinet that would make the work more effective than one person cannot do it alone. So him now doing this thing, even somebody worked against him before during the election, but he has a big heart, and it shows like there's a way I applaud this Asiwaju in certain things, but it's just that one is personal for me, because it shows that he's really who he says he is. To be honest with you, you don't need to somebody that understand life. You don't need to keep grudges and all that at all. You don't need to keep grudges. When you see something that is good, you 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 compliment it.
Ambode is too big a talent to be allowed to follow. So
Yeah, you
it's too
engage it.
important. Yeah.
You engage it. So him taking this action, it shows that this man he's fit to be the president. It shows how matured he is. He's a very matured man, to be honest. Let's
Yes.
forget about maybe his at his maybe some things that they've said he has done and all that. But as one gets old, he tries to start doing things right. So it's still an opportunity for him to do things right, and he's kind of doing it. Calling this Ambody guy, Ambody. I know. I saw videos of Ambody campaigning against. I think somebody was even supporting Obi, was he, because but he was not in that LP. I don't think he was
We
in
know
LP.
that we
He
know
was
that he was supporting Rhodes Vivo during the
yeah, yeah, yeah,
governorship. Yeah.
yeah. So that is to tell you that he supported Obi too, for him to
Yes.
support you. Yeah. So but after everything, Tinubu, in fact, Tinubu's those guys he picks, those his governors, they are real guys. Like he knows he knows the kind of thing he would have done with them to choose them, to pick them from Fashola, Ambody, Sanwo-Olu, because Sanwo-Olu, even you have to applaud as like yeah, Sanwo-Olu did well in going to this guy's birthday. Like it shows that these people are really, really matured, to be honest. Not saying that they don't keep things against each other, and they know the mission. And I think the day was which of the days that okay, when Tinubu went for the salad in Lagos, the four of them snapped picture. And you see, I don't think there's any state in Nigeria that has that has done that kind of thing. I don't think. And that picture, they did well because they've worked hard for it. As in, like they really did well. So Tinubu is acting like a father. He's really acting like a father now, as a father of the nation, bringing involving this guy. Now it shows that his cabinet will be competent people, people that would deliver for yeah, that will move Nigeria
Come on,
forward.
I'm having a bit of a system. Tom,
Yeah, Mr. Thomas, are you there? Hello, please, who's here?
I can hear you, Solomon.
Okay, okay. Please, I don't know the next headline, or you can just call me Mr. Adewale, please.
Is
No, you
hello,
go ahead.
how are you guys?
Continue.
Is one man there?
No. His system dropped.
But it's on the screen. It's on the screen.
Yes. Y-
Maybe it's the system deep out.
Yeah. So
Yeah,
so
yeah,
yeah
go on. Yeah. Yes.
yeah.
Actually,
So
I'm
so
at work, so that is why can't really talk better. Go on, yeah.
okay. Yeah. So I am really I'm pleased with the action he took bringing in this guy. I can't just wait to see the full list of everybody that will be in this. I know that there are people that will be very competent. They would really deliver well. Like I believe in his cabinet in this thing he's going to set up. I really see light in it, to be honest with you. And we hope and pray. We have to just keep praying and hoping that Nigeria will be better, and them I know they will make Nigeria good again. They will make it better again. But the one I don't understand is this tax now that they are now putting off. It's becoming too much. I saw which of the headlines where they would even to park in Abuja here now, parking of vehicle, I think along the road or something, like you have to pay a certain amount of. It's not I know how the country is. So it's this part now for me personally, I'm going to really, I will fault them. Like they are not um they are not doing well in this one. They have to be considerate. Even though you have to take certain actions to get certain results, but you have to be considerate. These people, Nigerians, are going through a lot. So they in this tax side, they have to just be considerate, to be honest. Yeah.
who's been inconsiderate on what? Can you hear me now?
Yeah, I can hear you. I'm
Yeah, we
talking
can
about
hear you now, one man.
this tax stuff that they
Oh,
is this habit of imposing tax on introducing tax is not really advisable now, to be honest. Yeah, can you hear me, one man?
I can hear you. I think one man's system is
all
trying.
right. Oh, oh,
Yeah, one man. I think your audio is having your mic is having issues.
One man, can you hear us? Ah,
No, I don't think he can.
one
He
man.
can. No, I don't think he can.
Yeah, after one man today.
I think
The
does he have
enemy
any
at work.
OV headline in his readouts? I don't think there was any OV
Um,
headline.
Solomon, what do you think about the charges of Emefiele?
Yeah. I did not really go through that headline. Like I did not really go through that. So, but Emefiele need to face the law. Like he really needs to face it. Like because he did wrong so much. He did not. He do so many. He did so many wrongs. The kind of things he were. Even there was this leaked video or audio I heard. him talking about this fertilizer. Why he was just there to just make the people poor, to just destroy the economy. Like he was just that guy did not do well at all. He did not do well, so he has to face the law. Any action, any whatever thing they pass to him, he should face it, because he did not
What
try.
what I'm really waiting for is the charges. I want to know what they are charging him for because I still don't get it. I still don't get it till now. What they're charging him for? Some said we are charging him for terrorists. He's sponsoring some terrorists. I don't get it. But on what position he took on the dollar on naira swap, I don't think anybody can charge him from that. I don't think so. But if they have other charges against him, I think that would be better. What do you think, Solomon?
Yeah, for that terrorism, sponsoring of terrorism. Um, I don't think I'm trying to figure out how his connection with that kind of I would say allegation, because I don't they said IPOB. How will he fund IPOB? How? Even forget how Okowa just was claiming to be an Igbo man. Those people, they don't really. It's just during politics they want to claim to be Igbo, but after politics, I don't think I don't see them claiming Igbo that they are. So I'm trying to look. I'm trying to figure out how his connection with IPOB. To be honest, that is because that would be the only. I feel like that would be the only, except maybe he's somebody that still has roots well in maybe in the north, that would be, we would say he's part of those that also BH people. So but I'm just
Whose connection with IPOB? Whose connection?
Emefiele.
Oh,
Can you hear
right.
me,
Yes,
Roman?
Emefiele. Yes,
Yeah,
yeah. So, no, I can't. If you can hear me, then we're back in business. So yes, carry on, carry on.
yeah. So I don't see these guys. I've tried to figure out, but I don't see that connection that you say he's sponsoring IPOB, a terrorist group. Then you not say it's IPOB. No, I don't see that guy. I don't see the connection. But this is life. It might be true. Yeah, it might be involved. It might even be BH people that he's still sponsor. That kind of a thing. So, but the man, if we have let them just bring out everything, all the charges against him. So then from there we can judge. If once we see it, they would know if how the judgment is going to be. I
Do
feel
you
that
think
way.
it's going to be
Yeah.
released? Can you see him getting out of it?
He,
Do
of
you,
course,
do you
this is
think it's going to be
Nigeria now.
released? Can you see him getting out of this?
Yes, woman. Of
Would you
course, I
like to
see him
see
getting
him?
out of it.
Yeah, yes, but would you like to see him released? Though in my readout, I was saying that as much as we criticized Buhari not abiding by the rule of law, if there was one instance that you don't want the court judgments to be obeyed, it will be in the release of this guy. If this guy is released, then all the things that he has done to us over the last 8, 10 years, he gets away with it. Is that something we would like to see?
That would bring up the impression of me saying that that the law can always be bent in Nigeria, because but they're like Ogbeni here makes us, he comes here like to make us understand that it's not how, there are some other things they will look into this thing. Like, it's not just because Mr. Thomas said something earlier, that the fact for that money policy thing, I know that was one of the things that caused the hardship of that period. So they can't use that one against him. So, but people in the street would always say they will look at that kind of action he took as an offense. But when he gets to the court, he's on his right. He'll be on his right. So let's just wait and see. Let's just wait and see. I don't want to just come at this anything caught in Nigeria. I don't want to just jump into it and jump into conclusion. I have to just follow the due process and know how what what the court is going to say.
All right. All right, to this next headline, Solomon. INEC kicks against Labour Party's call for chairman to be sacked. So I think the Labour Party, they've now formally requested that the INEC chairman should be sacked. And when I was reading it out, I was describing it as somewhat whistling in the wind. Because of course, the only person that can really sack the INEC chairman would be the presidency. And they have no reason to sack him. He brought about their administration. So what are you making of this call? Whether even Tinubu sacks him or not, is there justifiable grounds for people to call for this guy's head?
I don't think they're supposed to be Labour Party. This Labour Party, this Labour Party, I don't understand though. They are saying they should sack the man. I don't see any. They don't have the right to ask to say to tell an INEC to sack their INEC chairman from that position. They don't have that right, to be honest. Like, I don't know what is giving this people. I know the kind of momentum they got this election is really it's really disturbing them. Like,
they're still enjoing it. The rush of blood to the head. The blood is still boiling.
So it's still massaging their ego. So they need to calm down and stop this thing. Like, I don't understand these people. I already know them. I don't need to talk too much. This Labour Party in particular. So all these ones they are doing, they are just trying to let you look and see if they are saying something, or they are still working, or they are still championing their movement. That is the movement, the obedient movement. So this INEC chairman is only. I think the president should be the only one that can. So Labour Party, I don't. Why they should stop this thing they are doing for real.
All right, Solomon, let me play you this clip and then I'll take you to the next headline. Solomon, watch this.
This automobile workshop located along Makurdi Otopo Road within Makurdi Benue State's administrative capital was the venue of the latest sting operation of the Assets Recovery Committee instituted by the state government. It is owned by the immediate past governor of the state, Samuel Otom. About 30 vehicles, which the committee claimed belonged to the state government, were then forcefully opened and towed away from the premises.
You don't miscount. No pass.
You know, this committee was set up a couple of weeks ago, right? And we've been doing quiet tracing of the properties of government, both movable and immovable assets, but mostly vehicles that were bought between 2015 and 2023. We discovered from the records that most, if not all, of the vehicles that were bought between this period were taken away by some persons. And based on some of the reports some of the security reports we have got and some of the surveillance that have been carried out in a couple of places. We discovered that some of the vehicles are kept in certain places. And we needed to get to those places to establish if those vehicles are government vehicles, so we could recover them. In doing that, we had to obtain a search warrant to get into those places. So it is after we obtained the search warrant that we decided that some of the places that we had some reports that some of these vehicles were hidden, we need to move into them and evacuate those vehicles. That's what exactly the team of the Committee on the State Assets Recovery has done.
A move seen by the media aide to the former governor as the height of illegality.
This is vendetta. It is a witch hunt. It is persecution. The current administration has not hidden its decision, its resolve to torment the immediate past governor of Benue State, Samuel Otom. And what you are seeing is just that manifestation. As we said in that statement, all former governors of the state left with their vehicles, the vehicles that were officially allocated to them. And Governor Samuel Otom's case cannot be an exception. Before the tenure of his administration elapsed, the State Executive Council made a resolution and asked him and his deputy and other appointees of that administration to leave with their vehicles. So it appears that the current government is yet to look into the extracts of the exco and hand over notes. If they have done, if they do that, and when they do it, they will realize that Chief Otom has not done anything illegal. It has been the tradition. And even members of this current government, the chief of staff to the governor, is a former lawmaker of the state, was a majority leader, and he left government with official vehicles. The chairman of the Assets Recovery Committee, Honorable Hingabiem, is a former appointee of government, and he left government with official vehicles. And many others, like the former speaker, Tekimbi Kange, who are also members of the committee. Many of them, like Nick Ewero, many of these people have official vehicles. So what are they telling us, if not witch hunt? So it's quite sad, it's unfortunate, but like someone said, perhaps the earlier administration is using the witch hunt of Samuel Otom to cover up what the people are saying, poor start. Because they are yet to fulfill any of those promises that they made to the people. And we expected that should be the starting point. Governments come and go. He is here today. Of course, he will buy vehicles. And when he's leaving, his government will do what has been done over the years of asking him to leave with the vehicles. And I don't think that is a crime. That is not a crime. We are in court. When they set the Assets Recovery Committee, they set it up and made Chief Otom the target. We didn't hesitate. We went to court, and that matter is still in court. I am not...
That's sufficient enough of that for you to get the picture. But Solomon, you know, They say there's something rotten in the state of Denmark. This speaks to the rot of the Nigerian. You know, these corrupt and wild rotten practices is so embedded into the DNA of Nigerian governance. So this guy now, he leaves the government with everything that he could carry away. So 30 vehicles he walked away with. And he's telling us that that is part of his retirement benefit. And he's telling us also that that is the tradition. So that is to tell you then that all of the state governors that left haven't completed their two-term tenure. They left with either 30 or more exotic vehicles. So now the incoming administration would need vehicles to go about whatever it is. So another round of exotic vehicles. What are you making of this entitlement, which a lot of people will say is theft, but which seems to be the decimal in all of the states? What are you making of this? This nonsense that Tom is presenting.
Yeah. You see, this is, to me, I feel like this is the only place, the major reason why, if I wanted to support Obi, I would have supported him. This because of this kind of thing, in cutting, reducing this kind of thing. I like just wiping out this kind of thing from the book, because these things are the things that make people the money they are supposed to use in doing things, they use in doing the relevant, in developing people, they use it in investing in this kind of things, buying cars and doing anyhow. You see, and this guy is somebody that has been criticizing Buhari. Can you imagine? Buhari even did better than him as a president. Him as a
You know,
governor, he did not do
I've always thought it was a fraud, by the way, of Tom. I've never bought into his crying every day on television. He's always been a fool to me, and a bigger fool now, I can see. Imagine that. You know, a lot of those vehicles, they would never drive it. They will just rot away in that storage. As a lot of them are rotting away in several storages all over the country. He wouldn't. He doesn't even know how many he has. It's just I will take everything. I mean, how can we sustain at this level?
One man, can I say something, please? Solomon, if you don't mind,
Yeah.
please.
Okay, go on.
One man, let me play a devil's advocate here. If that is the tradition of all governors that left before Autumn, I don't think Autumn is committing any crime, in my opinion. If truly that is the tradition, he's not committing any crime. If we can affirm that as a fact, he's not committing any crime. We can say this is a witch hunting.
Solomon, put a dollar figure to those 30 exotic vehicles.
Yeah, I saw that Avalon. I think that Avalon should be what TSF. That thing, it should be 20. Is this 2016?
No,
I
it won't be
saw
20.
this.
It will be the latest one
No, the
now.
white one. The white one.
Yeah,
Then
yeah.
I saw the Lexus 250. That's Lexus 250. That one should be up to. That guy, this guy, that Lexus should be up to.
Yeah, put a dollar figure on it.
Is in naira. I
Okay,
will
put
put
a
it there.
naira
Then
figure.
we can now convert it to there.
Yeah.
It should be up to buy that, the Belgian, the Tokubo of that car should be like
it won't be
4
Tokumbo now.
million
It'll be brand new now for the government. Yeah.
Yeah, 4 million to 5. Then that Avalon should be 10 million or from 6 million up to 10 million. That's Avalon. Yeah.
So we're
I'm
looking
sure.
at close to probably around about R1 billion in vehicles right there.
I am telling you, these guys, these governors. But would you know why his own is like this? You know, when you are like where you just addressed him, qualified him as a foolish person. He did not do anything. He did not do anything. Just like his friend, my former governor. I don't associate myself, like I disassociate myself when people say that your governor. I say, which my governor? Because that guy, no. Even Ebony State, even as it stands now, I heard Ebony State, sorry, is more developed than Abia State. Can you imagine? It's me that look at Ebony, people as
You,
primitive.
Solomon, what really because I'm glad we went to dig out the video of his spokesperson. What really does my sense is the sense of outrage that he's having. He's outraged that they are not letting him steal from the people. I mean, what justifies that sense of outrage, that tone of outrage that we're hearing from that character? Yeah, well, I mean, we're in trouble, man. In that,
those are the people that are benefiting
by the
from.
way, he's all of them.
He's part of the. Do you know if he's going to give him about 2 cars from there, that kind of thing? So he can't come and he will not criticize. He would support him, but we know that this guy don't deserve anything. This person is not even, they're not supposed to pay him his last salary.
Woman, can I quickly come in?
Yeah, come in, Ogweni. Good to see you.
Thank you very much. I don't know who is speaking presently.
That's Solomon.
It's me, Solomon.
Oh, Solomon. I think we're being too hard on Autumn. First and foremost, Autumn had every reason to fight Buhari. If we do a critical analysis of how Autumn life has been unsafe throughout Buhari time and what Buhari did to Autumn. If you look at that space critically, you know that he had every reason. In fact, I can say clearly that if not because of all his attitude of jumping up and down and blackmailing Buhari, possibly Autumn would have been killed. You wouldn't have had anybody in the Nigerian political space called Autumn today. This was the only governor in Nigeria, apart from Ondo State Governor also, who escaped being kidnapped. Autumn escaped being assassinated 5 times. 5 times. Go and check your record very well. 5 times during his tenure. And Autumn was the only governor throughout that time whose the Fulanese and the Mieti Alas came out publicly to say that they were the one hunting him and that they would kill him. Now, where am I going? Did he have any personal issue against them? No. So what happened? Because he was functioning as a governor, he believed in his people, and he was the first to shout out about Ruga nonsense issue that Buhari brought to that space. That the Fulanese, some Fulanese bandits wanted to use as a disguise to snatch people's land, and they were going to start from Benue. Autumn was the first person to shout out and say, no, this thing was a ploy to steal our land. And it was the second, I think, after Fayose that started anti-open grazing law in the state. And it became a serious issue for the Mieti Allah. Why? Because were very many in the state and they had a lot of plans. So if you understand the angle where that man came from, the background is just like when you have somebody living in Somalia and you want the person to behave exactly like an average American. It's not possible. An average Somali is used, or Somalia, sorry, is used to pirates being going around and possibly criminals in the coastal regions killing people anyhow. So somebody like that, if you make one very suspicious move around that kind of person, the kind of reaction you expect from that person is different from an average American who is probably, don't let me even say American because there is a gun EU there, an average Briton who is not used of, or whose that level of insecurity is not a usual occurrence. So that's the way I see Autumn. Benue State, as at the time Autumn was there and left, had apart from in the North Central, has the highest number of population of
IDPs.
Yes, IDPs in Nigeria. So you understand where it's coming from, and that was not the case before it got to power, all because you wanted the men all by homies. And by the way, you remember when all these things were happening, Autumn was the first governor to rush to Abuja to see Buhari, thinking Buhari was a reasonable old man. We all remember what Buhari told him. Buhari never visited Benue throughout. Buhari told him that go back and try to know how to live with your neighbor. He shall use one word like that.
Yes, yes.
And when Otom went back,
you must try to get along with your neighbors.
Your neighbors. And Otom felt slighted. He felt like it means you're protecting your home people. So we should understand this context before we are too hard on.
So that entitles him to steal 30 cars.
Thank you. Is that an excuse?
Sorry.
That's the first leg of it in terms of him being hard on Buhari. On the leg of on the other leg.
What about the performance? What about his
even
performance?
Payment of salary.
Payment of salary every month. This man at exactly month ending, this man will start coming online crying to everybody every month ending.
I've told you why.
Hold on for me. Let us win land. Yeah.
I've told you why the man was hard on Buhari. If you find yourself in his shoe, don't make noise. All right. Same autumn, the Fulani headsmen, we all watch it. The Fulani headsmen chased this man. If you could remember, sometimes that around 2017, 18, at the height of that thing, he was in his personal farm. They went there to hunt him. They chased this man. I think they killed one of his ADC also. And this man had to run for his life. And there had to be an encounter, an exchange of guns between the Fulani. And those Miyetti Allah guys came out to say that, yes, we're the one who did it and we will ensure that we kill him except he reverse that is law. If you find yourself as a governor of a state and you find yourself in that shoe, let your own reaction be otherwise. I will leave it there. Now, on the issue of these 30 exotic cars, for me,
yes, stealing cars.
Like,
yes,
I think
cars.
it was Thomas that tried to intervene the other time. And I agree with him completely. If this has been the tradition or the convention, then you cannot hold Autumn, as a criminal or as somebody who has done something that is extraordinarily different from what they have been doing. In the United Kingdom, for instance, I would like to do a little comparative this thing here. In the United Kingdom, for instance, when you are living as a prime minister, when Boris Johnson was living, I remember the headline back then was that the government and taxpayer in the UK is going to lose 420-something thousand pounds as a severance package. When Liz Truss also was living, I remember that same noise. Today, they all got their pay and left the government. Nobody is saying jack. Despite the fact that there is inflation in UK, food price is jacking up every day. Inflation is jacking up every day. They don't give a damn because they believe it's the convention. So if Wilson Shoshin and others collected it, why not me? I find myself in the convention, then I have to take benefit of the convention. So for me, yes, you could go to the moral angle. And don't forget, there is no moral universalism. There is moral relativism. What is moral?
No, there is moral universalism, by the way, but that's a different, because I've heard people say that before. There is moral. There's several, but carry on. that phraseology, I've wanted to tackle that, but maybe not today.
Okay.
But there's moral universalism, but carry on.
Well, that would be a thesis of maybe 500 pages if you want us to go there, because what is immoral to you may be moral to me, and what is immoral in a particular generation may be moral in the next generation. Homosexuality some thousands of years back, hundreds of years back, was immoral, even in the society that have embraced it as being moral now. So it depends on what are you talking about. It depends on the society you're talking about. It depends on who you're talking about, who was the person's background. So, but that said, so if that has been the convention and the government of the day, as at the time Autumn was still in government,
sorry, Ogweni, let me just to label it. Stealing is universally immoral. Stealing is universally is.
I don't think so. Let me tell you something. Do you know there is a law in the UK which Canada wanted to adopt recently, that if you steal food, it's not stealing? Are you aware of that rule?
I'm not aware, but
Okay, you can
maybe next time I go to Tesco, I will check. I will test it out.
do a little research on it. That when you go into a store and you steal food, I mean food, staple food, and you eat it inside that store, they will let you go, because it's the responsibility of the government to make sure that nobody goes hungry. So because of that, at a point in time, Canada wanted to embrace it recently. You can do just Google check and check. Canada wanted to embrace that. If you enter a place, and because prices are rising every day. So that said, so for that exotic cars, for me, you can't say the man has not worked. Not to have that exotic car, but if it's a convention and they've all been, you see that man, he mentioned even the enforcers, the people that came to even collect the cars. Some of them were officials in the past government, and they all went home with their official car. So where is the morality you're talking about? Shouldn't the enforcer also first be the one to follow their own standard by returning those cars to government? But the same enforcer, he is coming to snatch Autumn's own when he's keeping his own in his compound. I mean, anyway, that's just my take on that.
All right, brilliant. So Solomon, I don't know if you have further thoughts on that, but I wanted to take you to this space then. You know that this next headline is it's a lot the back anyway. Let me present it to you. The backdrop is a lot more nuanced than the headline. People say my 25-year-old girlfriend is a gold digger, but she's exactly what I'm looking for. So this is it's a 63-year-old man. So all of the fault lines are all embedded in this narrative. So the age chasm, one, if you multiply 25 by 2, you get 50. And if you deduct that from 63, you still get 13 years in change. So if they're saying old man, young girl, this is exactly it. So immediately you want to go to that as a moral positioning. And then if you look at the racial divide, of course, that comes into play as well. But is this the story of one person taking advantage of the other, or two people wanting what each other has and then coming together to offer what they have in exchange for what the other person have? Is this a mutually beneficial relationship or an exploitative one, Solomon?
No, this is a mutual one. Nobody, nobody's it's taking from anybody. Like nobody's deceiving anybody. Yeah. The combination is very okay. You know, this man, he would have worked hard in his youthful age, and and now
Is this not what most men work for? They most men work to take advantage of some preparing girl, isn't it? Really?
no, yeah. And this is just almost like networkers. This thing at first people got angry and say, but for me, I was never as in. I got to understand that Modima did the right thing, because even me, I'm even scared as a young person getting involved now, and that's why you pray to God. It should be on point, so that as the person, whoever you want to end up with should be on point, because not tomorrow
You
you
know
just
you know
get
as a man,
angry and
you know as a man, Solomon, and I suspect you know this. Yeah, as a man, your main responsibility is to make money. If
of
you if you
course, of
if you make
course,
if you and I'm not talking about comfortable. I'm talking about money. If you make money,
yeah,
then life gives you options.
of course, of course.
Life has given this man options now.
Of course.
Mm.
Like this, as I just saw this headline, I remember the movie. In fact, the movie I'm seeing now, this movie Dynasty, like about a billionaire. He married. He has his first wife, and he divorced her. And, they have two kids, and they already grown up. But this guy, he marries young. He went to marry a young lady, and the way he was behaving, things he was not doing right. He first of all looked at her attributes and her qualities and all that. Then things he was not doing right, because of the money is there, as in like just like what this man is doing now. This man now, he knows what this guy wants. This guy knows what this man wants. So that as in like is a good thing. Is a good thing, even though the age to me age is not really, that's when it comes to a man, and when for a man age is not really, an older man is very okay. It's just an older woman and a younger guy. It don't, it's not, to me it's not really cool. But for
Yes, yes. Oh, okay. So thank you for going there. So you have a moral objection. If this was a 63-year-old woman and a 25-year-old guy, you would have an objection to that.
the guy is a fool. What do you want? What? See, let's forget.
It's still
Please
the
just
same
forget
deal.
money.
Oh,
To be honest,
hold
like
on.
your own.
Hold on, Solomon. It's still the same deal, but the gender switch. So the woman is extremely wealthy. She's taking him first class around the world. They don't stay in a city for more than a week. First class resorts, private chef, beach resort, Dominican resort home, all of these things. But he's 25-year-old guy and she's a 63-year-old woman. Just exactly the same, but you object to that. You object to that. Huh?
It depends. If somebody like somebody that can take care of herself, like Tiwa Savage, a hair, that kind of one, you would say maybe. But normally, you know how let me both Nigeria and even American or any other countries, country women, you know how they would look at that 63, even if they have, even though they have money. So, and you as a man, which no, this man now, this young man is following this girl now because he'll be getting your fresh blood. For you as a young boy, Oduma, you're the one giving your fresh blood, and you're just wasting yourself. To be honest with you, you're like any young person that indulges in such this thing, for real, that person is 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 just wasting his life. So, but it's not, it's okay for the man. To be honest with you, for me, I don't have anything against the man, and it's to still make young people still understand that you need to work hard, and yeah, it's not, yeah, and your mission, that any age, it doesn't mean you should be sleeping and be saying that one day, no, but you need to get up, do something, because this man now, maybe this girl maybe she had a young guy as a boyfriend, but because of substance, it's not like you make your relationship or anything based on money, but you as a guy, you need to be fit, like you need to be very, very all right before you talk about it.
All right, brilliant.
Yeah, well, man.
Yeah, thank you for opening up the session for us. So thank you, Solomon. So Solomon, let's move the conversation on. Yeah, we go to Ekene first, and then from Ekene we go to Ogbeni. But Ekene, you are there, or are you there? Ekene, you've been quiet. It's not like you. It's all like you not to interject. Ekene, good to see you. How are you?
Oh man, thank you.
How about you?
Yeah. I do.
You did.
Yes.
Weekend don't start now. I suspect the weekend is your busiest time, isn't it? Really, that's when people come out to shop.
Yeah, weekend. Well, we don't really have weekend here in Nigeria.
No, no, no.
Every day is a hustling day.
Every day is not even Sunday.
Well, only on Sunday. Just that it's mandatory that Alaba will not open on Sunday. If not, Sunday we don't have any different.
Now,
So that's the issue.
man must work. All right. So let me kick it. Let me kick it off with how I kicked it off with Solomon. What are you looking at in the news today? So what's caught your attention in the news today?
Well, today on news, they're still talking about the palliative that government will roll out.
Is it the 8,000? What are you making of that? We discussed that at length yesterday. What are you making of the 8,000?
Well, one man I never supported that issue of 8,000. 8,000. What is 8,000? 8,000 for just one day meal in Nigeria of today. It's not even up to one day meal. So what are they giving people 8,000 for? For me, I expected a more robust plan, not a palliative, because number one is that people will not even get this 8,000, because maybe the people that will hijack the 8,000 is here waiting for the money to come out. They'll just hijack it, maybe give it to a few people. They said a 12 million household will be getting it. But even the 8,000, the way things are going in this country, that 8,000 self, I'm very sure that people will not even get it. So what is the need?
There's a good chance that they will get it because what they are saying is they are going to be doing it electronically. So there's going to be an audit trail. So we can see who it goes to electronically. So that's one. And then that 8,000, that is to add to whatever these people have already. So of course they will have their own money already. So that's just an additional extra to help them out.
Well, for me, whether people will get it or people will not get it, that policy, I don't like it personally. I would have. I know that he has just put emergency on food insecurity. So maybe
Yes.
that area would have invested all that.
What are you making of that?
That's one is okay. It's okay because food insecurity is one of the challenges we are having in this country. Yeah, made that a very good policy there, but what remains now is the implementation. How is he going to be providing or go for the insecurity that are not allowing people to go to the farm? For me, that is my most area of my concern. This 8,000 naira. If he does that, people will not need 8,000 naira from the government. People will start to enjoy themselves again because
you know it's only for 6 months. It's just for a buffer period, for them to be able to get.
no matter the months, this is a very big money. No matter the months, Nigeria don't have money to begin to embark on such a palliative now. So what we need now is how to make
we have money now, or we have the subsidy money now, don't we?
But this money is borrowed now. They would have used the subsidy money if they really want to give out. Because one man, what it means is that as a family man, you go and borrow money to be feeding your children, hoping to pay. You don't borrow money to feed. You borrow money to invest. And Nigeria has been going through that policy all the years, and these are one of the problems we have in the country. Just check out Buhari period. Buhari gave out more money than any other government, free money than any other government. He gave out free money. But where is the improvement in the life of the people? So it put us more in more debt because we borrow those money to feed ourselves.
So sorry, can I interject?
Yeah.
Yeah, like I heard that Buhari was giving 5,000, but I've never heard or like in this style within the region that I come from that
anybody got the money.
Yeah, like that 5,000. I don't know. That money sounds like audio funds, like because I don't know for real.
Yeah, even that is the fear of many people now. That is the fear of many people that this money will not even get to the people that the poorest of the people that they are targeting. It cannot get there. How these people live in the remote area of the country. So how are they going to get to those people? This money, I think, is one of another thing to destroy the economy. Just check it. The senators are getting 70 billion. How many are the senators in the country? They are there up to 1,000. They are getting 70 billion. You are giving the poor masses 8,000 per month.
Yeah, but towards what purpose, though? What are the senators getting 70 billion for? Is
I
that
don't
not
know.
for
It's part of the
constituency projects now, is it not?
It's not. It's part of this what are they calling it? Subsidy and all that.
Palliative now.
Then even the judges are getting about that 5 billion or what or so. For me, the judges, their own, I will not put mouth in there because those guys, they are not getting well paid in this country. But the senators are getting 70 billion. the 12 million household are getting. Just think of it. In a family, at least 4 people living in a family. You are giving them 8,000 naira for 1 month. So it's not a good policy, one man. If there is anything that the government would have done is to invest that money. Maybe when things begin to go well, if they decide to give palliative, then. But for now, see, you cannot borrow money to feed. It's impossible. You don't borrow money to feed, no matter how hungry you are. You borrow money to invest. And when your investment begin to yield fruits, that you begin to say, let me give out this or let me give out that. So we are talking about how to widen the economy, make the economy more robust and all that. So my area of concern is that that farm, if those money were being invested in that area, fight insecurity, make sure that the environment is very okay for people to go back to their farm. See, if it does this, you don't even need to give anybody money. Just go and fight insecurity, make sure that the farmers have the confidence again to go back to their farm. If the farmers get all the confidence,
hold on, Ekene, because like I said,
Yeah.
you can, but let me just okay, go on. Actually, go ahead of me, Ogweni, because we had this conversation yesterday, and I was just trying to explain that it wasn't an optional choice. It's not like you don't do this in order to do that. It's a case of doing both. But Ogweni, let's hear from you.
Yeah, no, I just want to quickly support what Tekene is saying, and then, but maybe enlighten a bit or express my own opinion a bit on the issue of that emergency, that has declared. So for me, as far as I'm concerned, like Kenneth said, yeah, 8,000 to 12 million, I don't see anything in that. They will spend it and the thing will gone. And the 8,000, the one we have seen before, the only project that I know that is working, that I've met people physically everywhere that I know they are calling, is that hand power thing. That hand power. I know that thing is working. I have 1 or 2 people I know that they don't know anybody, they just got it. But apart from that, all the money they spend during COVID time, they fed the students with 1 egg per day, all those things that scam. I usually, but at the point in time, I remember that woman, Waste, came out and said because they are the poorest of all poor, therefore they don't see that the people they gave those billions of naira didn't even have bank accounts. So they just gave them cash. And when you say you giving somebody cash, it's just like trader money that Mr. Professor Oshimbajo pilot now. You give people things you can't account for. As Oshimbajo accounted for anything now. Billions of naira down the drain. Oshimbajo is in his village now enjoying himself. So that's the way I see this. I see it as a very cosmetic project that I don't think it's something Tinubu should be pushing for, except if they said there'll be accountability. I don't know how it's going to work. Even if the president himself believes in accountability, you're going to use human beings to enforce this thing. So, and this will take me to that quickly because it's not my space yet, it's Kenneth's space, but it will take me to that area of farm, which I understand very well because I have my own farm also in Nigeria. We suffered in the hands of Buhari, suffered adversely in the hand of that old man. Now, for me, if you declare the main problem in Nigeria that I see in terms of our farm is not really the food insecurity, is the food pricing. I know it's the insecurity thing that caused the pricing, meaning that get your farmers secured and then let the abundance of food outside when it gets to harvest time, then preserve and then eliminate the middlemen. That's where I see our main problem. Now, if you give fertilizer, for instance, they said they're going to give fertilizer, I just laugh. During Buhari time, they also give us fertilizer and I have rice farm. Now, if they give you fertilizer, let me tell you, and the government doesn't control pricing, it's still a problem. Because you see, Nigerians are so greedy, including those farmers. If you give them fertilizer today, even free of charge, by the time they plant, they still want to maximize profit on it. and government cannot control pricing. So, and I've been saying it, I think the best for government is this. If I'm giving you this fertilizer, I must come with a condition. If I'm giving you fertilizer, like what Adeshina, that man, tried to do, and in fact, even did, but he left office, and the way we do it in Nigeria now, when you leave office, nobody follow your project. Another person will just pick their own project. So what that man did during his time, if he's giving you fertilizer, it will come with condition. So the condition is that government is going to buy your final produce and you fix a price for that. So that encouraged farmers to go to, because the major problem in Nigerian farmers is that they don't have where to preserve. So harvest time, they flood the market, and the middlemen who has preservative mechanism buy from them and then inflate it when the harvest time, when the season is gone, off season. So if government can create maybe all these silos, which we have in Nigeria, they are just not functioning, and then let there be national food banks where government can say, okay, if you produce this, I'll buy it back from you or at a fair profit on it. Then government can now subsidize food and make it available. If you make food available for Nigeria at a very affordable price, you have solved our problem halfway. You solve the Nigerian problem halfway. Put something in their belly, in food, in stomach infrastructure, let them eat and get affordable, food outside there. So for me, have silos everywhere in the state at the local government level, multiply all these silos around, and let farmers know that your produce is secured. If you get it to me, government is going to buy it and store for you, and government pay you off, and government then subsidize and sell to people at affordable pricing. I think this 500 billion can achieve something around this space than.
Yeah.
There's a different strategy for that. Ogbeni, it's just that you were not on yesterday's session. This state of emergency that Tinubu has declared on food production, there's a real action plan. He's asking the Ministry of Agriculture to synergize with the Ministry of Water Resources for reasons of irrigations. And then he's gotten hold of the Farmers Association, and then he's developed a grain strategy in order for them to be able to mass produce food. And then the part of the strategy also is he's come up with a strategy to remove seasonality in farming, so that farming should be a year-round exercise. And then this silo business, this storage business, he's also opening up that space in order that government can guarantee a baseline price point for the farmer, so they can produce as much as they can, with the guarantee that government will buy at this minimum level, and then they can sell at whatever maximum level to the private market. So there's a real strategy around that, which is aligned to what you're saying.
Yeah, if that is the strategy, I think it's good. But let me tell you, see all these farmers association they are hobnobbing with. I don't buy that.
They are criminals.
They're all elites. If you go to, and we have a lot of them, all farmers association of Nigeria, amalgamated farmers, I've joined many of them and I've dismembered myself from them. They are all elites, they are bourgeoisie. Some of them don't even have farms. They are just politicians that clog that place and they are using it to make money. You see, they are the ones supplying when they say National Assembly need 1,500 bags of rice. They are the ones they will give those contracts. Those contracts don't really get, they are the middlemen that should be eliminated from the whole thing.
Yeah, that is the point. That is the point. Rolling out policy and the corruption in the system will also stand up to kill that policy. So it's not that it is not that the policy is bad. The policy is a very nice one. But you see, for you to fight corruption, to be able to get to the end point of that policy, it's a very hard. That is the problem we have in Nigeria. All this association of this, association of that, killing our system. So for me, the country is very hard to govern now because of most especially the corrupt system. So that corruption is what I hope Tinubu will do more better. And that brings me to the issue of Emefiele. Emefiele is corrupt. So, but I don't expect him to stop at Emefiele. I was still expecting some some issue, maybe if you charge the man to court, let him expose other people. Let them bring their judgment in the court. Bring any this thing, any what you want, what Emefiele has done, all his charges, bring it to the court. Let them tackle it, so that he will know the area that this man has really corrupt the system and the people that connive with him to kill the economy of this country. You don't just keep him in the DSS custody. The man needs to go to the court. Let the law take its course. Then the government should come out with the charges they have against him, so that they can get other people arrested. Corruption it doesn't end in Emefiele. People associated with him, almost all his policies, Buhari is behind it. All his policy. Emefiele didn't just wake up.
Would you like to say Buhari arrested? Would you like to say that?
They must tackle it now, if that is the issue now. Woman, I'm telling you that this new Naira note is no more in Nigeria today. So why should they waste such amount of money doing that, when they know that they cannot carry out that policy? That money is nowhere to be found. As I'm talking to you today, it's nowhere to be found in Nigeria today. So what did they do with the money that they budgeted for this particular purpose?
That would have been a couple of billion of dollars, yeah, I suspect.
Yeah, at least all of us know the billions of naira they spend in printing those money. So where are those monies? It's pure corruption, and you cannot exonerate Buhari from it. He supported it with all his chest. So knowing fully well that he cannot do it, then let them come and give account and return the money that they budgeted for that for printing of that money, because that money is no more. That money is no more in circulation in the country. What we are eating today in Nigeria is all the old naira notes. You hardly see any new currency there.
It's funny. It's funny actually. We've already forgotten that. But that was we never talked about anything else. A few weeks ago, all of that money, the capacity of the Nigerian state to waste money is a real skill.
Yeah, it's too much. It's too much. This is one of the. You see, I want to say this. I'm really disappointed in Buhari fighting corruption. His government is one of his most corrupt governments in Nigeria.
That was what Bishop Kuka said. Bishop Kuka, yeah.
Let me tell you, good luck is a child's play in Buhari government, because his own is there and the people are seeing it. How can you just budget all that money, billions of naira, just to print a naira note, just to no account? Nothing, no account to it. So I don't expect only Emefiele to be there. I expect his charges to come out. Let him come to the court. If Buhari is necessary, they need to arrest him. Let them arrest him. He's just a citizen. He's just a citizen. Because on the basis of his campaign is corruption. The basis of his campaign is corruption. So let him come and tell us how he has fighted the corruption. So these are just the one we see, and the way they wasted our resources for the past 80 years. It's mind blowing.
Okay, please, can I interject?
Yeah.
Yeah, that Naira policy, like you guys said, is like we just forget about it. There's two corruption that took place in that place. May I say one was a mistake. That was to show that nobody have a silver bullet to any policy you roll out, not until you try it. Emefiele printing new Naira note was a big scam. Now, the biggest mistake they made is what the IRU5 champion that Naira notes, the old note to roll, to continue spend it with the old Naira note, a new Naira note. That was a very big mistake. They would have stick with pushing the deadline forward and allowing the old Naira note. Now you cannot now investigate corruption in that new Naira note design. Because if that new Naira note was the only accepted legal tender note in Nigeria, now Tinubu government can investigate immediately how much you spend, why we don't have this Naira note, why we're not getting it. But now we're using both two notes. One is disappearing, and nobody really cares.
Excuse me, why we really forget very easy. Do you want all Nigerians to die? If you say they should stay with the new
Wait, hold on,
note.
my brother. See this problem we are saying now. We, as you said, you just answered the question. We forget so easily. Now we are rolling out 8,000 naira now on palliative. Believe me or not, Nigerians have already adjusted to the petroleum hike. This 8,000 we are bringing right now is a free money for scam. When you are supposed to do it,
now let me
hold on,
ask
please.
you.
Let me land.
Okay.
Before you ask me, let me land. When you're supposed to do this kind of action, is at the time they say a friend in need is a friend indeed. In the particular time that everybody needs it. There's a certain time you give somebody $1. If appreciate that $1 more than $1 million, because that time that $1 will do a lot for him. So now doing all this after people have taken the heat, it would not really make sense anymore. Thank you.
Yeah, it makes sense because all the country I've visited, there is a welfare from the government to the citizen. The reason why all of us we keep on trying to see this thing like waste of money or no, it's totally wrong. There must be a welfare from government to the citizen, no matter what, no matter how the country is poor, no matter how the money is small. There must be a welfare. America here, we have a lot of welfare, a lot. Akata will kill you because of $1. If we are saying the 8,000 is too small, America will kill you because of $1, and they are the richest country in the world.
Let me say this. Let me tell you this. Welfare or no welfare, that policy is a bad policy. In Nigeria of today, I'm not saying that government don't give welfare. You give from what you have. You don't give from borrowed resources. Do you understand? You give from what you have.
America give, they borrow and they give. They give
no,
and they borrow.
You give welfare from what you have, what you have generated.
See,
that is the thing. You don't just go and borrow money.
Okay.
You don't just go and borrow money and start to give welfare.
If it is like 30,000 or 20,000, is it okay for government to give?
I'm saying that welfare is nothing now. You cannot just be giving welfare now.
No, it's nothing like that.
Let's say government said I have removed fuel subsidy. Now the subsidy is gone. For the few months we have been able to generate 50 billion. And that 50 billion out of it, we are giving 30 billion as a welfare.
I don't make a mistake.
It's understandable.
This palliative is part of. It's not all the profit from the removal of subsidy though. Don't get it twisted.
But do you know that Nigeria will be paying back this money in few years time? Just listen to Falana how he explained it. That the people that are giving us the people that are giving us that money for palliative, it's not supposed to be loan.
If the money is going to reach to the right people, to the main people, it's the best idea. It's a good idea.
It's not the best idea. It's because it's not the best idea. Sorry, I can tell you that.
Because you are okay. That's why you are saying this.
It's not because I'm okay. It's not because I'm okay.
Let me tell you, many people.
Nobody is okay in Nigeria today.
Oh, no.
Nobody is okay in Nigeria today.
I agree.
Even the rich people we are talking about.
There's a lot
one voice.
There's a lot of people, right? They ask for 5,000 giveaway. They'll do that every time online. You want to tell me that this money go into their accounts? They will take it. They will use it.
When you are talking about to build nation building, we are talking about nation building now. That the country is messed up economically. So what can we do to bring up the economy of this country again?
Okay. What can we
It's not.
do?
It's not. It's not. It's not. See,
The
whether
government
welfare or
is
no,
making a lot
I'm
of
not
plans.
against. I'm not against government giving welfare to people. But understand me. You understand? Business. Government is like you run government like a business. You use your business mentality to run things in government. Do you understand? The way you do
Let me to
business,
me, oh, because
the way
let me
you
tell
run
you,
your,
Ekene,
the way you run your
ask,
business is the way you run, is the way you think and run your the economy of a country.
One voice, Kumi. So
ask
let him
anybody
down the
that
line. Yeah.
ask anybody living in South Africa. Government give the citizen money every month.
Did I say that
Government
government
give the
don't give? Did I
citizen.
say that government should not give people money?
That's what
Is
you
this
are
what
saying
I said?
now. You say it's not a good
And that
idea.
is not what I'm saying. It's not what I'm saying. I'm saying that you don't give money from the money capital you have just borrowed. You give money from the profit you have made out of your capital. That is how you give welfare.
All right.
You don't just go and borrow 1 million naira to start up a business. Then you begin to dip your hand inside the money, begin to pay your house rent, begin to feed your family, you begin to feed your generation. Then how are you going to pay back that money? You are piling up that debt for the next generation.
All right, we must move on. But I'm not saying that Kumi is right, but every government is in perpetual debt, and in a lot of these foreign countries, they borrow money for social welfare. That's what they do, and that is what
Because
Nigeria is
they
doing
have
as
built
well.
their economy. See, one man, those countries you are mentioning, they have built their
They are
economy.
not built. Look, all of these countries, they are living off borrowed money. America is living off. We have what they call ways and means in Nigeria, where the government will just go to the central bank and just take any money and tell them we'll pay you back whenever.
Okay, so you mean that those government, you mean that those government don't have reserve?
What do you mean reserve? America
As
is
in,
the most. Hold on.
There are places
Hold on.
they have. Okay.
Hold on, Ekene. America is the most indebted country in the world.
Then what is their reserve? You don't talk about their one man. When you want to talk about debt, one man. When you talk about debt, you don't just talk about debt. When you talk about your debt, you talk about your reserve. Do you understand? Nobody, even a personal businessman, is owing money. But what is sustaining that debt is his reserve. You can come out tomorrow and say, I want to pay up this debt. I don't want to pay anymore. I sell this property, then pay up my debt and move on. That's how it is done. Nigeria don't have, as of today, Nigeria don't have reserve.
Nigeria does have reserve. What do you mean they don't have reserve? Of course they have reserves.
Let us see the reserve. Let us see the reserve. Your reserve must match with your, even way above your debt.
No. Where are you getting all these theories from? It doesn't have to.
It's a theory. It's not. It's how to build economy. One man. You must have a reserve. It's not about owing money. Nigeria can owe as much money as they want to owe. But what is your reserve talking about? Go and check it. Do you have the capacity that when this country come and say, give me this money, you pay them? Or you can even say, I'll be paying it like this and like this. That is what I'm saying. So what Tinubu, the most important thing in his manifesto today is to build our economy, and I expect him to do that, and I know he will do that. So it's not about when we criticize it, it's not being against his government. It's being realistic and what we want our economy to look like. That is how I want my Nigerian economy to look like. I want to look at our reserve. I know we have enough reserve. Then you can go and borrow money and invest it in more profitable way. You don't borrow money to feed people.
Just finally, before I move on because I want to move you on to the INEC storyline and then go on to Ogbeni. But just as earlier as yesterday, we were discussing projections by Goldman Sachs, and they were projecting that Nigeria, within the next 50 years, is going to be the 5th largest economy in the world.
Where? Nigeria?
Yes.
Why? 50 years is even too much. Anybody giving Nigeria 50 years to become one of the largest economy in the world, it's not doing Nigeria a favor. Nigeria have all the capacity now to do it in few years' time. 10 years, 15 years, 20 years.
Yes.
What am I waiting for? How old will I be in 50 years? Or will I still be alive still?
You're only looking at it from your own point of view, Abi.
Now, I want to experience Nigeria now.
Look at this guy.
Working very, very good for me. Is it when I'm very old, I cannot work again? I cannot do business. You are telling me 50 years. What is that, one man?
All right.
Today, Nigeria has what it takes. We have more resources than any other country you can talk about. We have oil. We have the land. We have the capacity to farm.
All right. Let me just make this comment, and then I will move you on to the next storyline. What really excites me is the gas deposit in Nigeria, because Tinubu has always spoken about that gas deposit. And if we can use that gas deposit to power up Nigeria, because they're just two things that are, even one thing really that can transform Nigeria, and it's electricity. If we have reliable, affordable electricity in Nigeria, that will solve 90% of the problems that we have. And Tinubu has always spoken about using the gas to power up the country. So if he's able to do that, then that would be an achievement. But let me take it to the space. Yeah,
it's a very nice achievement. Sure, that is where I'm looking up to. That is my expectation. These are the areas of my expectation. See, when you give people what they need, they will gladly pay their task. Because even if it is 1,000 naira you spend a day in buying petrol, just check it in 30 days, it's almost 30,000 naira. Then couple with your electricity bill and all that. So if Nigeria can give us if Tinubu can give us at least, even if it is not up to 20 hours, 24 or the whole day, but at least for a certain amount in a day, Nigeria is able to have electricity, because I don't know whether he will do everything. He cannot do everything, but if he is able to make an achievement in that electricity sector, Nigeria will be saving a lot of money. Because we cannot do without electricity.
I think the three focuses that is administration is going to focus on: that electricity, and then food security, and then business, and then liberalization of the business space. But Ekene, this headline, INEC kick against Labour Party's call for its chairman to be sacked. So the Labour Party are still on that narrative of wanting to get rid of Mahmoud Yakubu. And I was just saying that this is just like whistling in the wind. There is absolute, because the level of seniority of Mahmoud Yakubu's position, only from the presidency can he get sacked. So can you imagine Tinubu, who this process that Mahmoud Yakubu superintended made him president, he would then sack him. So what are you then making then of this empty, vacuous noise that we're hearing from the Labour Party, the sacking of Mahmoud Yakubu?
I would say that Yakubu has really deal with the Labour Party as they are thinking about. But I'm not expecting Tinubu to sack him. But what I expect is for him to interrogate him and know the areas of improvement in our next election. I told you the introduction of beavers is a very good idea for the past administration, despite the failures that we experience in the presidential, because it's only presidential election that we can say that he did not upload. So maybe that is the area of contention. Those ones are in the court. I don't want to really talk about a court issue. I believe very soon I will talk about it, but not now. So whatever is in the courts, I don't know what to say. I'm not the one that write the petition and all that. So when they finish, we'll still come back here and they talk about it. But I want to say what I experienced in the election. That work, that I will not expect Tinubu to do anything less than to improve it for the next election. So I want to see him working in that area to improve that electronic voting. that law that they say that INEC have the capacity to choose the way they want to transmit their result. I don't like it. They should tell us if it is manual, then we can go manual. If it is electronic transmission, then let's continue. Let us make it mandatory. Not just you give us a law that says you have the what laws do like that. So what I expect him to interrogate the INEC chairman, ask him some question. This area has failed. Why did it fail? What are we going to do about it? The next election, I want Nigerians to have confidence to come out to vote again. So what are we going to do? That's what I'm expecting, and that is what I want. I need an improved way of voting, because the Beavers have really showed me something that I like. The fact that you are coming out to vote, if you are not captured in the Beavers, you're not voting.
Is this the most improved election, setting aside the presidential space? Is this the most improved election that you've witnessed yet in Nigeria?
Yeah, it improved in this area I'm telling you now. It is improved, because what you used to have before is that people can complain at least 5 ballot paper at a time. You understand? Thumbprint. But before you thumbprint, your picture must appear. And that is why the number doesn't go high as you used to have it before, especially in the north. The number didn't go high in the north. So then in the area of transmission, there was an issue. We don't know why. I have not understand the reason why there was issue on the area of transmission. They say there was issue, and that is why they went for manual collection in the presidential. But I wouldn't want to go there. Let the court process finish. Let us see the issue. But I expect Tinubu to improve on our electoral system. Let them stop giving us that wayo. For me, that is a wayo law. It's a kind of wayo something that we have the capacity to choose whatever way we want to transmit our result. It's a wayo something. Let them be specific. Even if it is that manual, let them say it's manual.
Make a comment, or possibly to just enlighten the space a bit. Now, I agree with you that Tinubu should improve, on what we have now. There's something you just admitted that I know many obedient always find it very difficult to admit, which I must applaud you for, is that there's an improvement, very great improvement, and that Beaver's work.
And it's unmistakable. You cannot even lie that there was no improvement, because everybody talks about the improvement. Impossible to lie that there was nothing.
Oma, you are talking like this. Oshutokun was still on the channels few days ago, still talking that it's the worst election in the history of Nigeria. And I wonder, I don't know why Chamberlain and others cannot remind him of what himself and his masters Obasanjo did in 2007. And he can open his mouth and be talking that this last election is the worst. But that's by the way. I'm just trying to applaud Ekene because many obedient will not agree with you. In fact, they will rather turn into Agidi and leave than to say that Beavers work and no. But the area I just really want to talk about is the area of that law is Wayo law. My brother, see, law is not straightforward. If law is that straightforward, there won't be any profession called law. Now, the reason why it's not straightforward is because law is meant for human beings. Human beings are not also straightforward. And when I say straightforward, what I mean is human affairs. They are not something you can subject to 1 + 1 is 2, 2 + 2 is 2. So, and that's why all these laws, there are exception, and exception. For instance, if it's just there that you must transmit electronically, then the question you begin to ask yourself is, what about areas in Nigeria where today, as I speak today, there is no even mobile mask there today. There are spaces in Nigeria. Are you saying they must not conduct election? Because the moment you insist that they should cast it on stone in that law, that it's either electronic transmission or not, then you are excluding some people. Me and you are now talking like elites because we stay in the city. So it means you are not accommodating people. There are spaces in Bayelsa where you will travel hours on the Atlantic to get to those spaces where you hardly see masts, or sometimes they destroy their masts purposely. So why wouldn't you get an election in that space? So and that's why you see, when you see a general law, you find the exception. It's just like when they say whoever killed must be killed. And a layman may say, yes, once anybody killed, then they must kill the person. But the legal mind will come to space and say, no, there must be several things that can prompt somebody to kill. Is he the person is insane? You can't say because a madman in the street killed, then they must kill that madman. Because ordinarily, if he's not out of his sense, he won't kill. So all these defenses will start coming in. Okay, if he's insane, okay, let's give him life imprisonment. Okay, if he's not insane, if he's intoxicated, okay, let's give him this. Or maybe he's in the heat of the moment. Possibly you are sleeping with his wife and he just caught you there. You won't expect such a man to just go in peace and say, oh, well done. You must react. Or maybe a kind of defense. Yeah, you want to attack first and he defended. You know, a lot of exceptions, because law is meant to deal with human affairs. Human affairs are not that straightforward. So that's why you find all these exceptions, just to clear that area so
Let
that
me interject.
I have now
I don't
understand.
know.
Yeah.
I
Okay.
don't know.
Yeah.
Let me interject a bit.
Okay.
For the fact people are still trying to consider whether this election is um, has some elements of good in it or not. Yes, we understand that, yeah, there was something that went right with it, but considering that this election is basically, I would say, the standard to the first actual election that presidential
Sorry, man. We
senatorial
can barely we
election.
can barely hear you. What's going on?
Sorry, um, I'm at the gym. So let me, for the
You are at
fact
the
that,
gym. You are at the gym.
yeah. So I was saying, for the fact, can you hear me properly now?
Well, carry on. Yeah, carry on. We can make you out. Carry on.
Okay. For the fact that this particular election is the first of any other election that, a presidential election anyway, and senatorial ones, that beavers and uploading had to actually start from. And we can't say that it's better than any other election because we never tried this kind of formula in any other election. So we have to use this standard to
No.
judge.
Hold on. There's no logic to what you're saying. Um, it is better than previous elections. Is what Kenneth just said, and what a lot of people say.
And I'm disagreeing to that based on the fact that you can't judge white with black. Do you understand it?
No, I don't.
If you can't judge white with black, I'm saying this because the previous election there weren't actual electronic transmissions,
Yeah. So
right? Yeah,
that's the improvement.
I understand that. So what makes this the worst election so far is that this is the first time that we actually tried electronic transmission. If by next election, when we still use electronic transmission, it turns out to be worse, then we can judge it based on this year.
There's no logic to what you're saying.
You,
You
you,
have to think. You have to think about these things before you say them. There's
no,
no logic to
I'm,
it.
I'm basing, I'm basing this as a fresh start, right? If you
No,
understand me.
that's not. You are resetting elections to ground zero because electronic voting was.
Of course.
Hold on. Is the introduction of electronic voting, is it an improvement? Is it a mark of improvement in our electioneering process?
It is an improvement,
Well,
yeah.
so there it is. So that's
It is an
progress, isn't it?
improvement.
So that's
It is
progress.
progress,
No,
yeah.
also, so that's what people are saying.
Technologically, it is progress.
No,
But
no,
when we talk about the
forget
actual,
technology. No, no, you are not. So sometimes I wonder about you. Maybe it's because you're a clever man, but there's no
wait,
logic to
when
anything
we're
you're
talking
saying.
about the actual implementation of that technology, that is what I'm talking about now. If you're saying, is there an improvement with the previous election? Technologically, yes. Introducing divas is.
No, not
But
technologically. In terms of the processing of the election and in terms of the election being representative, yes, which is the whole purpose. Ekena just told us now how all of those multiple votings were weeded out of those fantastical figures we get from the north were not coming out. So those are improvements.
yeah, there are
Yes,
improvements. No doubt
yes.
about it. Yes, no doubt about it. But I'm basing my own, um, let's say, bias based on the fact that this kind of election had never been conducted before. So I wouldn't really say it's the best or is the worst until they do this kind of
No,
election
no,
again.
compared to previous ones, is it better than the previous ones? That's really the
I can't,
question.
I can't really compare them though, can I?
How can you not compare them? We've had elections previously, and we know how they went, and we know how this one went. So did this one go better than the previous ones?
It sure did better. Yeah, it sure did
Well,
better than the
so
previous
there it
one.
is. So that's then a progression, isn't it?
I guess coming from your own perspective, but
No,
anyway,
no,
from my own
coming
view,
from logic and reason.
all right.
Forget perspective, apply logic and reason.
App- Applying logic, I
Yes.
guess it is better, you know.
You don't have to
But
be obedient with everything, you know. The election was an
yeah,
improvement on previous ones. It's just as simple as that.
I am not trying to be obedient, but anyway, I'm pretty sure some people kind of shared my own view on this. I've talked to some people and they basically share the same view. But I hope it was better anyway. Um, Talking about the whole INEC, um, it's whatever they have to do with the whole process. That's what they should do. Like the law that Kellen was talking about. I mean, I beg to differ. I've said this a couple of times here that in their law, it is almost it's a must that they have to
Don't speak about
upload.
law. You know we have a lawyer on the panel.
I know that, but I don't want to bring it out to read
Right.
it anyway. But it's it's what it says that before you actually collate, you have to have that data in the IRS, and which didn't happen. Do you
All
understand
right.
it?
All
So
right.
we've made that claim so many times, and people try to use their own whatever to debunk it. But let's see how the tribunal is going to judge it anyway.
All right. Okay. Let's just wait on the judgment now because I think we've cycled around those conversations endlessly. But thank you, Des. So give us your final thoughts
Yeah.
on the annex space, Ekene, and then we go on to Ogbeni.
Okay. Yeah. My final thought. Obani, I just made this explanation as a lawyer because I know how this lawyer work. All these lawyers, but uh, you see, law are made to impart confidence in the life of the citizen. So we have made a law. I believe one of the reasons why many people get involved in politics in this past election is because of all these laws, this electoral act. Because I can remember when you go to people to tell them go and vote, they will tell you vote what? They have already written the result, waiting for that day to announce it. So to show you, and that mentality is almost embedded in many people, at least 30%. They have that mentality that this election has been written, and we know how the winner will come out. So, but when this law came out, you see a lot of youth, people that have not been in politics before, wanting to come into politics and all that. So, but when you begin to tell them now that in an election, we have an option. If this, I want to tell you that if Mahmoud Yakubu has come out a few days before the election and said, we can transmit this election and we cannot transmit it, I tell you, nobody will go out to vote. It will still be the usual way of people voting. Many youth wouldn't have an interest in that election. So I'm talking about how to build that confidence back, that type of confidence we have in the last election. That when I go out to vote, my vote will count, and I will see it whether transmitted or so. If they say it's manual, people Nigeria will know yes, it's manual. So I don't need to bother myself in the next election, knowing that it is manual collection. So that is my take on that. So law, I think, is meant to build confidence in people. That is why people say after maybe an election or an incident has happened, I can go to court to contest it, knowing that I have evidence to prove that you didn't abide by the rule. You cannot tell me that you have the right to transmit or not to transmit. That is not law. For me, it's not law. You must stand in one, that means that you must tell me that it's either transmission or manual. Then for me as a citizen, before the election, I sit down, I make my choice whether to vote or not to vote. If I know that my vote will count, definitely I must vote. If you are giving me the impression that my vote may not count or may count, because that is what the law says, it may or may not, I decide to stay back. So right. Every Nigerians understand that reason why many youth involved in politics in the last election. And that is what I want Tinubu to do, to INEC chairman, to bring that confidence. Because these electronics, people will not say that it has not been tested before the general election. It has been tested. It is tested in Anambra, Ekiti also. And you see, when people want to go to court there, they find no reason to go to court because everything is in the IREV. Can go there and check it. In fact, when I was watching Ekiti election, I was very impressed by INEC. I was very, very impressed because Shion Wakim Balayo was giving that result sheet on his channel's television. I was seeing it. I was able to know the percentage of vote that has been collected. Very, very impressed. And that is what built a lot of confidence in the life of the youth. To go out, they want to sit down, see the election be transmitted and all that. So you would have told them that this presidential election, we now have an option, maybe because it's now a bigger election, we cannot transmit because it now consists of the state and the federal capital. It might be difficult. So let them stop playing all this wayo. That is my take, one man. Thank you.
All right, brilliant, excellent, always excellently put by Ekene. So thank you, Ekene. So Ekene, stay with us. But let me go quickly from you to Ogbeni and sample his opinions on. I'm going to start you off, Ogbeni, with where I started everybody off. What is foremost in your mind in politics today? But before I sample that, let me play you this video clip. This is the Oba of Benin going to do Rankadede in Aso Rock.
A delegation of top Edo traditional rulers led by the Oba of Benin, His Royal Majesty Oba Iware II, arriving the forecourt of the presidential villa. Loud chants in response to the president's greeting upon his arrival into the conference room where there's a gathering of chiefs. The Oba of Benin is confident that the president has recorded salient achievements since his assumption.
To show support for the administration. Nigerians should support the president. He will work. He's already working. It's already, he has hit the ground running. Everybody's seeing it. So that traditional rulers, they should support the president, of course. We will support the president. Other traditional rulers will support the president. We must support the president to be successful.
Barely minutes after the departure of the Oba of Benin, the vice chairman of the Oyo State Council of Obas and Chiefs, His Royal Highness Oba Francis Alao, accompanied by members of his team.
Oh, all right, so Ogweni, let me kick you off from there. So that was the Omonoba of Benin. So firstly, the first thought is that the country is now circling around the Tinubu administration, and of course, they are already moving on into that administration. So there's absolutely nothing that is reversing this administration. So I think we all know that already. But really, the wider thing, a lot of people have always told us that the Oba of Benin, he never leaves his seat, that people go and visit him. But even the might of Tinubu has brought the Oba of the Benin out of his stool, out of his kingdom, to a foreign land called Abuja for him to come and do Rankadede. So what are you then making then of Rankadede by the Oba of Benin?
Well, it's I don't see what is. Well, I respect Oba of Benin. He's one of those traditional rulers that hardly leaves the office or palace of Benin, and I'm aware that there is no documented custom that actually prevents him from leaving his kingdom. So he may choose to exercise that liberty, but they said he hardly or rarely exercise that liberty to move around, but he has the liberty to move around as he wishes. But he exercised that, on a very, very rare occasions. So for him to have left his palace with those red beaded and white gown chiefs, it should be a thing of honor for Tinubu. And I know that the Oba must have seen something before he could leave his palace to come and pay a visit to Tinubu. And I think it's also a signal. Sometimes the way I see Nigeria, and that's why history is good. If you go back to history, you realize that Nigeria is still divided across the region. Those three basic regions, and the fourth one created the Midwest region. Don't forget that the Western region, when it was broken into two, it has a Midwest region, which Benin and Delta form a major one. So there's always these ties with the regional politics at the West and the Midwest. You always see this synergy. So it's more like the Oba coming back home, to see the home boy in his new palace in at the center.
Do you think Tinubu was his candidate? I suspect he may well have been.
You hardly know who those Obas are supporting, particularly the respected one like him, not the what's up ones that will be shaking Pete Dosi. But the conservative, don't let me say respected, because the one that shook that shook that man is well respected too in his own space. But the conservative ones like Oba of Benin, you hardly know where they pitch their tent, because they still have this conservative way of saying that we belong to everyone. We don't need to show, any party affiliation. But yeah. So the summary of my point is, it's a thing of honor for Tinubu, and I think Tinubu should use the opportunity also to probably ask for support from the Oba, or more support from the Oba.
Can I chime in, Ogbeni?
All right.
Just before you chime in, what pace? Ogbeni, am I right in suggesting that the Oba of Benin and the Sultan of Sokoto are probably the two remaining monarchs within the Nigerian state that still carries themselves with the majesty of royalty.
Who and
And
who?
the,
Oba Benin and who?
and the Sultan of Sokoto, because the rest of them, they seem somewhat peperempe to me. The Oluwo of Iwo being the prime example. and then, curiously, the Oni of Ife also is a bit Instagram, isn't he? But the Oba of Benin, nothing at all Instagram, and certainly not the Sultan of Sokoto.
I do. Well, it depends on how much you know them. I have the privilege of working with some numbers of them. Or interview some numbers of them and also gather them for some occasions while writing my books on chieftaincy laws. So I can tell you that the elegance you see in some obas that you think they are not that at the level of the Oba of Benin and others. Woman, you'll be surprised. You'll be surprised if you go to Emir of Kano's palace, the kind of elegance you're going to get in that palace. This traditional ruler from Agbo too. If you enter that guy's bar, then there is this palace which happened to be the most beautiful traditional ruler palace in Nigeria, and I think in Africa. That's in Ata of Ibera land. Oba Ado Ibrahim. Sorry, I say Oba. Alhaji Ado Ibrahim. If you enter that traditional ruler's palace, you need to get there. Is the what I call most elegant I've ever entered in my life. That man's palace. So yes, but when you talk about
Is that part of the Kano Emirates? Is that part of the
Ata of Ibera, it's on its own. No, it's not part of any. It's not under any kingdom. It's his majesty on his own. It is majesty on his own. Yeah, try and do some findings on Ata of Ibera and his palace. His palace is in Africa.
Ata Ibera is on his own. It's not even other Ata Igala.
Yeah,
they are on their own. Thank you, but let me time you a little bit. One man, Oba Benin has been in Abuja for the past 3 days. Tinubu exclusively requests His Royal Majesty Omonoba Kwako Polopolo Ekpenowa Ugidiga Ekusisi Ikenekene Namadeyo Idimula. I'm just calling see what is happening, If I continue to say that, I can continue for the next 3 years. But anyway, Tinubu asked for his executive meeting, private meeting within the Oba. So he left with Oba Obini went there with about 12 kings. Oba Obini they just walk alone. Yeah, those people you see there, they were Royal Highness from different kingdom under Benin or within Benin traditionals too. So there are not so many footage there. They went to discuss so many things. But Ogbeni, let me quickly try this. Can you hear me, Ogbeni?
Sorry, Ogbeni, is this the palace?
Yes, that's the man's palace.
It's fine, no.
Okay, carry on.
Yeah. People don't know that Tinubu is related to the palace, Oba Benin Palace. People don't know.
Wow.
People don't know. Like you said, Oba Benin is not partisan. He does not, even if you have your personal candidate, you wouldn't know. No, I'm coming. According to Tinubu, as in Tinubu, the name is bearing, and as Commissioner Tinubu's son, that means he Tinubu is the first cousin to the Oba of Benin.
Tinubu is the first cousin to the Oba of Benin.
I said according to the name Tinubu that Tinubu the president is bearing, we know it's from Ragbadi. Commissioner Tinubu married.
He's not from Guinea anymore. He's now the.
I say according. We know it's not me saying according.
This palace in Nigeria or something.
Yeah, it's in from Ibera, yeah. It's in Nigeria.
That's what you know in palace, man. That's the palace I'm talking about.
It looks like something out of India. It looks like something out of India.
Yes, now.
Very fine.
Very beautiful palace.
Yeah. People don't know why it's. Yeah.
It's in Okene.
Okene.
That's old money right there. Look at that limo. That's the old money right there.
Come.
But how can you have? Sorry, is that your son? How can you afford this level of opulence?
Yeah, if you know the man.
Mama was going to ask that question as well.
Let me answer that question quickly before you delve into it. You know, I told you I relate with some of them. So I relate very well with this one. In fact, I've slept in that palace several times. Now, this man happened to be one of the foremost geologists in Nigeria. Foremost. And then he has his own company. He has been a very, very successful businessman before his uncle passed, and then he had to be the next Oyinoyin of Ibadan. So he was a very successful. He was at the level of the Dan Tatars. You know, the Dan Tatar, that's the uncle to Dangote. They were at par. They call him White Lion. You know, Aiko Cement. He owned Aiko Cement. That's his name. Ado
This is
Ibrahim.
excessive, though. This is excessive. This is too much. This is too much.
He built this palace from the scratch.
Really?
He built the palace from scratch. Yeah. He was a co-owner of a Society Generale Bank with the Sarakis in the 80s. So just to give you a glimpse about the man. So he was a successful businessman before they used the traditional rulership to just cage the man into Okene. So, and as far as I'm concerned, and from record, this palace still remains the most elegant in Africa.
Ogbeni, you didn't let me finish. Thanks. Let me quickly clarify one man. How Tinubu, according to his name, Tinubu is related to the palace. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can.
Yeah, Wale Tinubu's mother is a Benin woman. His sister to the one man. Listen to history so you learn. Wale Tinubu's mother is the sister of the wife of the Oba Iridawa.
Sorry, you're very...
Can you hear me?
All right. Let's just accept that Tinubu is let's just accept that Tinubu is related to.
No. It's not a matter of let's just accept, man. You have to understand. It's like this. It's not like nobody's claiming Tinubu. I said according to what is accepted, his name Tinubu. If it's since it's
you never told us all this before he became president.
I've said it before. But what I come here to be saying on public, everybody knows that now. Commissioner Tinubu's wife is the wife. The wife is the sister of Oba Iridiawa's wife. Omoregbe and Wale Tinubu are first cousins. Mother is a Benin woman. So what are we talking about here? So if Tinubu, President Tinubu, is claiming that Commissioner Tinubu is his father, that means his mother is a Benin woman. That's what we're just saying.
All right, that's fair enough. Nobody is arguing with you.
Yeah. But he went there on a request from President Tinubu to see him privately. And they went there for Raka Dede. You understand, one man?
All right. All right. I knew you wouldn't let that one go anyway. I only brought it on because of you anyway, and predictably you reacted to it. But let's get back to Ogbeni. So, Ogbeni, back to you. I think both you and World Peace, you're having the attention of your sons, but let's have your attention for a moment. Ogbeni, so yes, what are you looking at in the news today?
Well, three things. You know, I've been off that track for a while, but three major things struck me today. First is Samuel Nekpa declaring another 2 weeks stay at home in the land of my brothers in the southeast. I don't know how they are taking that, but
the land of the rising sun.
Declaring another 2 weeks till end of July. I don't know how that region is going to survive. I don't just know. And it's declaring total seats. I don't know. Whoever is still supporting that guy needs to go and check their brain very, very well if he's still really working. I mean, you sitting in Finland or where you have your family there, you're enjoying your life, and you are ordering people to, I mean, to even take people to the hospital and learn that is a problem in that space. Why? I don't know. I think my brothers from the southeast should be able to be answering those questions. But I just wonder, and
Do you also wonder why the Nigerian state is not putting diplomatic pressure on Finland?
but yes, but so when I look a bit into history, Finnish government happened to be one of the supporters of the Biafran Republic during the war. And I know, all these diplomatic ties, they always have this. So because of maybe the connection back then, you never can tell. Probably Nigeria as a country doesn't since then, probably we don't still have a good relationship with the Finnish government or Finland as a government. Possibly they still have that sympathy of the Biafra thing, and I don't know. I can't really even speak
But
much.
can we not leverage the European Union to pressure these people? Because they're costing human lives in our country. These are Finnish people. Because
European Union.
I can't blame Simon Nipa. I have to blame Finland because they are facilitating what he's doing.
But okay, look at Nnamdi Kanu. Nnamdi Kanu was as dangerous as Samuel Nepa when he was outside also there. Now Nigerian government, whether by illegal, which I don't call illegal anyway, for me, white is not the direct opposite of black. I know Des and others will come out and Ekene will come out now and say, all those lawyers. But I know. So let me just report myself first. But let me tell you, for me, white is not the direct opposite of direct opposite of white. It's not. So there are different grades of white and different grades of black. So if you say Samuel Ekpa, I don't just know. I don't understand that. I don't really understand that space. So that bothers me a lot. It bothers me a lot. So I said three things, and the second one is Labour Party calling out or asking for prosecution of Yakub Mahmood. I don't know why, and I keep asking, why would you? What's his crime? And you are saying they should prosecute him, not even to investigate him. So now in Nigeria, we now take that EU report has become an enforceable verdict. you see where our slavery mentality will take us to. So now, because some men,
Ogbeni, sorry, I want to quickly cut you short. You're talking about slavery mentality. Did you know yet the other day saying we should go and appeal our election cases in England?
Who said that one? I've not seen that one.
Who said that? Who said that?
One man, you guys are behind. It said that Nigerian Supreme Court should be the tribunal phase. Then the result of the court then should not be the appeal should be held in England.
Who said that?
Okay, one man, check it on YouTube. You'll see it.
We must maybe one of those will be that family TV. I love going to those houses. It's only that I don't have time recently. all those will be that TV. Apologies to the obedience in the house. When you go there sometimes, the kind of analysis they make, I'll just.
But Ogbeni, don't you think that that Obidati space make this election very, very interesting?
Yes, my brother.
Forget about politics.
No, I agree. And I believe it's still one of the things that is pushing this government to, want to ensure that they please people. So they should keep on. But my own is that there's a limit to madness. You could push the government. You could play good opposition. For instance, I say in UK here, you see Labour. The way Labour pushes conservative, they push them. But when it comes to the national unity, they know their boundaries. They know where you don't push things too far. But and I think that's the areas I think the obedience should start learning quick. There's a limit to which you push, and then people now start wondering: is it for the love of the country, or for the love of a man, or for the interest of snatching power? Which one exactly?
Or just for the chaos of it. A part of me, Ogweni, I think a part of me feels that this obedient movement, they are just luxuriating in the attention and the chaos, and nothing else. I think they just like they just the screaming and shouting. They're enjoying it too much.
One man.
I don't think any of them thinks anything comes out at the end of it. But
One man.
they are moment in the sun. Was it Andy Warhol that says everybody gets 15 minutes of fame?
Yes. See, a lot of things I see now in so many of my obedient friends. Some of them is for the attention of it. Somebody that has never had that kind of attention. If you mention Obi now, you know that it's going to draw people's attention. So there are some people, the attention lovers now, they love it. They just want to say something or do something that everybody will start saying yes. Then there's this set that what they try to achieve is to make money. You see all those ones, some of them with YouTube channels, talk about B. Because if you talk about B now, in fact, if you say, tomorrow, in fact, King Charles is going to declare Obi as the president of Nigeria, you see people clicking like. You wonder where do they put their brain? How can King Charles declare that they don't want to think? It's not their business. They do it's not just their business. Because I asked somebody today now, is my friend, very good friend, obedient. Immediately I saw the news, I sent to him. He said, and he was trying to justify. I said, no, you're a lawyer. Look, European Union report is not even an official report of the European Union. It's a report of subcommittee, one sub, maybe 3 sub away from the European Union. And they just came to Nigeria, they lodge them in a place, they get their extra code, they're enjoying their life, they stay in Abuja and have some snippets of some cities, have some people in some few cities there in Nigeria. They can't go to Katangora, or you go to Mubi or Ubaskira, you go to Hong or Song or BU. Go to all those spaces and go and try your luck. They won't go to all those spaces, and they will just sit there, pick their pen, then write a very lovely, sweet letter. And then somebody in Nigeria is saying, oh, based on that, they should start prosecuting the leader of the INEC in Nigeria. Do you know what I did immediately when I saw that thing? I rushed to go and check EU report on Trump election. And there was a pass mark. I said, look at these people. With all the mail-in controversies EU that surround Trump election, Joe Biden and all sorts, you gave it a pass mark, but you came to Nigerian space. I've read the report. I took my time to read their report. If you look at their conclusion and you look at the incident they're talking about, you hardly see correlation. It's just like, but many Nigerians they bought to the idea because it's answering the question they've always wanted to ask. So they mention some few crises in some places in Lagos space. Somebody they stab here, they kill some people here, they intimidate some people here, they use money to buy vote here. Just few places. And then from there, you now draw your conclusion about the election of 174,000 polling units. I mean, as a researcher, when I saw that, I said, these people go to school at all? But I don't blame us in Africa. Once we see people in white skin, even if the person is just a dropout from college, or the person is just a first degree in psychology or sociology, as long as he's in the white skin, we believe that, whatever report he writes is the best. And it's going to be international. We call it international. And I say white skin doesn't connote international. It doesn't connote global. White skin is white skin. It's local from his own space. But anyway, I see Oshutokun flying around with it, and it's making all this what I call gentle noise, because it doesn't really make noise, but his own noise is very gentle among them.
you know, and I like Akin Oshitokun. I used to like him until he became an obedient. Because I did not see that direction in his career path. Because I thought he was a serious-minded person that I have to blame Obasanjo anyway, because he gifted him to the obedient space. But do you think do you think that was an error on his part to agree to be part of that narrative, the obedient space?
No, I don't think it's an error, because that has
you don't think it's better than that what the obedient space? You don't think it's better than that?
I don't think so. Ever since Obasanjo has left government, who is talking about Akin Oshitokun? He's gone with Obasanjo era now.
No, it used to appear. You know, there's this program that Ruben Abati used to do.
I know.
And there was this lady from something or the other. She cut her hair, and then he's always there, and then one other person. And I used to watch that program a lot, and I used to marvel at his mastery of the workings of he was the was it it was the leader of the editors. He's had a lot of senior positions.
He was a member of the editorial board of This Day.
Yes, he's had a lot of senior positions, which has crafted a really admirable political life, and is an academician as well. Why would somebody like that end up in that sort of obedient space? It's just and you don't think it's suffering a reputational damage?
I don't think so. At least he's still using his diction and good control of English grammar.
Yeah, but to sell more product, I can understand somebody like Donyo Okupe, who I see in the same bracket as Dele Momodu. But Akin Oshitokun, I mean,
Omar, you are not being fair to Donyo Okupe.
Is Donyo Okupe? Is it not an educated version of Dele Momodu?
Please don't put Donyo Okupe in the same bracket with Ovation guy.
Who is above?
It's Dele Momodu now. The finance,
really?
The elegance. Bad.
You think Dele Momodu has more finesse than Donyo Okupe?
Yes, he has more.
And I don't think so. Donyo Okupe has a vastly superior brain to. Donyo Okupe is one of the best brains we have in Nigeria. One of the best.
Well, I don't know. I don't know what's attracting you to Donyo Okupe anyway. I've seen Donyo Okupe during Jonathan's time, and that actually exposes I don't know what I can call the hypocrisy and the psychophancy. So that irritates me. I'm probably that beclouds my.
Okay, do a hierarchy of brilliance. Let me give you three names, and then give me a hierarchy of brilliance. Leaving your prejudices aside, just in terms of just pure brilliance of their functionality, their command, their authority, and how they project. So Femi Fani-Kayode, Donyo Okupe, and the fat boy from Ovations.
In terms of what now?
He used whatever criteria, just a hierarchy of brilliance.
If it's about brilliance, I will put FFK, regardless of his.
Because he went to Oxbridge, Abi?
No, not. Well, that's part of it anyway, because before you can even make it to Oxbridge, you should know. But
no, it's daddy's money that got him in there. You know, it was there with Bianca Ojukwu now. It was daddy's money back in the
Who told you Bianca is not smart and very intelligent woman? Hey, Baba. Oxbridge. It's not just about your money. You may have your money and they still deny you your admission. So for me, I'll put FFK, I'll put Dele Momodu, then I'll put Donyo Okupe as the last. So it's just
I want to ask a question.
Yes, sir.
In that Labour Party space, I want you to explain that Arab and B calling for the arrest of Baya Adebanjo. I want you to explain what is the background of calling for the arrest of Aya Adebanjo and Peter Obi.
specifically?
It's a big space you are opening. I think Arabambi went too far, but he said there are a lot of things he said in that video, apart from that area that you just unpicked. So if I had to analyze that interview, a lot of things he said in that interview, some were true, some I think he went too far. So for me, I think he went too far by calling for the arrest because somebody just sent a tweet and then you deleted your tweets. That's as per Peter Obi now. Yeah, I have a right to tweet and delete it now. So Peter Obi has never said Tinubu is not a president. He only deleted. And to me, my immediate reaction is that the fear of that Obi himself is even fear of the obedient movement. because those Obi guys, they don't get tribal mark, they will even start attacking Obi himself. So he just gently deleted the thing. And he didn't make further comment on that. So calling now say somebody treason, I don't see any treason, but I'll pardon Arabami because I'm not sure he's a lawyer. So no serious person should take his legal, his vituperation, his legal thing that he's talking about serious, because he's not coming from a lawyer. But regarding Baba Adebanjo, I think that one should be that man should be invited by now for questioning. You don't spend your life till that age and you want to cause chaos here before you leave. That's the way I see it. Due respect. He kept telling us that I'm old enough. He kept telling us that I know I'm close to my grave. He kept telling us that he's old. If he dies today, he will die gloriously. He has spent his life well. He has done this. Fine. You've done this. Then why must you cause chaos in the country? Why must you be granting interview to be saying that you don't accept that somebody is a president? That's the way extremism starts from. That's extremism. That's absolutism. You don't agree except until you as a personal person agrees. Even if the constitutional authority said this is the person, you won't agree. Then go and form your own government. Then find a space. If there's any space that is still remaining somewhere in the space, go and find it and be living there.
Snake Island. You can go and be the president of Snake Island.
Unconnected with any country. After all, Elon Musk is going to the moon. All of them are going to the moon. If you have his own chance, also go there. Go and conquer a land there and then become the president yourself. But as long as you are living with you other human beings, you must subject yourself to their laws. You must subject yourself to the constitutional authority. You can't be a law to yourself and a law to yourself. That's the way I see that man. I think by now they should invite that man for questioning, for declaring that Tinubu is not yet the president, is not yet. So, and the question I keep asking, okay, Tinubu is not yet the president, but the policy is affecting you in your cocoon where you are sitting in maybe Ibadan, Lagos, and yet he's not your president. You are just denying the reality. So why don't you just wake up? So that's one I see. The another thing I see that Rabambi said,
sorry, before you move on, you know the danger of that Tinubu is not our president. Do you know that we saw it play out on an aeroplane when some guy went wild?
Yes, that guy.
And it was confined down to mental institution. So they think they are saying casual words, but at the extreme end of it, we saw it on that plane now, but carry on already, carry on.
Yes, because you see, when you ignite things like that, and all these misguided youth pick it up, they run with it. Like those Babana, they have some people that are looking up to them. They slavishly follow whatever they say. So when you come out and say, oh, no, he's not a president, he's not a president here, you don't believe he's a president, he's told a mandate, he's da. Then the misguided youth to just pick the thing and run with it. And they can do anything. During Abacha days, do you know some guys hijacked aircraft? If you remember that story. About 6 guys like that hijacked aircraft and landed in Niger. Was it Niger or Chad? Somewhere outside Nigeria. They were misguided. They were misguided by some activists around that were just talking military, this and that, and those guys hijacked plane. So that's the way I see it. yes, Arabambi spoke well in terms of Baba Adebanjo, but in terms of Peter Obi has not done anything wrong. He only sent his own tweet. If you are not in his space, you don't. For me, I don't read his tweet because I'm not in his space. I don't even have Twitter. I can't. But for those people that are in his space, it's because you are comfortable with whatever he's saying. You are one of probably his disciples. Then stay there and listen to him. The day he angers you or irritates you, then pull out. That's why it's not a public space like that, you know. So he spoke well on that. But there's something he said about Peter Obi not contributing any. Peter Obi being a nominal. He said Peter Obi is a nominal candidate or so, and they asked him to explain that. For me, he gave a very good explanation, which I think somebody who is objective should sit down and think well about this man, Peter Obi. He said throughout the campaign and everything, Peter Obi didn't really campaign for Labour. It was just me and myself. That Peter Obi denied so many of their gubernatorial candidates at their level and compromised their interest. And he mentioned good numbers of them, Port Harcourt, mentioned many numbers, Kano, Gombe, and all of them. And he said, so as far as he's concerned, it's a nominal this thing. So he spoke well in that area, but by and large, I don't think a real party man should be doing what Arababi is doing. If you have any rancor with him, stay in court and fight the shama you are fighting. Stay with your candidate. After Supreme Court decision, you can now say, okay, Mr. Candidate, we want to even audit you. The money you collected on behalf or in the name of Labour Party for this election, come and give your account. If Peter Obi doesn't give that account, go to court against Peter Obi. But not now that you guys are still in the tribunal. There should be unity within the house. Although, with the evidence they
do you think Abure will turn against him ultimately?
Abure will be relieved from that office either now or later. I'm so sure of that. You see that forgery case, the Arambambi set will make sure that they find it to the logical conclusion. And it seems with all the documents they carry around, I think they have a good case. If they have a good case against him, that man may eventually be smelling Nigerian prison if he's not careful. So, well, that's the second thing that bothers me, the EU. So the third one that bothers me is this Abure you just mentioned now. Abure said we should be preparing for presidential election rerun. And I laugh. I don't understand this guy. When we finish election, they came out and said we won and we will prove it. So we won and prepare for rerun. Is that not oxymoron? I don't know which figure of speech I should even use. That's
people are not even ready for that rerun themselves.
No, not forget if they are ready or not. It's not going to happen. So they don't have to be ready for what's not going to happen.
Rerun in Nigeria to spend how much to do rerun. You know what, man? Let me tell you one question I asked some of my lawyers friends in Obi's team. So, each time when they return from court, we have this platform. It's my class platform, but there are a lot of Obi lawyers who are practically in the team there. So we used to discuss and, we will argue. So that's the question. I said, see, let us put ourselves in the position of Yakubu now. Let's say I'm the chairman of INEC. Election had commenced. From the IT session, they told me, Oga, this server is being compromised. A lot of hackers or a lot of people, tampering with this thing. We have no option. We've tried all our options to block them off. There's no way we can block them. They're not within Nigerian space. They're attacking from outside. Okay, call Amazon. We tried Amazon. Amazon also is on it. Okay, what do you think is the solution? I say, oh God, we need to shut this thing out for now. Or we stop the election for now. So I asked some of my friends, I said, what option do you think we will take? You have these two options. Is that you stop the election so that we can deal with the security of the server, or let our election continue, then
we shut the server. You know, they all look, and then turn into a Gideon and everybody left without giving me any answer. I said, for me, I would choose the option of let this election continue because of the amount I've spent on this election. Because if Yakubu should come out on that day and say, I stopped this election, we will hold this election so soon. And Yakubu is saying, but we will still pay all our dog staff, and I'm asking for extra budgetary or supplementary of that. Labour Party will be the first party in Nigeria to make noise and be shouting everywhere.
This is what I said. They are just in it for the chaos. There's no rhyme or reason to any. You cannot apply logic to anything that has to do with Labour Party or the obedient movement. But if you know how to be to shout and be aggressive, then you can have a conversation with that space. But if it's logic and reason, just forget. They would do your head in. They will scramble your brain just with the ludicrousness of it all.
I'm telling you. So I said, wait, I've not seen INEC explanation. They only say technical glitch. Some of my friends said it's already contained in Michael MOB's witness statements, which is about 100 and something paragraphs that they explain the issues. No, not MOB own, the INEC guy. They've explained everything that happened there. Okay, so since they've not made it public, at least we'll see it in the judgment. But my own is if I find myself in that situation, you see, they say, oh, he made a promise, he made a promise. You know, everybody talk about this promise. I said, look, I've occupied a public office before, at least at the level of a state level and at the level of just legal advisor to a governor. And I understand a public office. You must be optimistic. They say, oh, why didn't you tell them? No. Okay, you have a system and put a system in place. And this is what the system can perform. I will be optimistic to the last minute that this thing must work. But at the same time, I will still be a realist when the problem comes. That's leadership in public office. Whoever has not had public office before should just shut your mouth. Because it's not by mouth. You don't know the kind of pressure and how you must be optimistic in public office if you have never heard it before. Because you need to keep the optic there in the public. You see all those governors and those public officers coming to address press. They understand that you must be optimistic, and they understand that there's a level of information you must put out there. So sometimes I feel for Yakubu when I see people saying all sorts of things. Okay, go and prosecute him. The man should resign. The man is the worst thing that's ever happened to Nigeria. The man is I just pitied the guy. I said, well, the work he has gone to do is a thankless job. So whoever is going to public office, particularly at that kind of level, you should be expecting things like that, So that's about that in that space. I don't know why Abure is saying we should be prepared for a rerun. I think
he was speaking to it was actually on a Zoom call with the obedient movement in the United States, and then it was in the course of that conversation that he landed on that bombshell that from his samplings from the courts that it looks as though there's going to be a rerun, that the APC are already preparing for a rerun, and then therefore that the Labour Party should start to gather for a rerun. And then when I was reading that, the thing that just came to my mind was that the guy was trying to fleece them for even more money. He just wants to. I thought it was just a 419 thing that he was trying to do. Because of course he's notorious for 419, Abure.
So that so they will contribute more money.
Yes. You did not go there immediately. It's just after they will contribute for the rerun, and then they will another round of fundraising.
Man, nice one, man.
Only Kwaraku. The man that wears that big hat, you already know it's a con man. It looks like one of those 1960s American gangsters, you know.
Abule man.
Ole
Abule.
Parato. Go to this headline on your screen, Ogbeni. President Tinubu constitutes Gbadabiamila-led committee to get new appointees for dissolved government boards. So, you know, of course, all of the parastatals, Tinubu has stepped down the lead on all those spaces.
Yeah.
So now, Gbadabiamila now to come up with a formula for appointments. So I'm saying that this is the dollar end of the chief of staff space. Of course, a lot of people will be, he's now the, you know. But I was also saying, is this not an opportunity for that Onosoye report? So that as they are looking at these portfolios to see who fits in where, should they not bring on board the Onosoye report to see how many of these spaces are duplicitous and we can get rid of? So is this an opportunity for house cleaning, Ogbeni?
Well, I think so. Cutting governance costs should be, that's Baba Orosoye's report, 2012. And I think it's something we should take serious now in Nigeria. Now they tell us that we don't have money. Although I don't believe in that. I don't believe in that nonsense. That Nigeria, that we don't have money. I believe we have money. Well, that's what they put out there, and that's what successive government has been putting out. And we still keep seeing a lot of scandal of people stealing billions, and the country is still bouncing. So yes, I think it's time to start cutting costs. And but for Gbadabiamila, you see, I don't know. You see all these government, because I stayed in Abuja for more than 10 to 13 years now, right? Yeah. And see, many of these parastatals, I don't think we need them. I don't know. You know, I've never served at informed government in federal level. I've never served in the presidency. They may understand why they are keeping them. But, Mama, I don't know if you've been to all these spaces. You see, you get to some parastatals in Abuja, you feel like, what is this one existing for now? They will just put maybe one tiny Fulani girl there. He's just there and enjoying his life, and he's just there, and they keep allocating money to that space, and you see them traveling outside. The kind of cars they even park outside, you know, exotic cars, and they don't do anything. They just take their tea in the morning with their veil all over their body. Then Thursday, weekend has started. By Tuesday, they will return. Tuesday to Wednesday is just the days for work. And on and on. I can mention so many parastatals that I know like that. And I keep wondering, so why are we keeping all these parastatals there? And I believe this is one of the things that somebody like Obi would have done if he emerged as the president, because that's the major thing he campaigned on, cost of governor, which I don't really believe is going to cut anything because of the National Assembly. But I believe these are the things he could do through his executive power, you know, at least to keep the obedience going, and also to, you know, to make them think it's working, which would eventually be a good thing for us in our space. So, well, that's for me on that. I know experts who understand public service better would have a better say on why we are still keeping many of parastatals we have in Nigeria. But I know many of them are not really. Look at, I think they said Tinubu now has returned Hajj Commission or so. It's like Baba Council dissolved it when he was there. It's like they said, I read one news about their Hajj Commission has returned or something like that. Let me tell you, I don't know what we are using that commission for.
Let me tell you what I don't know. Ogwene, let me tell you what I don't know what we're doing with. We have the ICPC, which is wrapped around financial crimes. We have the EFCC, which is wrapped around financial crimes. And then we have the Nigerian police. which is wrapped around crime. So, I mean, what's the meaning of that? What is the meaning of that? We have three institutions, all of them that will have all of the accoutrements of whatever parastatus they are, all doing the same one job. Can the Nigerian police not have a department for financial crimes and all of these things that are? What's even the meaning of all that? It's just the duplicitousness of it, just for its own sake, agencies.
I agree, Oma. I agree, and we still have DSS. Don't forget.
And DSS,
and we have there's another one they call NIA. That one is around that area 10 NIA. Do you know we have that one too? It's not the same as DSS. We have national.
Yeah, is that not is that not our FBI?
Yes, we have NIA.
Yeah, but no, that one can stand alone now because that's a specialism, isn't it?
Special in what now? So that NIA and DSS cannot work together, right?
Yeah, they can work together. So those are two. Yes, those are two overlaps. Yes, those are two overlaps.
And we have Interpol. So what's that one doing too? A lot. I'm telling you, a lot. If you get to Abuja, on education alone, if you know, sometimes I wonder. I say, why all these parastatals? Why are they not under Federal Ministry of Education and let them just be an office or even a desk? I wanted to do one of my clients recently.
Yes, EFCC should not be more than a desk within the police. EFCC is a desk. Is a desk.
No more. It should be a desk in either the IG office or Attorney General's office, either of the two. It's just make it a desk because in the do more of investigation, or maybe their investigating unit should be in IG. Then their prosecutory unit should be in the AG office. Why not? All these things is achievable now. But you know Nigeria now, code of conduct.
And they will go and build some fantastical building. If you see some of the buildings they are building for this nonsensical.
You are telling me. I'm telling you,
my God.
During when they were trying, not Saraki, when they were trying Onogen, the CJN, the one Buhari used the expert order to chase away. When they were trying that guy, that man, that was when I realized that code of conduct bureau, code of conduct tribunal, they just separate it. I said, what's the difference? Code of conduct bureau. I said, this is madness. It's the same thing. Code of conduct bureau is where you go and feed the form, do da and then submit. Then tribunal is when there's a breach, then you take it to tribunal. So why are you now duplicating all this on these houses? If you go to somewhere in Gariki now, you see what they call Christian Welfare Pilgrim Board. I said, what was this one now? Christian Welfare Pilgrim, for who is doing pilgrim? Why is pilgrimage compulsory for Christians? So why do we have this thing? It should just, even if we're going to have it, it shouldn't be a board or commission. It should just be a desk in the Ministry of Interior. Just put it there, one desk. Correspondence.
A staff of 10. That's all you need. A staff of 10. Yeah.
Yes, to just be doing his own thing there, and or maybe you put it under corporate affairs. So just find somewhere to put this thing. See, there's this one they call what's this one? No, apart from our immigration, there's one they call. This one is also in Gariki. Is it Department of Immigration Services? Something like that. So down as that. This one should just be a desk in immigration now. There's a national civil registration. See, I can't. All
right. Ogweni, take a question from Prince Daddy, who I think is keen to ask you a question. And then after that, I want to take you to this headline on the screen. But Prince Daddy wanted to put a position to you. Prince, good to see you.
That's fine.
Oh yeah, thanks, Foreman. Hello, everyone. Hey, what's up, Ogweni? How you doing?
Yeah, bro.
Yeah, actually, question to you, or maybe general. So, I'm trying to put the INEC chairman, what's his name? Yakubu, right?
Yakubu.
Right.
Yeah.
Because he's a man of power, obviously,
and INEC is the strongest institution, I would say, in the Nigerian space. But I don't want to believe that Yakubu was neutral in this election, because I think is an inside man, and I think he knows a lot of things going on, of course, in the Buhari's government, and perhaps the leaning they were taking in this election. I know people try to make a big deal out about the midnight or 3 a.m. announcement or pronouncement of the winner of the presidency. Do you think Yakubu was under any pressure at all to do the wrong thing or to compromise? Because I think he wanted to be fair, but I think there was a lot of pressure coming from different parts that were anti-Tinubu. So I think, I mean, who knows? It could have been much easier for him to just wait in the morning and announce the winner. But the move that he made, not in connivance with Tinubu or APC, so to speak, but it did it because it sensed some shenanigans or some powers at play. They were trying to undermine the election. Do you have any take on that or any sensitivity to that topic?
Well, for me, I've had an experience of being a victim of accusations that sounds very logical. Yet, being the victim, I knew there was lies and falsehood, but I couldn't explain myself. And then, even my close associates and pals, at a point in time, began to be wondering whether it actually happened. So, because I've had that experience before, I always have this kind of not sympathy really. I always put myself in the shoes of whoever is a public officer that is being alleged of, like this one, that people allege the Yakubu of connivance and probably pressure from Buhari and others. But let me tell you one thing I know, which for me would not make me to come to a conclusion unless there's a concrete
before you say that, Albany, look at the image on your screen.
New minimum wage.
No, not the title. The image. Do you recognize the hat that Mahmoud Yakubu is wearing?
Yes, that's APC hat.
Oh, there it is.
According to them back then, they said it's a APC hat. But I know that that hat may not necessarily be for APC.
It is.
No, because people buy hats and there are a lot of patterns there. This pattern was not. In fact, you may even be surprised that this man has acquired this thing before formation of APC. This cap you see might have been in this guy's wardrobe for a very long numbers of years before APC even formed. Before APC start using bro. It's just like these days now. When you do something and you put rainbow shirt or something rainbow, they start connecting with pride and all these things. But we've been using rainbow before they came, before they adopted the thing. So that's the way I see it. I don't know, but they're accusing back then that it's a guy was wearing APC this thing. But where I'm going is this. We all know that Buhari never supported Tinubu. Buhari never wanted Tinubu to succeed him. So when people say, oh, probably there was this pressure from the president, pressure for whom? From who now? From Buhari, same Buhari that didn't support Tinubu, same Buhari that frustrated the guy with money, change, through Emefiele, through this and that. So is that Buhari now? Same Buhari that El-Rufai and all of us were fighting. Ganduje J and all of that were fighting, that is frustrating their candidate. So is it that same presidency that will be prioritizing Yakubu? That's the question I keep asking myself. Except if what Buhari was just doing to us, just playing drama, which I don't want to believe.
Sakama J.
Maybe
Obani.
Sakama J for us. But
Obani.
Yeah.
Don't you think that those northern governors
have much power than Buhari. Just think about how they fought Buhari that policy. Buhari couldn't even do anything. He was just looking at them.
Yes.
Just think how they fought him in the primary.
Yeah.
That he couldn't even stand up to say, "This is my candidate," and they fully support that person.
Yes.
So don't you think that those northern governors have much power more than even Buhari? Because I believe that the failure of Buhari is based on those powers that are behind. So I think that Buhari having power doesn't necessarily contribute in the success of APC, because if you could remember, Buhari was just a candidate to take over power from the PDP, and they achieved that. So he couldn't, even Tinubu contributed much more. Much more. When you want to contest an election, you don't even have money to buy ticket. How do you think that president will even perform without the instruction given from those northern governors and all that? So what do you think about that?
Yeah, that's a very good pushback, which I agree. What you are saying is that the prayer could actually come from those governors. It may not really be necessarily from the presidency. But one thing you also agree with me is that for the prayer to come from the governors, then it is remote. Assuming prayer come from the governor, that prayer will not be as strong as prayer coming from presidency, because that's the person that hired you. But coming from governor, then it must have been not a prayer this time around, not compelling you this time around. It must be something to influence you, to sway you, to persuade you, because they don't have a direct control over you. It's the presidency that actually can fire you, that has a direct control. That's where I see. Then secondly, Atiku could have better influence on Yakubu than all these governors is talking about. Because when you look at it at the end of the day, the northern space still delivered for Atiku. 6 million per almost 7 million. And when you look at where he gathered his thing, it's the north. So in most cases, the few governors that Tinubu had in those spaces, yes, El Rufai, maybe it's the one prayoring the man, or Ganduje, or who else that could go and pray. So yeah, so my answer is neither there or there. I know. My answer is that I try to weigh it, because I've been a victim of things like that before. People throwing falsehood and false allegation that I can't really explain, and people connecting. When it happened to me, they connected story together that I can't even. Me say, if I start doubting myself, like, oh boy, this story, look at it. Oh, I went somewhere. I was flying. I concluded the program in Abuja, and then I was going to London that Friday. Then I was supposed to come back to Abuja on Monday. So the gentle guy from was it this day, or where is this guy from? This day saw me at the airport Friday. So by Monday, as I was returning, he saw me again. So he felt like, okay, after the program, he traveled. So by the time he connected my story together, I started connecting something like a money laundry. This is the guy they used to launder money. He would travel Friday and then return on Monday, an average. So person can know what's his salary. Went to go and check my salary and start connecting and see. And yes, ICBC, all of them started inviting me. So I've been a victim before. I can't just pick things and say, oh, yeah, there's a prayer on this man, and then it compromise. That is one. Two, now when you say somebody compromised this election, let me tell you a question I always ask. At what point and at what level? There were elections at polling unit level. We all know. No doubt about that. Many people still want to argue that. I said, no, you can't argue that. There were elections at the polling unit level. Obi didn't even question that also. Atiku did not question that there was no election. None of them. All of them agreed. And they all agree they use beavers, and beavers function fine for accreditation and voting. They all agree that they counted the votes. They all agree that they feel Form E-8A, which is the election result. They all agree on that. Where is their point of disagreement? Their point of disagreement is on the point that after this, you were supposed to upload, you did not upload. And they've been able to show that uploading is not the same thing as collation. Uploading is just for the public to it's a repository, just for the public to have sense of what is happening. Collation is still manual. So the question I keep asking is, so at what point did Yakubu, who was sitting in that his seat in Abuja and everybody could see him on the TV, so at what point did he manipulate and by which means? Is it by shutting down that IREF? Now, if he shut down that IREF, does it change what is on the EC8As? Does it change what is in the counterpart copy that were given to the agents of Labour Party and PDP? So you see, these are the questions I keep asking, and I would really love Obedient to are very objective to start looking at it from this light and ask those questions. So what exactly did changed? What exactly did Yakubu do?
Ogbeni,
Yeah,
Ogbeni,
Ogbeni, let me say this.
See, Ogbeni,
Okay,
what they need to do is to come and tell us the exact number of
hold on. Oh yeah, let Akim come in first. Yeah, Akim.
Yeah, what they need to do is to come out and tell us if they say the one INEC announces a wrong result, let them come out and tell us the actual number they got in that election. Because this idea of I've never seen this kind of accusation before in my life since I've been following election. You must present something to the public to say this is our own result that we collated from polling unit. In total, we got 12 million votes, or we got 8 million votes, or they can't just be fueling the emblem of fire without
just
actually
empty
bringing
noise,
anything
isn't
out.
it? Akim, really, it's
Yeah,
empty noise.
they could just come out. I'm expecting them to just come out one day and say, after our coalition, this is our own result. We got 9.5 million votes, or we got S million votes. Why have they not done that?
My brother, see, I don't know if you watch Oshuntogun.
Let me just add on. Sorry, Ogwen. Ogwen, can anyone hear me? Can you hear me, Ogwen?
Yes,
I can hear you.
I can hear you.
All right. Well, yes. Just to add on to what Akim said, and then you carry on. The one thing that surprised me in this whole thing is just the frippery of it. The whole article of the something. It's the frippery of it. It's just the flimsiness and flakiness of it. It's not substantially data led, and they're telling us that it's from Guinea, and then he has some drug case in something or the other, and then his name is not. You were expecting an abundance of statistical data, something substantial, something something weighty, but it's just this flimsy, sort of flaky, somewhat nonsensical, somewhat a bit empty-handed, sort of flim flam. It's just flim flam, isn't it, Ogweni? It's not, and it's disappointing. It's not even a fight. Look at Oba of Benin already going to Rock to,
When Obi, see, when they finished the election and Obi said, we won and we will prove it, there's something in me that said, okay, maybe for the first time.
You got excited, Abby?
Yes. As the lawyer in me, like, okay, maybe for the first time we'll have election petition that is going to be based on forensic analysis and data this time around, evidence. Because for this man to come out and say that I won and I will prove it, then he must have something. But you see, when they brought out the petition and I read 25% Abuja, is that the way you want? Shetima not nominated where? Okay. Drug. So, where exactly? How did you win this thing? And then at the end of the day, you now start talking about two space, Benue and Rivers. And after that, you started complaining that they didn't allow you to have access to documents. Document that I know, I found the election petition, I know this document, you have the counterpart. Use it to do your calculation and tabulate. Let me see. I watch Oshuntogun
Sorry to interrupt you, Ogbeni, but that in itself should have been the basis for them to just tell them to get out of court, or not even to get to be flogged out of court.
You
Because
won't do that.
we can do also in Nigeria now. You get godo to flog them.
Obani, I want to ask.
You say you have the. Hold on. I'm making a point. You can come after. You say you won the election and you can prove it. So prove it, and then you are saying you have to go into the IREC, IREC something to prove it. So then what proof do you have to say that you want this thing, which you have stated categorically that you do? But in order to prove it, you have to go into IREC. So you are not going into IREC, INEV something to validate the proof that you are presenting. No, you are not presenting any proof. You want to go in there to go and look for proof because you in your head think that you want it. Is that a fair summation of the whole of everything?
Obani, let me ask you before you continue. You join everything together. Do you really follow the petitioners? They are going every day by day. I just want to ask, please.
Yes, I followed now. I've done my analysis here before. I follow all the witnesses one by one, everything they said, all the questions they asked them.
Those during the forensic and those polling unit number, because I believe the two states you mentioned, it's not the only state they brought. Sokoto is there. Even Lagos State is about 13 local government. Even Ebonyi State.
Now, I keep saying it here. Everything you come to say in court, we must find a trace of it in that paper they call petition. If in your petition something is not there and you are coming to court to tender it, at the end of the day, the court will not look at all those things. You'll be surprised, in this judgment when it comes out.
No, for me, I'm not expecting much. I'm not expecting much from the court, but at least, following the process. It's not nonsensical for me. That is what I want to say.
Yeah, see, if you go and look at Oshun petition and judgment, the petition they have they filed in Oshun Adeleke petition, that Oyetola petition. Go and look at it. It's online. I think it's on Premium Times. Try to download it and look at it, and then compare it to Peter Obi petition. You will see the depth of work in Oyetola petition than that of Peter Obi. In that Oyetola petition, you will see them after the entire their petition, they now did a tabulation and tabulate. This is our valid score. This is how we should win this election. Because they have their papers with them. Okay, I was watching Oshotokun in his most recent interview, and Okibaloye asking one question. He didn't answer that question. Was it Okibaloye? No, it was Chamberlain. That okay, you have your own this thing. Who won in that election? That now, Atiku said I won. Obi is saying I won. Tinubu they declared. So the result you have with you, which is your own result, that you said you have tabulated and you know that Tinubu did not win. Who win in that thing? Obi or Atiku? Who won in that particular result? Your own. He couldn't answer that question. At the end of the day, he dodged under the general assertion of the case is still in court. If the case is still in court, what were you doing? Channels TV discussing the case.
But you don't expect somebody that is in court to come and be giving you numbers of who won the election. That will be going ahead of the court decision now.
But he can.
Hold on. So the same people who were asking for INEC chairman to be dismissed when the case is still in court. Is it not the court decision that will either vindicate INEC chairman or the other way around? If the court come out and say, okay, the election was good enough, so would that not be an endorsement of the job that Yakub Mahmoud did? But they have come out now to say it should be sacked, it should be prosecuted. even when the case is still in court.
No, it's not. It's not the issue of. For me, that issue of sacking the INEC chairman is a no-go area for now. At least after the judgment, they will know what will happen, because even the INEC themselves admitted that there are issues, which they have set out a committee to look into. They have started looking into the matters and all that, trying to resolve those issues that happened in the election. So INEC themselves know that there are issues and something went wrong. Maybe their electronic system failed. So they need to improve on all those things, and they have set out committee for those issues that happened. So what I'm expecting there is for Tinubu to intervene and improve those electoral system. So, but coming to what Ogbeni is saying, for me, if I have a case in the court, I will not appear on a national TV to discuss it. I will rather leave it. I will wait for the final judgment.
Sorry, was that not the purpose of his invitation? They invited him. Why they didn't invite him to the studio to come and discuss how to boil an egg?
Yeah, even if they invite him, there are some questions that he needs to do. Just like before Obi started that whole process, even Oshongo Kimbele asked him the same question. Obi told him directly that if I give you these answers, which one am I going to give the court? And that was the answer we gave him.
All right. All right. Pansat wants to interject. So come in, Pansat, but please let's not turn it into an atrocious back and forth. Just as pleasant as it was as when you came in, Pansat. Let's hear from you.
Thank you very much, and let me say hello to the host here, and fellow panelists and those in the chat section, as well as those listening to us from all over the world. Ogbeni, it's good to see you here again. I've always wanted to be able to have an interaction with you because you are in the legal field. We have key provisions of our electoral act.
You still have the traditional ringtone. Well done. That's not many people still have that ringtone. People are going for funky things now. But carry on,
That's a good observation, man. So Ogbeni, we have a country. That country, we're trying to be progressive about it. We fought very hard to have the Electoral Act passed. There's a lot of people, good Nigerians, who made that happen. And reluctantly, the president, former president, signed that bill in 2022. And that, I'm going to particularly focus your attention to the section 60 of that Electoral Act, where it says, by virtue of section 60, now subsection 5 of that Electoral Act, and if you read it concurrently with clause 38 of the regulations and guidelines for that conduct of that election, 2023 election, but based on the act of 2022, presiding officers must transmit results to the INEC result viewing portal, what they call the IRVP, right? On completion of elections.
Which section is that?
60, subsection 5 of the Electoral Act, not the Constitution. That Electoral Act, the last time you and I had it mixed up. So I hope you're not coming to talk about this stuff without reading that act. That act is important.
I have it here. I've read it separately.
Okay, so do you agree that it's a lawful act?
What section are you talking about?
No. Do you accept the Electoral Act of 2022 as a legal? Okay.
As a lawyer, why won't I accept a legislation? Do you know the meaning of the legislation?
Yes. By the way, I want to ask you a question. Snap it like one man said. Let's make it something educative, something to educate all of us, right?
I'm listening.
Okay, so once you read that particular subsection 5,
subsection 5 of 60,
right?
Okay, read it. Let me see. Let me hear you.
Okay, I'll read it for you. Let me pull it up. Okay, 65 says the presiding officer shall transfer the
Transfer.
result.
Note that.
Transfer the result, including the total number of accredited voters.
Yeah.
And the result of the ballot in a manner as prescribed by the commission.
Okay, good.
Now, so when you saw that shall there, you do take it as must, right?
Yes,
the presiding officer must transfer the result, including
as
the total.
prescribed by the commission.
As prescribed by the commission, exactly. Now, because you are emphasizing those points, can I then let me go ahead and read from 61 to that 65. I'll make it snappy.
61.
Yeah, 60 subsection 1.
Okay, read it, please.
Okay. The presiding officer shall, after counting the votes at the polling unit, enter the votes scored by each candidate in a form to be prescribed by the commission, as the case may be. You do know they did prescribe the form, right?
That's the form EC8A.
Right. So when you see that now, where it says the presiding officer shall, after counting the votes at the polling unit, enter the votes scored by each candidate in a form to be prescribed. But you see that they've already prescribed it. So whenever you see to be or as recommended by the commission, it's already been done. Like in the case of the manner to transmit, it's already been done, and they chose electronic transmission.
Wait.
That's a very important point. I want
are you asking him a question or you are telling him a position?
No, I am. I think he's going to concur with that. That's not me telling him. That's the way it is.
No, that's at his discretion, isn't it?
Mr. Pansat.
Yes, sir.
61 that you have read.
Right.
Simply talk about Form EC8A.
Right.
65 that you have read simply say INEC will decide the manner at which it will be transferred.
Okay, could you hold on? Because that's the main thing I want to establish with you. When you are reading this stuff, then when we go to the guidelines that I will go to, you will notice that number one, they have prescribed that form, and it's called the form EC8A and blah blah blah. Right? They've already prescribed. They also have prescribed the manner of transmission, which is electronic, right? So I don't hold on, because that's the main reason why I went through all this. But let me go to the key point I want to make to you, right? The key point I want you to know that it's actually against the law not to do so. A presiding officer that violates this requirement is liable on conviction to a fine of 500,000 naira.
Before we get to the liability, let's establish the facts. So, does anything that Pansat just said, does it concur with law?
Which one?
Whatever it is that it was just saying, it's a potpourri, isn't it? It's a potpourri.
What Pansat has ended up in saying, there are just two things. First, that there's a prescribed form which INEC has approved, by which every presiding officer must enter the result into when they finish, and that is from EC8A, not IRF.
Which they did, yes.
60, which they did. 65 now says that result now must be transferred. Mark that word, transferred in accordance with what INEC says they must transfer it. That's the 2 points he has been able to make.
Okay, hold on, please. So what I'm going to go to where it's going to be clause 38 of the guidelines, right? That's where they prescribe the manner, right? Because that's, before I go there though, please allow me to let me tell you about section 134 1C of that Electoral Act. Can you dig that up? Section
I have it. Grounds of
134 1C of that. It says non-compliance with the provisions of the Electoral Act.
No. Hold on. Let's just have a logical flow, because before you go punitive, establish facts. Yes.
Okay. So the second fact I want to establish to him is that in clause 38 of the procedure and guideline, can you pull that up? Of that 2022 INEC procedure and guideline. Excuse me?
Now. It's 2023, not 2022.
No, it's 2022, but it's for the 2023 election. The guideline was established in 2022.
Yeah.
And the clause that's important for us now and for the court is clause 38. Can you read that? Can you read it out?
Clause 38. Let me
Yes.
look for it for you.
Okay, take your time.
You can read out to us.
No, please. I really want you to really want to pull it up.
We
So
don't have that time.
No,
I
if
do,
you have
I do.
if you have it immediate to hand, because he's going to go and look for it. But if you have it immediate to
Okay,
hand,
I'll just Google it. That's okay. Clause 38.
Okay, you don't have it there.
No, I have it. I mean, as a lawyer, I'm trying to quote off the top of my head. Not everybody can do that, but
you're not a lawyer, so
procedure
what do you mean as a lawyer?
And guideline. One man, you don't know what I am.
Well, you've by your own admission, you've said here, but
I rather my
okay,
work speak for itself.
I've seen it. Let me read it.
Okay, now. Please read it very so that we could hear it.
Okay, so he said, on completion of all the polling unit voting and result procedures, the presiding officer shall 1. Electronically transmit or transfer the result of the polling unit direct to the collation system.
Hold on, please. Hold on right there. Hold on, please.
Okay.
No, hold on.
No, one man, hold on, please. I just want to emphasize system.
Can you
hold on, one man, please hold on. I want to emphasize system.
No, you hold on. Or when you land the fullness of it, and then you can push back. Land the fullness
to
of
the
it.
collation system as prescribed by the commission.
Right.
Then 2, the presiding officer shall use the beavers to upload a scanned copy of the EC8A to the INEC result viewing portal, that's IREF, as prescribed by the commission. 3, the presiding officer shall now take the beavers and the original copy of each of the forms in tamper evident envelope to the registration area or ward collation officer in the company of security agents.
Thank you.
The polling agent may accompany the presiding officer to the ward collation center.
Thank you very much. You could stop there because that's very important. I wanted to emphasize where that transmission would go to is to the system, not just to the center, but to the system, right? Now, let me tell you, one of the most progressive provisions of the Electoral Act is a provision for result management from the polling units, PUs, to various levels of collation and declaration of winners.
What's your understanding of this 38?
That is the major guideline. That's the INEC is empowered.
What is your understanding?
I'm gonna tell you my understanding of that
Let's start from
the clause.
38I. What's your understanding of 38I?
Hold on. What you have to understand is that
it's a conversation now.
No, we're having a conversation, but what you have to do, first of all.
No, he's asked you a question. If you're not able to understand, I am not able to answer.
He says what I understood from that clause. I was trying to tell you the function of INEC.
So tell us what you understand by that clause.
What I understand from that is that once if somebody comes and get accredited with the BVAS, right? And they vote, when the voting is done, right there, that polling unit, that result is meant to be transferred electronically to the system, the computer.
Is it transfer or transmit?
Both, right?
Okay, transmit.
Because let me land because that is not ambiguous. It used or. Okay, now because you have to understand that even in the argument you're trying to make with the transfer, if something happens to where that result is not electronically transferred, right?
Yes.
Then that particular election will be rerun.
Let's start with don't
goodness.
I'm not. I'm trying to tell you.
Let's start with your understanding of 38(1).
It's very clear.
What's understanding?
It's not ambiguous.
It's very clear. If it's that clear, they won't go to court and be debating.
Okay, then let me conclude. I was telling you what I understood. What I understood from that is that is the heart. INEC is supposed to determine if an election will be all manual, 100%. No, they determine that the actual transmission of the result from the polling unit has to be electronic, period.
Let me tell you my
the election
understanding.
is not electronic. There are a lot of manual. Voting is manual, and all kinds of things are manual. But the transmission of that result has to be electronic because they have to make a decision.
Can I
Remember
tell you
when he
my
said, hold on. You're not listening.
Let him land.
Yeah, please make sure that he really does let somebody land. He's not an arbiter.
No, so sorry.
Okay.
Let me coordinate and then.
Okay. Please, he's still talking.
Hold on. Sorry, you did say you wanna.
I've been listening to you now. I don't have all day.
Yeah. Oh, hold on, Ogweni. Be succinct and to the point, and leave out sentimentality. Just give us the core meat of what you want to deliver, and then Ogweni will give you the core meat of a legal angle, and then if we can make it just a delightful conversation.
Fascinating.
It should be go on. Go on.
Okay, so this clause 38, first of all, that guideline, procedure and guideline is law. It's very, very important because INEC is empowered to decide the manner.
A guideline is law.
Yes.
All right.
I hope he will concur with that.
I don't concur with it if you allow me to.
No, just stipulate that it's law. And that's all. Stipulate that it's law. Let me continue. Unless you say it's not law.
You've turned into a unilateral thing. It's
no. He's going to call you. The moderator will call you. But right now, the question pending for you, the procedure and guideline by INEC is law.
Just go on. Give it to us, and then we so that we can quickly.
Yeah, please, one man, could you have him answer that question? It's important. The procedure and guideline, the INEC procedure and guideline of 2022, it's law.
What do you mean by law? What type of law? What source of law are you talking?
It's binding.
It's a binding law. It's made by an agency, but it's the law guiding that election.
That's ambiguous. That's why you should allow me to enlighten you.
No, please just answer yes or no. When I finish, then you talk.
It's not a yes or no answer. Something
It's not law. It's not law.
What do you mean by law? What's the understanding of
law to me? Here's law to me in this case, right? You know how a city has an ordinance. That's law. That's a city. It makes an ordinance. That's law. Then you have legislation. Hold on. Then you have the Constitution. That's law, right? It's the paramount law of our country, is our Constitution. But the cities and the states can also make law. The law guiding the election.
Let's go back. I don't want us to go into some tangential, cul-de-sac.
INEC is now the National Assembly that creates law. Is that what Pansat is saying?
That's exactly what I'm saying. That's exactly what I'm saying. INEC makes the law. For example, the date for that election. Hold on 1 second. The date for that election, for example, February 25, is in that guideline. That's what establishes that. Nothing else. Not Constitution. Not Assembly. INEC has the power to make law. The day of that election is February 25.
What do you mean? INEC does not have the power to make laws. Even I know that.
Yes, they do. Now, this is where.
All right. Just
this is where Ogweni should come in and say and let you. Since that's who you respect.
All right, I'm allowing a 10-minute window for this conversation.
To validate your error.
Okay. Let me loan him 1 minute to validate.
I'm not trained that.
Go ahead.
I'm trained to. My virtue of my training and my practice. You argue to be heard.
Okay.
You don't argue.
It's my turn though. Just go ahead and interject. It's my turn.
I'm the one talking. You are interjecting. So it's not your turn. You are interjecting, and the rule here is that your interjection should be as short as possible.
Okay, go ahead. But I thought one man wanted me to land. Go ahead and talk about that. I'll give you 1 minute to do that. Go ahead.
So your point, no, you don't give me time. It's my space. I can give you time to interject. It's not you give me time.
One man,
so
please.
Now, let me tell you my understanding of 38(1). You have talked about your understanding. See, that's the beauty of law.
But please start with telling us if it's law or not. Start with that.
Even if saying it's law or not, it's an ambiguity, is what it's telling you.
If I start telling you what is law, that's why I
cannot tell me what is law. I'm trying to tell you. I'm trying to tell you what is law. You don't know what is law. I already gave you an example. I gave you an example.
All right. Hold on. Hold on. Can you hold on? I think we're going to move on from here. If Ogbeni cannot tell you what is law, but you can tell him what is law, then we're having a nonsensical conversation.
No, because he apparently doesn't know.
Because he teaches law, and you have no training in it. So how are you positioned
I
to?
probably taught his mates or his classmates law.
All right.
So what the point is not coming out here to flash to establish. If I want to show you my legal degrees or whatever, then I will be talking. It's a different conversation. Right now, we're simply trying to determine if INEC make law. He doesn't want to answer that.
Pansat.
Yes, sir.
Can you go to the preamble to this guideline if you understand what preamble means? Can you go to the preamble?
Yeah, go. Okay. What about it?
If you go to the preamble, see what the preamble called this piece that you just picked now. He said this guideline.
What do you call it?
In law, is called a regulation. A regulation.
Exactly.
A regulation.
Can you hold on?
Don't say exactly because you've never mentioned. I'm the one.
A regulation is not law.
All right. I don't. No, I'll be very disappointed if I have to set you to the back. Let him make a point.
I would. If you set me to the back, I'll leave because it's unwarranted.
Okay. All right. Thank you. So maybe let's do that. Let me set you to the back, and then you can leave.
Okay. Has he gone?
Yeah, gone. No. I'll set him to the back. If he wants to leave, he leave. You make that point, and I'll bring him back on.
He wants to force his opinion to your throat by all means without even listening to you. It's the wrong way of arguing. Now, this guideline is a regulation. This guideline is subject. In law, we have sources of laws and they're in hierarchy. So when you just speak, is this in law? Is this in law? No, it's a very tricky question you're asking. The Constitution is number one law in the land. Every other law.
I said to you that a city makes an ordinance and that is law. That's an example of a regulation.
We don't even use an ordinance. We don't use an ordinance in Nigeria. Wait,
hold on. The point I'm trying to make is
I've not even made my point.
I mean, dude, I want to
can I say something? Can I say something?
No, hold on. I'm already struggling to contain the two of them.
Yeah. I just want to say something to help you.
Let them have at it a little bit.
Yeah. I really want to put my thought between Pansat and the Ogbeni so that they will give us a very Mr. Pansat and the Ogbeni.
Yes, sir.
I respect the views that you people are laying out now, and the conversation is very interesting. But I wouldn't like it to be an argument. So let it be more matured so that we get from something from it. Let it not be like a back and forth interrogation. Just let's not do it in a biased mind of where they are trying to defend my opinion or my candidate or that. Just give us a very clear. If you just make your point, allow this one to make his point without any interjection, then so that we that is learning can also understand something. I love the conversation, but you are not making it interesting. That is my point. I love the conversation, but you are not.
I'm not sure Kapansat has that capacity. His only method is to bludgeon you down. It's just bludgeoning.
I really look
bludgeoning, force, aggression.
I want to
intimidation.
But to start arguing,
not intellectual rigor because he is faulted there. So just bludgeon them down. That's the only thing he knows. But Albeni, let's hear from you.
I was speaking.
Oh, okay. Then make a point and then let him counter. So you make a point, let him counter, and then we have it in that manner.
All right, thank you very much. So what I really want to talk about is for the benefit of people outside even this platform, or people on the platform, or people on the session. It's not mainly for Obeni, but if he wants to listen, it's fine. So in the event of a dispute arising in the course of collation, the electronically transmitted result shall be used to resolve it. That is from INEC. That electronic transmission is is sacrosanct. So when INEC is given the power to determine the manner of that election, they have a choice to make, and that is it going to be by electronic transmission or not? That's the only choice they have, and they have to make that choice way before, just like they're going to pick the date of the day of the election. They couldn't, for example, after they print that guideline, go and have the election in January instead of February 25th. They can't. So once they make the decision and publish that guideline.
We've had that in the past, though, even under Goodluck Jonathan, when dates of elections were moved. But carry on.
So, and these are clearly provided for in Section 60 of that Electoral Act, which deals with the counting of votes, their entry into specific forms endorsed by INEC officials and candidates, plus polling agents, and their transfer to collation centers. So, Section 64, subsection 4, 5, and 6 of that act that we're talking about provides for the recording and transmission of accreditation data and the election results directly from the polling units using the smart card reader or any other electronic device determined by their commission, directly to the system. Now, you saw when he was reading earlier what happens after this results are transmitted. Even carrying of those electoral materials has to be accompanied by polling agents, police officers, and all kinds of authority to go to that collation center. The reason being that experience we've had in the past is that during collation is when elections are rigged. So if you don't transmit that those results electronically from that polling unit, then you're a criminal. And there's provision made in that subsection 5 of your punishment. Now, we're not kids. The only deterrence we have to doing the same thing over and over is to have those elections transmitted directly to that system. It's not to this collation center, to the system. It has to be done. Now, if you read further, it will provide for what happens if you don't do so. Or if, for example, if you had a problem in transmitting the results, let's say there was no signal or whatever, that's a problem. If you don't do that, that election should be canceled. That's what the law says. So what I'm begging with younger people such as Mr. Obeni here, it's not to come here trying to go tangentially arguing between a pro.
No. I'm not knocking him. No. Just don't. It's a senior boy and an intelligent man. So, Obeni, a response to that. Obeni.
Oh, is he ready for me now?
No. Yes, it was starting to moralize. So, respond.
He has turned into a monologue, and I don't appreciate a monologue. I'm trained to, by virtue of my training, I involve in conversation, and I don't give to frivolity. So when you see somebody peddling some, things that don't matters in a particular conversation where you have set what you want to achieve, I don't give my time for that, and that's why I just pause myself. Now, he has given his own understanding of Section 38. Let me tell you my own understanding of Section 38. See, it's English language, and it can't be monopoly of the understanding. Now, Section 38, I will read it out. We'll both look at it. We've looked at Section 60. Section 60 only established two things, 61 and 65, which he has also given his own understanding, and I think our understanding tallies. First, Section 61 is saying that when INEC should be the one to prescribe the form which you will put form to fill the result. That is the result, right? That's what that one say, and that form is EC8A.
But it doesn't say that there. It doesn't say the form, right?
I didn't interrupt you now. Let me finish with my understanding. Then you can talk.
This is what I said. Pansat only does bludgeoning. It doesn't do logic.
But carry on. Decent conversation. Yeah. You are just interrupting every time, and I didn't interrupt you. So that is what 61 says. For me, say 8A. That's the form, the result. Then for me, say Section 65. That he refer me to all these sessions. Now, the Section 65 we talk about is that the transfer, he didn't use even transmission in that thing, said transfer.
the transfer of the result now. There's a result already, don't forget. They said feed the result. That's what 68 said. So there's a result. So 65 is not talking about the result now. It's talking about the transferring of that result. How do you transfer it? And he said to transfer it is the commission that will prescribe it. Now, my understanding of the entire 60 is that everything still rests on the commission. The commission will prescribe which form do you fill and manner by which you will transfer. Good. Now, the commission has now come with this guideline now. This guideline is a regulation. In law, there are hierarchies of law. This regulation is the least of all hierarchy of any law you want to pick, because it's an executive, is a man called Yakubu that made this thing.
But it is a law.
Okay.
But it is a law,
Yes,
right?
it's a source of law.
Okay, it's in the lower bottom of laws, but it is a law.
In law, we don't call it law, it's regulation. I don't know.
But you said it's in.
I don't know where you study your own law anyway, but it's called regulation.
On Google.
No lawyer will call it law. We call it guidelines. Even Peter Obi's lawyer, you see them call it guideline. That's what we call it. We don't call it law. So now, he has referred me to 38 there under this regulation. Don't forget, these guidelines itself allows flexibility, and I will point out where flexibilities are, it allows flexibilities. And the reason why it allows flexibility is because it's a guideline. If you understand the meaning of guideline, pick a dictionary and read it. Guideline is to guide you to achieve a purpose. So flexibilities must occur within the guideline. It's not a hard law like constitution that you must follow. That's why it's called a regulation, a guideline. There are so many examples of guidelines. I don't need to be lecturing on that. But what's my understanding of 38.1? Now, the 38.1 said.
Can I ask you a question before you
read it
based
again?
on what you just said?
Don't ask me a question. Let me.
Just based on what you.
No. Let me explain my understanding of this 38 that you're avoiding. You don't want me to explain my understanding. Let me explain it. Because audience are listening to us. And that's why I should explain this. So that the obedient that is easy for people to they just pick it. Let me explain it so that they know. Now, he said, on completion of all the polling unit voting and result procedure, the presiding officer shall. Now, look at that. On completion of all the polling unit and vote and result procedure, there's a result already. There's a result which is for me C88. After you feed that result, what happens next? Next thing to happen is that the presiding officer will now electronically transmit. That's, you use that beavers to capture the form CAA, which is the result, and transmit it straight to the collation system, or transfer the result of the polling unit to the collation system. It now says as prescribed by the commission. It means everything is still subject to the prescription of the commission. Now, what is the difference between that transmission or transfer? That's the issue. You see them trashing in court every day, and it's just painting it as if it's that simple. If it's that simple, you think all those advocates will be in court and be talking. The point they are making is this.
I want to come in. One man, let me come
in.
Don't
come in. Let me finish.
Let him land.
When I finish, you come in. Don't worry. You don't want me to say this. Let me say it. Now, the point those senior advocates you see are canvassing is this. This is a regulation. It allows flexibility. So if it's allowed flexibility, it's saying that don't cast it on stone. Because if you say electronically transmit, if something happens, then how do you wriggle yourself out from whatever happened? You cancel the entire election in the country. So their own understanding is this. When you use the word or in law, the word or, it means disjunction. It means either this or this. So the first primary one is that you must transmit electronically. It's a must. Now, or you transfer. So their understanding, those now and what they are canvassing is that if something happened with the electronic transmission and you could not do it, then you will resort to this or, which is transfer. That's the argument. So now, that's my understanding of that. And he ended that paragraph by saying, as prescribed by the commission. It means it's the commission that will tell you either that or this. Either transmit or transfer. That's the argument in court. Now, What does 2 say? 2 said, then presiding officer will use the beavers to upload a scanned copy of the EC8A to the INEC result viewing portal. It's a viewing portal. But what are they uploading? The result. It means you have your result already. It's just like a JAMB office. My result is there. But JAMB now creates something where I will go and view that result. You are now saying because my result is not in that place I want to view it, therefore my result is no longer with JAMB.
Can JAMB make law?
Result.
Can JAMB make law regulating?
In their database, yes, JAMB also have regulation if you understand the meaning of regulation. Every executive body you see, parastatal, they have what they call regulation. We don't call it law, they are regulations.
But are they law? I know what
Guy, I'm almost minded to kick you off, you know, but
I won't take from you, one man.
Don't
get the fuck out of this your stuff.
Why don't you do that? Why don't you do that?
Let him talk and let me.
Why don't do? I've told you countless times. No badgering, no bludgeoning.
Nobody's doing that.
You're badgering him.
Let's have a conversation.
Yes, you know. Yes, let the conversation take its course, though. Don't badger and don't bludgeon when he land.
Let me land on this, my 38. What you don't want me to say is what I've said already. Now, the 38-3 now say, then the presiding officer will now take the beavers, that's the machine, and then the original copy of each of the forms, that's the results now, in an envelope to the registration, to the ward collation officer. He will now take that result to the collation officer and he must go with a security agent. Then the poly agent may accompany the presiding officer too, if they like. All the party agents can go with him to the ward level. That's where the collation will now happen. So what you have on IREF is INEC result viewing portal. It's a viewing portal, just the way you go and view your JAMB results. But your real result is in JAMB. So the fact that there's a problem viewing it doesn't mean the result does not exist. That's all.
Can I come in now? Politely. Let me come in. Are you land now? Let me come in.
I've landed.
Oh, but I want to say something. Before I can start.
Yeah.
Okay. Having brought out this regulation, because you believe that a lot of Nigeria believe that this election will be transmitted. I hope you know that, at least many Nigerians, especially Nigerian youth.
Of course, because
I hope you know.
Do you know?
Yeah, many of them.
Do you know many of them didn't read this section 38 until after election?
I know. People don't have. You are lawyers. You people have this is your field, and many people in Nigeria, those in the village and those businessmen, you don't expect them to go this far. Reading all these things. Do you understand? So for INEC chairman himself, who would have given a better explanation, because I believe this was asked him many times to explain how this election is gonna work, and he gave his own explanation to the extent that saying that these are Nigerians and they have the right to open the system and check if what they are doing is right. He said that. So instead of saying that, why wouldn't him explain all these things that you are explaining here, so that people will know whether to vote or not to vote? It's just a simple explanation, because he has come on television many times to give explanation, and he's giving the same explanation that this election is going to be transmitted. We have experiences in Ekiti, in Anambra State, and it worked. And even before the election, you did a mock. That's a mock. The way a school used to do it, before you do an exam, there will be a test to know how the students are going to perform. You did that, and you came out and said, "It's excellent. We're going to use it." Whether you have the direction to change it after or never, because I believe you are dealing with human feelings. They are dealing with Nigerians, the feelings of the Nigerians. So it wouldn't be fair to say that what you said before, that you're going to transmit it, then at the middle of the road, you later change. And you expect every Nigerians to be happy about it, because these are the transformation that every Nigerian has been looking up to. Do you understand? So I believe if Mr. Sherman has done this, anybody going to court today would have been a fool.
This Ekene, right?
Yeah.
Ekene, the Sherman did it 3 days to election. You see, and that's why sometimes I said people don't pay attention. I just saying, and they tender this thing in court. If you follow that case, I follow it bumper to bumper. Maybe one man can project this. They tender this thing in court, and they ask. I think it was the 5th witness of Obi, the lady from Arise, the guy from Arise witness. They asked him, "Are you aware of
the one from AIT?"
From AIT. They asked her, "Are you aware of this?" I don't know. You see, are you aware of this? This was 3 days to election. You see what he said? We won't transmit raw figures of election results. And I think about 2 other newspapers.
You don't need any. Hold on. You don't need any other newspaper. This is from the Tribune. So
Yeah.
I mean, that's the gold standard of.
And the AIT guy said, "I'm not aware." They said, "But this Tribune." He said, "I know it's Tribune, but I'm not aware." I said, "Okay." So the man, yes, I agree that the man approbate and reprobate. He will say A, next minute he will say B. Maybe the man didn't even read this section 38. Maybe it's a legal department that drafted this thing for him and he just signed.
No, he does know what he did. Let me come in, please. Ekene, very good comment, very good point. Right now, one man, I posted a link for you. I want you to please display this page 3. This is from INEC, and it's telling all of us clearly there was the law provides for a dual mode, right? The first mode is the 4-step manual procedure at the polling units. That will be. I want you to pull up to page 3, but the last thing I read is from page 2. If you could show it on the screen, it's from INEC. So the second mode entails a 2-step electronic procedure from the polling units. I mean, it's clear. It's not ambiguous. All you have to just read it and stop trying to make. But let me ask that you allot me time. I want you to give me like 2, 3, 4, even 5 minutes, right? But you give me the time so I could then know the points that I will emphasize, because there are some points that I want to make sure that we all get. And there are some that, well, we could just do that another day. So give me time so I could pick and choose what I'm going to present, because it's important that I talk to Mr. Obeni right now. What you see on the screen is from INEC, and it clearly states that some of those things that he's choosing as either or, it's not either or. You have to do all those things. Some of those things that he's making to be optional, it's not optional.
What are we looking at? Hold on. What are we looking at?
Okay, this is electronic transmission and collation of results. Now, if you look
at so is this
go to page 3.
Hold on, before I go to page 3.
Yeah.
Is this regulations and procedures, or what is this? Is this a procedural leaflet?
Yes.
This is just the procedure.
It's both. Remember, procedure and guideline. Please hold on.
This is a manual. This is not
a manual.
Okay. If JAMB give you a manual, right? If JAMB give you a manual, it's this is just a manual, right? You've mentioned regulation. I want you.
This is not a regulation.
This is a manual now. Why are we looking at a manual?
Hold on, please. I was asked. I had something pending. I had a request pending. I said, give me time so I know what kind of time I'm working with, so I determine what I want to tackle.
Do you know what a manual is?
Yes, I do.
All right.
So you do know what it is too. So the major point I want to emphasize with that, so that you don't hear from me, hear from INEC. INEC is saying that's a dual mode. INEC is telling you some of these things that he's making it. Now, remember, take stock of Obeni's character, right? He says Sanusi Lamido, Sanusi doesn't know anything. He says Obi's lawyers.
Sorry, I didn't say no. No, I said no ad hominem.
No, it's not. I'm quoting what he said here. I'm quoting him. He's saying that Sanusi Lamido, Sanusi, he doesn't take what he says because that he's. I believe he described him as a Sharia expert or something like that, right? So He talks about obese lawyers. He said they don't know. He talks about judges. They don't know, right? I don't know.
What's the relationship
No, but
of all
so the
those
relationship, what I'm
irrelevant
saying
things
is that
now
the
with
day
this
I
thing?
came here, but first,
Now,
one
just
man, give me
irrelevant
time so I
argument
know what
now.
time I'm working with. How much time do I have? I may not talk about
I
this.
don't have that luxury of time.
No,
Please go
I'm
straight
talking
to
to
the
one
point.
man. Please hold on. I'm talking to one
No,
man.
you can't say you are talking. You're
give
having
me
a
time.
conversation with me. Don't be too full of yourself.
No,
You're
no,
having
you
a
no.
conversation
Hold,
with
if I
me.
respond to you, then one man is going to interject. But don't talk to me like that. But here's
No,
what I
I
wanted
can
to
talk
say.
to you. Who are you
know,
that I
the
can't talk to
last
you like
time
that?
you were here, we were having a debate
So
about.
what's the relevancy with this? You are still carrying the issue of
one man, are
last
you here?
time, and you say you are an adult.
The debate I had with him the last time was the
I
standard
didn't
that
have
they're
any
going
debate
to
with you.
use
It's a
to judge this
conversation.
thing, and he said that even if it's a civil standard,
What's the relevance
right?
with this?
I'm gonna tell you. Hold on.
Today's subject.
He says if it's a civil case that you still have to prove that criminal element, that in essence, you have to prove it beyond a reasonable doubt. So I wanted to say to everybody who's
Please
listening,
go straight to the
everybody,
now.
you see how disruptive this boy is. Please mute him, please.
How can you say I'm a boy?
So
why are you
they,
so
what's going on here now, Pansat? And what's going on, Pansat? Pansat, what are you talking about? Pansat, what are you talking about, Pansat? What are you talking about? If you want to go to the point, go to the point.
I'm going to the point.
Why are you talking about? Why are you talking about? Why are you talking about Benny? Like if you are talking to him like it's your son. Even though it's your son, we're on a platform. We are waiting to hear what you're going to say.
Who is
okay,
he?
so like I was
so
saying,
we are waiting for you to what you say. Say something, Pastor.
Okay.
Let's listen. I'll be driving for like fucking 30 minutes waiting for you to make a statement. Make a statement and let's move on.
Okay, thank you. So like I was saying, when we had that debate about a standard, he says you have to prove beyond a reasonable doubt. In essence, you have to actually prove the elements of the criminal case in order for the court to determine if election was rigged or not. So I was saying, if everybody remember O.J. Simpson case, whereby O.J. was in a Bronco, it was world famous. If you weren't born there, you must have read about it. O.J. was found not guilty in the criminal phase of the thing because you need a high standard to prove that he killed those two people, right? So then the father of the young man that was killed there sued him. And they won in the civil case.
It was a woman, not a man.
No, it was two of them. There's the man and the woman, right? His wife and the other one. I can't remember his name right now. But anyway, so he then sued, the father sued in the civil case and then won. So if Obeni is right, it means that he must have gone over there to prove beyond a reasonable doubt that O.J. Simpson killed those people. But he didn't have to do that because it's a much lower standard, right? So there were criminal activity involved. But when you go to a civil case, you don't have to prove the underlying criminal beyond a reasonable doubt. So it will be judged by preponderance of evidence or a clear and convincing evidence, right? So that's the way we have to cross-check anybody who comes here to front himself as a lawyer. Now, I believe he has some kind of legal training. Maybe he's what do you call those people?
A law clerk, maybe a law clerk.
Not even that. What's the other one? Yeah, a law clerk will know better.
A T-boy, maybe a T-boy, maybe a T-boy.
You know. So, but anyway, so that is the first part of what I was going to say. So now, on the case of reading the clause 38 of, and then he's reading it. It's right there. It's not ambiguous. It's clear. The text is there. You cannot come and pick and choose. Now, when I proffer a clear INEC manual, or whatever he calls it, he dismisses it. So in a courtroom, you're supposed to, the best evidence rule. What do you have that's better than this? Nothing. It will be a case of the best evidence rule. In order for you to dismiss this, what do you have to substitute that's better than this? Nothing. This is from the horse's mouth.
Maybe law is better than that.
Maybe law.
No,
maybe
but if people are listening to us,
remember that maybe law is better than a manual.
Okay, like regulations, like ordinances.
All right.
All these things are law.
I think we're tired of this. Let's get back to normalcy.
So how many minutes are you allowed me so I could then tackle?
I'm wondering if the audience are still engaged by this because it's getting somewhat tedious. But
they're right.
Give it a couple of minutes. Give it a couple of minutes and then we'll move on.
What do you mean a couple of minutes? Pansat has been talking for 1 hour.
It's unbelievable, but there it is.
What's his name there? Progressive. What I'm saying is important. I'm not just here talking. I come in only when it's important. So please bear with me.
No, no,
I'll be gone in a
Pastor,
minute.
no, we that you met here, we are not dumb as well. Okay, we understand what the oath is
you're right.
about.
Okay. One man, I will yield back because he's right. They also have to talk. So I would listen, but try to come back to me as soon as possible. So
I was actually going to bail out because I have a wedding in the morning, and then I want to hand over to Thomas. But with you being here, I'm going to trust you not to intimidate anybody. But let me hand over to Thomas. Thomas, share me Egbe. Thomas, General T. Okay, we don't have.
One man. As far as you're not afraid of the truth, I promise you, nothing.
Nobody's afraid.
No,
it's not even the. And
he can't mistake
anybody. So shall I tell you what the issue is? Maybe you're not aware, but there's a badgering and a bludgeoning sort of a mannerism trying to beat down what people are not accepting. So that's usually where the issue is.
Okay, we'll try that. I'll be mindful of that. I'll try to be mindful of that.
You don't bother to try. We will trim you. If you do it, we push back. We trim you. Nobody's a kid here.
That's fair. That's fair. Push back with facts.
All right. I'm just waiting to see if Thomas is ready, and then I'll hand over. But as we are waiting,
hand it to the progressive.
One man before Ogbeni moves on. I want to make a submission on the earlier. Sorry for taking you back. What he said concerning the IPOB and the sit at home and all that. So what happened in few days concerning this 1 week or 2 weeks sit at home still shows that our governors are not serious at all. They're not ready to govern. They're not ready to protect the people. Because the man that made the chairman of Governors Forum from the South is the way he speaks. He's not sounding serious at all. Coming to the national TV to tell us that fighting insecurity in his own state is not necessarily all his duty, or the duty the duty is the duty of the federal government. So that is why they will continue to engage with the federal government to tackle the insecurity in the Southeast. I don't see that man very serious, and they made him the chairman of the Governors Forum. How is it going to work? So he means that this insecurity is going to continue unless Tinubu intervene. Is that what he means? So if Tinubu didn't intervene, that insecurity will not stop, or that sit at home will not stop. So I'm very disappointed and I am disappointed in what is happening in the Southeast and the kind of government. And even when they're having the meeting, it's in Abuja. They have a headquarters in the Southeast, but they leave the Southeast, go to Abuja to have a meeting. And most of the governors are not there. Salute all of them, they are not there. So you see the disorganization, you see what I'm telling you, that these governors, they are not serious. But I pray that one day God will catch them. So thank you, one man.
All right, brilliant. So brilliant. Ogbeni, let me take you to one more space as I await Thomas to signal his readiness. Let me take you to the Emefiele space, which I've been trying to take you to all the way through. So now the Emefiele travails. There's been several court judgments asking for his release, but then the DSS, of course, claiming that they are going to charge him to court. So let me give you two headlines. So this first one tells you court voids Emefiele's arrest, detention, orders immediate release. So I'm not sure if that is a carryover from the judgments gotten during the Buhari space, but then he wasn't detained then. But then, of course, the next headline tells you that DSS charges suspended CBN Governor Emefiele to court. So I was just saying before you came in that this will now be the test if Tinubu is going to follow in the manner of Buhari, picking and choosing the court orders that he's going to follow. So how do you see this Emefiele space playing out, Ogbeni?
No, I'm not sure it's picking and choosing. Before the SS detained Emefiele, they went to court. Don't forget, to get an order to detain. Now they wanted to further detain. Court refused, and then that's my understanding of the news I read. Court refused and said, "I'm not going to extend this. It's either you charge this man or I release this man." And then say, "Okay, I will discharge because I won't extend." And DSS quickly rushed to court to file the charge. So if they file a charge now, he has to now apply properly for a bail. So the way it happens in criminal trial is this: they arrest you before we have Administration of Criminal Justice Act. If it's under the former Criminal Procedure Code, what happens is this: once they pick you for a crime, they must pick you only when they have completed their investigation. They shouldn't pick you and still be investigating you. So usually once they pick you like that, they take you to court within 48 hours. You must get to court and you must be charged. Or 24 hours or 48 hours, whichever case it is. And it depends on the closeness of the court to that police station or whatever prosecutory agency. So they take you to court. Once they take you to court, they charge you. The moment they charge you in court, then from there, you move from police custody to the prison custody, but for awaiting trial, not as a prisoner. So now, you will now apply properly for your bail. This time around, it's not going to be administrative bail. It will be bail applied directly to court. So what they have ended up in doing now is to comply with the order of the court, which says that it's either you charge this man or you allow this man to go. But for me to give you an order to hold this man and still continue investigation, I'm not going to do that. So my understanding is they are not picking and choose. That particular order that says I will release him if you don't charge him is now gone by a fraction of time because by overtaking events. Because the event that was overtaken is that now they have filed a proper charge and they have charged him to court. So they still have the right to hold him now over. So holding him now over, his lawyer will go and file an application for a bail proper, and then the court will listen to them if they will grant him bail or not. That's when we'll know. But for me, I don't see any reason why you shouldn't grant the man bail. Grant him bail, let him bail.
Is it not a flight risk, Emefiele?
Oh, flight? No, I don't think so. Once the court
was it not caught when he was about to flee?
He's Omoyele Sowore not still walking around in the country. He's not flying anywhere. He won't fly without getting to airports now. So what they do most times is you get a shorty, and apart from shorty, the court will ask you to submit all your passport to the court registry. So your passport will be there in the judge's desk. So where are you flying to without your passport? And then they send your name to all the exit points in the country. You can't fly anywhere. So that's how normal citizens should be treated. But don't forget that I don't know what this charge contains, but don't forget that the reason why DSS has been looking for Emefiele over time, even during Buhari time, was for offense of terrorism financing, which is a very great serious offense. So if this is what is contained in his charge, I expect more drama in court, and I expect them to hold him more.
Is that not an ambiguous term, though, terrorism financing? Because, of course, when you think of terrorism, you think to the Northeast mainly. But then if you look at Emefiele, then you want to, the only association you can sort of think in terms of terrorism would be the terrorist group IPOB. So is he an IPOB sponsor? Is that what the inference is?
No. I think his case has to do with the Samfara Kebiazis with that Anchor Borrowers program. I've not seen the charges, but that was what Premium Times also published. So you remember that when he wanted to contest presidency back then, it was some farmers contributed money to buy his farm. I don't know if you remember that news.
Yes.
So you may be wondering, farmers buying farm for Emefiele, what's the connection? So in that
I have to go to dinner, so you guys have a good evening, wherever you are. Thank you very much, Obeni. I'll see you next time.
Daddy Pansat.
All right.
Everybody.
Thanks for turning up, Pansat. So that's Pansat, of course, doing as Pansat does. So thank you, Pansat. I will see you next time.
Pansat. You feel like old man, call me a boy.
But I don't know why he tries to. We've seen what it looks like. It's not anybody's dad. It's probably at best an uncle. Not anybody's dad.
Rational minds will not come here and call us a boy with his grandpa status.
But the funny thing is, you got off lightly. So some of us that have been through the mill with Pansat, we're still wearing the scars. I think you got off lightly, but I carry on.
Yeah. Okay. At all, I deal with people from different backgrounds, so
no, it's a real. I don't know what parallel to draw, but it's wear your helmet whenever it's around. You have to put your helmet.
You should just be going straight to the point now, and let me quickly and leave this place so that others can talk. Yes. So now I think what I read from news was that he dosed out money for Uncle Bora's program. And I think then after that, those families were having issues in somewhere San Farakepi or so. Those kidnapping guys, those kidnappers were disturbing them. So I think he intervened. And he had to release money to settle those kidnappers or so, to allow those farmers to be able to do their farm and everything. I think that is what that is releasing money to give those kidnappers. I think that's what they are tagging as terrorism financing for him, as something like that. I read in the news. So don't just dismiss it, and because if that is the case, because those guys have declared them as terrorists already. So if they see that money is moving from you to them, strictly in law, they will put it as, it's just like somebody transferring money to IPOB now. You are financing terrorism because they've declared IPOB as a terrorist organization. Even if it's just their wives you are trying to help, or you are an NGO, you are financing terrorism. So it's not that simple. It's not 1 + 1 = 2. So let's see if the offense they are charging him for is somewhere terrorism. I expect more drama. That man will be there like in Nnamdi Kanu for a long time. Okay, one man. Thank you.
All right, brilliant. Well put. You really put in a shift today. So well done, Ogweni.
Thank you.
And you survived Pansat. Buy that t-shirt. I survived Pansat.
Daddy Pansat. I saw. Is he Patoski?
That's the grandpa of everybody.
Is it World Peace or Patoski? Somebody tried to save me the other time. I think
it was World Peace that was trying to save you, but it was World Peace. You know World Peace? It's a stickler for fair play.
But one man. Don't you think that Pansat is still making this platform more lively? People like him.
No, he has his own elements, certainly. That's why I let him on, because he has a certain je ne sais quoi. He adds a certain je ne sais quoi,
that is what most of the time I will be just listening to his argument and be laughing. So anything that will make the platform lively, I think is welcomed.
Are you saying his argument is
no, it's not based on his argument now. It's not based on his argument. No, it's not the argument. It's a lively stuff. Sometimes we need to shout. We need to shout in this platform. We need to shake everybody.
One.
So that's part of the platform. So nobody should bash him like that. He's just trying to regulate him all the time so that the platform will continue to enjoy him. That's the thing.
One man.
Yes. Go on.
I was going to ask where's Kulata. I've not seen him for a while now or on the platform.
No, it's there in the comment section, backing and forthing. I think it's you know, people actually have jobs. You'll be very, very difficult. So that's Kulata right there. So yeah, he's in the backdrop somewhere, causing mischief. Yeah, he's around. He'll pop up in the course of maybe not today, sometime. He's still very much with the platform. That's just it. But you, of course, with the platform, Akim, and I was going to come to you with this particular headline. So, ministerial list, Tinubu holds crucial meeting with Ambode. So, this was actually how we started the session off, however many hours ago. Uh, so now, Kurukere, that this is what they say in Yoruba land, Kurukere. Ambode has made Kurukere into Aso Rock now, and a lot of people, in fact, it's almost nailed on that he's going to get a ministerial position, because for all of everything that has gone, that has come and gone, it looks as though Tinubu rates him highly. And there is Ambode now. That was at the welcome dinner for Tinubu at Lagos. But let me just give you a quick recap of it. It says, amid speculation surrounding President Bola Tinubu's unreleased ministerial list, former governor of Lagos State, Akinwumi Ambode, has been spotted in Aso Rock. This was confirmed in a report by Channels Television Online that Ambode was in a crucial meeting with President Tinubu at the presidential villa on Friday, July the 14th. Ambode's meeting with President Tinubu comes after their last meeting at the state reception organized for him by Lagos State Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu. The perceived return of Ambode to mainstream of Lagos politics reportedly began with Sanwo-Olu's visit to his predecessor at his home to celebrate his 60th birthday on June the 14th. However, there are speculations that Ambode is one of the top favorites for a position and a seat in Tinubu's cabinet. The meeting between the duo is perceived to be a conclusive conversation on the appointment of Ambode for a ministerial position. So Ambode, the rebirthing of. So all the anticipation is that this guy will get a ministerial position. So can you see that happening? And if you do see that happening, where do you see him slotting in? It looks as though we may well have Thomas now. So Thomas, can you acknowledge if you are there? Thomas.
Yes, yes, Daddy.
Oh yes, Daddy. So go to that, and then after that I'll hand over to Thomas. Okay, yeah,
thank you
your
very
thoughts on
much.
Ambode. Yeah.
Thank you very much, one. I think it's a welcome development because let's be honest with ourselves. Ambode is a very clever guy. You know, he's a very talented guy as well. And I think he was just a victim of the power structure in the Lagos politics at the time. So I think I know that a lot of people try to blame Tinubu then, but I think what happened in Lagos was almost Tinubu trying to save his own political structure intact by not siding Ambode. Because if you notice then, even when Ambode was constructing a lot of roads and bridges, he would name some of them after Tinubu and stuff like that. I think he had this in his mind that if he pleases Tinubu only, then he can do no wrong. But he later found out that wasn't the case, that there were lots of other power brokers that made up the old structures. And I think maybe the reason why he stayed out for that long was because of his reaction when they rejected him at the time. I think they kind of expect him to just accept the decision at the time and then be a team player. Maybe he kind of went too far, so that kind of pushed him out of the family for a while. But me personally, I'm happy that he's back, and I hope that he gets a ministerial position in Tinubu's government because Ambode is a very smart guy.
Akim, I was speculating with Solomon earlier on that I suspect that he will get the what's it called, Fashola role in Tinubu's administration. You know the way Fashola was used by Malam Buhari. So he will be some sort of yes, and I think he's going to get the works and housing as well.
I don't know. I think if Wike doesn't get that, then Ambode probably get it because I think
I think Wike will get NDDC. I think he's going to get Niger Delta. I don't think he'll get a ministerial post.
You can't give you NDDC.
Why not?
NDDC chairman, like board chairman, not even minister of Niger Delta. You can't give Wike anything like this less than ministerial position.
No, it's I think one man is talking about
he brought
minister
in
of
the
Nigeria.
number. No, he's talking about NDDC chairman now. Board NDDC board chairman.
No,
you can't give
going to be
Wike less than a minister.
He's probably talking about the minister of Niger Delta.
No, he wasn't talking about Ministry of Niger Delta. I was talking about NDDC board.
So I think if Wike doesn't get the works and housing, I think that'll probably go to Ambode. But I suspect that it could just. I suspect it could just be something within the finance department as well, because the guy is vast when it comes to the financial aspect of governance. So in honesty, I'm happy for Ambode, and it is also good to see that Tinubu is a man that also kind of put aside differences in some to certain aspects, because it shows that he is a leader who doesn't take the past into consideration and just want to put the best together to make the country better.
All right, brilliant.
Why don't we wait for him to be nominated to be chosen? It's just speculation all over the place, isn't it?
Yeah, it's a speculation.
Yes, that's where we are now. We're in speculation space now. Yeah, yes.
That's why we're here to discuss it.
Akim, I want to take you to this space next. Recovered 30 exotic vehicles, part of my retirement benefit. So this is Samuel or Tom. I'm making excuses for stealing. But before I take your thoughts on that space, I'll use the window to ease myself off and hand over to Thomas. So I hand over to Thomas. But before I hand over to Thomas, let me acknowledge the super chats that have come in. They've not been streaming in, but nevertheless, Kulata, of course, when it's not on the screen, speaks via super chat, and then there he is. Collation Center is not IRES, just stating the obvious to Pansat, who is fully aware, but it doesn't conform with his worldview, so it's not accepting. And then there is Ayo, of course. It'd be rather odd if we didn't mention Ayo when we are talking about the supers, and it is not odd because we are mentioning Ayo. So thank you, Ayo. RD comes in. He goes on under several names. In some instances, Rotimi. In another instance, RD. In some, but when it comes on screen, Paddy. So thank you for all of your names that you come in under. And Ayo, of course, he doesn't go one, he goes several, and that's Ayo. Just as the session starts, he says hello. So that's Ayo, and of course, Alexander Gomez super chatting then to the Emefiele storyline. Emefiele now in handcuffs. So Emefiele, when I was opening, Emefiele and Alexander Gomez and my humble self, we went to the same high school. So Alexander was a senior there, as well, of course, mine. So that's why he's referring to Emefiele as his junior. Maryland Comprehensive, that is in Maryland, Lagos. So there it is. So we hand over then, of course, to the military administration, the civilian regime now over. Your jack boots to the ready and to attention.
Is that what they teach you people in that school?
What was that?
What Emefiele did?
No, that he was a wayward student. Alexander would say that this is it. He got it deserving, Yes. So the military administration over the civilian regime are your jackboats to the ready and to attention. Here comes General Thomas.
Yes, good day everyone. Yeah, Akim, go to the autumn space. What do you think about the exotic car seized from his home? I still insist if it is normal thing for the other governor that has left, why is autumn exempted? So what do you think?
Okay. Autumn, I don't know. Autumn, in my own personal opinion, was one of the worst governor, if not the worst governor in that uh, in that last dispensation. All Autumn did was just media hype and media propaganda to fight federal government. He did not do anything. This man did not pay salaries. He had more people in IDP camps than he met before he became governor. He did not do anything to try to relocate people back home. He said he was creative vigilante. Vigilante, he could not harm them properly. A lot of those vigilantes were slaughtered. And now he wants a retirement severances. So why do you need 20 cars? Who is going to pay for those 20 cars? So what happened to two? What happened to three? Do you drive 20 at once? The way and manner some of our politicians behave, right? This is a man that his record in office was abysmal. His people rejected him trying to go to Senate. They said no. And he will still come out and
But
tell you.
all what you are blaming him for, can you really blame him for all this attack IDP? That is federal government's problem.
Yeah,
He,
but
he,
what
he
are
he
his
has
own what are his
limited
own
power.
actions? Look, Zulum in Borno State, right, is facing the same, if not worse. Can you not see what the man is trying to do? Everybody can see what Zulum is trying to do. Zulum will build hospital today. Boko Haram will go and destroy the hospital tomorrow. He will build schools today. Tomorrow they will go and set it on fire. But it didn't stop it. Autumn should show us one that he even built, let alone them destroying it. He should show us one that he built. So all this excuse of you cannot blame, what were his actions? What did he do to try to even, okay, there's a problem in one community. You turn these people into IDPs. So what did you do to even try to educate the children? What did you do to try to relocate those people back? So for me, the man failed, and he failed woefully. Him and Okeze Biazu, two of them, I don't know, maybe Autumn just stopped Okeze Biazu in that last dispensation because he was a bad, 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 very poor governor. He didn't do anything. So even the new governor came in and said, look, there's no money. It's meant empty treasury. How do you even quantify that? How do you, on top of that, you came out and say you are taking 20 vehicles. Thomas, I bet you go and check those vehicles now. Maybe the cheapest one will be 30 something million naira.
No, they are not cheap. They are 50 million upward cars. 50 million, 20
So
million.
you multiply that money by 20.
But Akim, what I'm telling you now, if it is a tradition for the ex-governor to take away their own car, exotic cars, the official car. Why is Otom exempted? Your argument is not rational.
No, but even if you want to take away your official car, what 1, 2, 3 is that not enough? Why 20? What are you going to do with 20 vehicles? Is he planning to open a transport company or what?
Can I say something?
Yeah, go
Yes,
on.
please.
Yeah. You see, what Thomas is trying to say is what also I also want to say. And it's good that we understand it like that. You can go to the former governor's garage, you will even see more than all tons what you see there. That is the system. So if he has taken those cars, it is what other governors are doing. So for this governor, for the governor, sitting governor now to come and be saying that those cars are plenty, this and that, he's taking back some of them, it's not proper. It's just like you are winch hurting the man because other governors did it also. It's not that is not that the system, that system is justifiable, because these are the things that we need to cut out of the government to be able to move forward as the nation. But
understand you well,
when other people are doing it, then it come to his turn now. His turn now. His sitting governor is using it against him. I don't understand it as wish hunting. So
if I understand you very well,
yeah.
right? If I understand you very well, it is not justifiable, but because other governors did it, then Autumn should be allowed to also do it as well.
Yeah, it's not. It's their style now. If there's a law that says that when you are going, you keep those cars, then we now know that this is a law. So Autumn
So
doing this now, he has violated the
at
law.
what point are we going to stop it? If we do
That
like
is the
that.
issue.
At
That is
what
the
point?
issue.
So somebody
It's not
must
issue of
stop it
fighting.
now.
Yeah, it's not the issue of fighting one man. This issue you raise across the nation.
No,
If you
only
use
the governor in
if you use
Benue
it,
State can only do that in his own state. He cannot influence what happens in other states.
if
But in his own state, he
you
can
do it
stop
to
it.
one man, if you do it to one man, it doesn't send any good message.
Okay.
So if this is a national issue, this is a national issue. If they want to, even if this governor wants to do it, he will start from the previous government, not only this one, because he's not the only one that have left office in that state.
Governor. It is the current Benue State governor that is saying they want to retrieve the vehicles back from Autumn, not the federal government.
I know that, but I'm saying
So
this issue supposed, if this issue is supposed to be, if this issue are to be addressed, they should make it a national issue, because this is what is going on in our system for a very long time. So and this governor, if he really wants to clean up that mess, he should start from the previous government there, because those previous government, if you go to their garage, you will still see those cars there.
Are you aware that Autumn was in office for 8 years?
I know.
So what previous government?
He just left office.
So all those previous government, those cars are even outdated. Now,
that's what I'm saying. Autumn has been in office for 8 years.
Those cars. Hold on. What the governor is trying to do is this, if I understand. These cars that this guy took away can still be used by the current sitting governor. That's what he's saying. But you know what used to happen in the past? Even when the old governors didn't take the old cars away, the new governor want to get new one. That's what happens most of the time. The old governor, the new governor wants to live in a different state house. He wants to remove all the bed, all the furniture that the former governor has used and replace it with his own. But in case of Peter Obi, for example, that time, Peter Obi said, what is wrong with the one that they used before? So he was still using it. This governor, this Reverend Father, wants to still be using the same car. So if you tell him to go to 8 years ago, the car will be outdated now. The car will not even be good again. So that's the point. I can't imagine.
Most of those cars are not. They don't even drive it. Most of them they don't drive it. They just collect money and they buy cars anyhow.
They will be outdated now, Sha. But what I'm saying is that it's good. Let him start somewhere. The point
new
is that
governor said
the
the
point
new
is that
governor
if
don't
this
want to buy
governor
new
has done
vehicles.
it to God, this governor has done it to. That's what it means. The man will even go
Well,
back to his parish now. By the time he finish his government, he'll go back to his parish. He did not give him a
then
kobo. That's what it be
and
now.
then another government will come and take the cars, or he will now leave those cars, and so that we know
He will not
because
take any
when you
car
do
now because as a
when people
grandfather,
do things, yeah, when people do things, they should consider the future, because if the future comes now, maybe after he has finished his tenure and he's leaving, and he did not leave those cars for other governors, then that is when I will know if
uh-huh.
Lily is a hypocrite. You understand? But he should check those. He should check what will come after his regime, how he's going to live. That another governor will come and still demand those cars from him. You understand? So he should be able to check that. You don't just go and do
Means
something
he has started.
because
They are still usable. I can still
you want to
use
do
it.
something. Even I know the direction he's going is not bad. That I want to use my ex-governor's cars and all that,
So and
which has not happened.
Ekene, he only has
Yeah,
influence over his own state. He doesn't have
I know
over
now.
Lagos state over there. So that's
I
and
know, I know. But
let everybody.
the reason I pointed out to national is because this system is what is going on nationally. It's a good system, though. For me, I said it's a good system. That if this system should work, they should make it a national case that any governor that is leaving office will not go with the cars in that governor's lodge. Those cars should be there. Then the next government should come and decide whether to use these cars or not. Then you see it become a law that other people will begin to emulate it. But when it doesn't happen in other states, and you now come to one man in your own state and try to show him capacity that you are a new governor now, that you can take these cars out from him because you are now in charge. For me, it's witch hunt, because if he should look in the future, let me see if after his tenure, the cars he will be leaving behind, he will still park it in the governor's lodge. He should be able to consider those things before making those moves.
No, he would
I'm
have
not
done that
supporting
now. You are
Otom
talking of
for
future. He must
I'm not
have.
supporting Otom for parking those cars. Those cars are
No, my
millions. They
brother,
can be
if
used.
anybody should park
The
car
money can be
away,
used for
it
other
should not
things.
even be Otom. Otom that was blaming Buhari doing all those things. See, Buhari will be president. Say, I'm not sure say carry cars like that go in place. We saw Buhari walk barefooted on
I
the
don't know whether he
streets like
criticized
he lost.
Buhari, but whether he criticized Buhari or not, I don't want
The
to go
man
to that area because
instead of doing things in his state, he's busy shouting Fulani headsman, Fulani headsman, Fulani headsman. Now Fulani
even
headsman don't make him pay
up
salary.
to today, even in this current regime, those Fulanis are still uh, perpetrating it in that state. In this
It's
current
Fulani.
regime now,
Don't worry, the truth
I
will
don't.
come.
I don't know whether it's Fulani or not, but for me, I say this current regime is still experiencing those insecurity in that area. So I would have
Fulani
expected
headsman. It's
him.
Buhari that is supporting them.
I don't know who is supporting them, and I will not say anybody.
That used to
But
be
the issue
Otom
for me,
song.
the issue for me, for this current government, Benue has suffered a lot. Benue has really suffered enough. So I would have loved him to make a
Yeah.
very good point and leave Otom just to make a good point for yourself. Just make a good point, because the reason why I understand the reason why those people vote you as an APC is because a Reverend Father and they expect you to do something different. So I want him to leave that legacy for the people of Benue State. That state, I know my father and most of his friends, even from my town in Anambra State, used to travel to Benue State to buy farm products in a very large quantity. Sometimes two truck and all this 911 and all that. They use it to load yam and all that back to my town. And you go there, you buy yam cheap. Yam is very cheap those days. They bring it to our market. You go there, you buy yam, they sell it. The next 2 weeks, they go back. So if I remember those experiences, what used to happen to those Benin, how we used to enjoy their farm product and all that, it's not happening today. They don't go there again. That business has closed. As far as going from Onitsha or Oba in Anambra State, all the way to Benue State to load trucks of yam down to east. Do you know what it is? For that activity has stopped since Buhari regime, many years, about more than 8 years now. That activities has stopped. It's no more happening. They don't bring those yam again. And you talk about food insecurity and all this price of food and all that. This is the reasons. So this is what I would have loved the governor to focus on, so that you don't tell me that activity don't provide a lot of livelihood for the people of Benue State. Because when you go to farm, another state come to, they know Benue State as the place that produce one of the best yam in Nigeria, both potato and the yam and all that. So that activity has not been. This is what I want the governor to do for me, because it benefits me. It benefits me a lot. Our trader down from our town go travel there to load trucks of yam. And so it pains me a lot when I hear that places that they are cultivating all those things, that bandit has taken over, they can no longer go to farm, IDP camps and all that has taken over those areas. So it doesn't give me joy, even as a Nigerian, because that state has benefited me a lot in terms of business, in terms of food. So this is what I would have loved the governor to focus on, not going to collect cars from his predecessors. It's not a good idea. Let me see his plan to make Benue State more secured.
So Ekene, you are okay with the guy walking away with 30 cars belonging to the state? Is that not even stealing? Is that not theft?
No, it's too much for me. One man I said it's too much. It's not that I'm supporting the man. That cars is much for a governor to be using. But my problem is, if you have to fight, you fight a real fight. Maybe start from people from the person that come before Autumn and all that. You cannot tell me that when you go, because these governors, they used to renew their cars every 3 years. Those cars, they renew it every 3 years. Both the former governors and the current ones. So, okay, now, are you not telling me that after 3 years now, if they want to renew Autumn own, they now still have to give him about 3 cars extra as a former governor? Then you will now go and stop it again and say that Autumn will not receive another car. That's the law they have put for themselves. So if you want to fight it, you fight it robustly, that this law will not stand in my state. I don't need it. Eradicate it entirely. It's a waste. Everybody knows that it's a waste. But when the system has accommodated it and you're using it to fight one person, it doesn't look like fighting corruption. It looks like witch hunting. So if you want to fight it robustly and remove it out of the system. Then we will now know that after your tenure, you are not going with any car as a sitting governor. Not after your own tenure, you will still carry your own car to go. Then another person will not carry his own. Check it, one man. It's not fair.
All right. I think Thomas' system has temporarily dropped, but let me move us on to this conversation, and whoever wants to take this on can take it on. Negotiations with bandits has not yielded results. We are eliminating them. So this is the Nigerian army coming out to tell us a directional change in the sort of the approach to the fight against the insurgency. So under the Buhari administration, of course, we saw the soft gloves that they used to treat the insurgents, that they'll tell us they are rehabilitating them and they'll be giving them boxes of noodles and whatnot. These are vowed killers. So now a directional change now under this new administration. What are we then making of this now new tough stance by the
a new chief of army staff. Let's use that to bring war peace in if it's there. Oh, okay, Dewale, yeah, Dewale, you go.
Yeah, I will Dale, go on. I go first. Sorry, I'll come after you. I'm giving myself food.
Okay. One man, thank you. I was there earlier, but I left and I came back and I left again. Yes, I think it was yesterday or day before yesterday. We were talking about, you know, and I said, well, President Tinubu has to find a political solution to what is going on in both southeast and the northeast, especially southeast. I make that assertion because I believe no matter what, southeast is still part of Nigeria. Yes, it's possible that you give matching order to your service chief to go and get everybody, all the terrorists, the IPOBs or whatever. But the thing is that the problem goes beyond just being termed as terrorists. They are doing this, number one, for political reasons, and two, poverty, the economic situation of the country also uh, brought this to the fore because if you look at it, if people are actually well fed and they're okay, there will be no agitation or anything. But also, it aided the political, political activism and all that. But people don't want to call it that because they believe that there's no point. To me, the fact that the IPOB or whatever group it is, whether the ones in the northeast or whatever, decided to engage in um, what you can call I don't want to use extreme word, but something that is just a little bit mild and unrest. Let me use that word, okay, unrest in a country. You also have to look at what are the contributing factors. You don't just, you know, name or term certain group of people and say, well, this is what, these people and they have to be crushed. It goes beyond that. And I make an example of having your own child. Would you say your child is an armed robber, then you should be shot? Yes, even if, he has gone out there to commit atrocity and all that, it's still your child. So, but now the army says that they are not going to negotiate with bandits. They've committed atrocity. But you also need to understand that some of these groups are backed by politicians. They let them carry weapons. They use it. They know their handout. As a matter of fact, there's a documentary on the YouTube where the bandits in the northeast, they show their hideouts, and they were being interviewed just to tell you or show you the audacity of this group, backed by our political elite, and they're using that, they're exploiting that avenue, you know, to their own advantage. But we don't seem to get it. Now, even if tomorrow today comes and army marched into southeast and trying to override all these IPOP of people, at the end of the day, if they kill so many people, hey, people are still going to ask questions and say, well, have you explored other avenues instead of just, shoot at the site or whatever? Yes, you can negotiate with terrorists, but this is homegrown. Um, this is not about religion. This is not about, it's political agitation. And solution to that effect should be political, not just about, AK-47. That's where I stand on that. People might say this as being a little bit too lenient towards the agitators. I'm not sympathetic to their cause because it seems that they've gone beyond what they've done is, no matter how they try to humanize them now, they've done terrible things in the past. Even their leaders too that is in custody also have said terrible things that could also destabilize a country. But you can bath a baby and throw the water and the baby at the same time. No, you have to carry the baby and save it and pour the dirty water out. That's my own way of tackling things. Now, when you are dealing with the external aggression, that is different because this is not your national. Now, you can issue, you know, we're talking about
But Adewale, they are a
just
threat
smaller
to
number
the
of people.
nation.
I'm not
They are a
saying they are
threat.
not a threat, but like I said, something brought this thing to be. What they were agitating for, what makes them think seceding from Nigeria is the best choice that they could get? And secondly, what are the things that they are asking for? Some of the things they're asking for may not necessarily make sense, but sometimes we need to look at the where the agitation is coming from. If you decided to use force against them and started shooting, guess what? You are killing your national. You're part of the Nigerians. You are killing them. I'm not saying they've not killed before, but bottom line is that the federal government cannot be seen to be having using too much of high-handedness. There have to be some soft area where they can explore. Perhaps maybe, you know, I don't know if you witnessed negotiator before. When negotiator arrive at the scene, negotiator is not trying to impose himself, but rather is trying to, explore the vulnerability of the perpetrator to see where he can hit home that that person will think deeper. All right. For example, you are negotiating with a hostage taker. Are you going to go there and say, no, if you don't let this person go, I'm going to shoot you, I'm going to kill you? No, you are trying to um, appeal to their soft side so that you can get, the answer. Not everything is about force. Not everything.
But Adewale, I want you to get something today.
Mm.
This is not breaking news, but it could be breaking news to you. Nobody will let anybody go out from Nigeria. Take that. It's not going to happen.
Go out of Nigeria as
Let
in
me
what?
finish now. Let me finish, please. In my own lifetime, it's not going to happen. So if they are not going to let anybody go, so that means the fight continue. So
No,
somebody has to give up.
no, no. See, it's not like that. You see, Thomas, when somebody is saying we are revolting, we are turning against the system, something is wrong somewhere. It takes a very good listener and a good leader to decipher what could actually be the reason why some people decided, you know what, we are going to revolt against the system. We are going to go against the system. You and I have worked in an organization where people, maybe you've joined unions or something like that, and they say, you know what? No, we are going to turn against this system so that they could listen to us. Is it all the time that they do that they win? No. But then they'll be heard. All right. You remember what happens in the Southwest during 1999 time, 2022, I believe. And Obasanjo, I would say, crushed OPC because he didn't actually declare a state of emergency in the Southwest, but he used the power of him being from Southwest to arrest the factional leader, at the same time crush and while at the same time pacifying the other group, the original group. So the federal government used the original group to tame this unleashed factional group of OPC that was causing mayhem and became a problem on Obasanjo's administration. You see, to me personally, I'm not saying what IPOB is doing because no matter how they're trying to change the narratives about unknown government, we all know who are the people behind all this atrocity being committed. People go into the market, they destroy the wares of just ordinary people and all that. We all know who are these people are. There's no unknown government. There's no one Nikitima or one Bauchi man going to, let's say, Aba or Enugu to destroy somebody.
Abakaliki.
Yeah, there's nobody. It's the we. It's them. Okay, but what I'm trying to say is this: because we are southwestern, and at the same time, maybe south or northwest or northeast, or north central people probably would not think the way I'm sounding because it's not happening in our backyard. There's nobody in Nigeria who watch a khaki man, a military man marching into their community with AK-47. It would never end well. What is happening in Southeast is not like the one happening in the Northeast where you have kidnappings en mass, like more or less like it wasn't even terrorism. It was about, what, we are going to destabilize. We are going to use this to rubbish your administration. What is happening in Southeast is just a self-sabotage, and is more of speaking, trying to paint the country bad. They are attacking themselves, or like what was happening in Northeast, where you have mass kidnapping of children, women, and all that. So, what federal government can do? Yes, give the marching order to the Nigerian armies to go and crush the enemy. Is the enemy Cameroonians or Sierra Leoneans? They're Nigerian, and the current administration need to learn because till tomorrow. I think on this show somebody mentioned Odi. What happened in Odi? Obasanjo is still being condemned for what he did in Odi. Not everything you have to give matching order. You see, we are not living in a country like America or Europe, or UK, where you have, you know, when you already have a system put in place to checkmate all these anomalies in the system. Our policy system is terrible. Now you are bringing force that are supposed to be working outside the country. Now you are bringing them to restore peace in a region. It would never end well.
Yeah,
So,
but Adewale, don't you want peace? You want
I,
peace. I
of
want
course,
peace.
of course I do. Of course I do. But the thing is this: while you are showing a sign of force, you know, if I don't know if you ever watch police in even in Australia, because they also have advanced policing system. Where you are, when the police pull somebody over where you are, and it's only single police officer against one man or two people. Now that officer will wait for other officers to show up. They're showing up is not because they're coming to, effect arrest, but they're coming to show force. When you have two, three, four, five uniform man standing, now that what does that? That represent authority, and people will go back to their shed a little bit because now you have more numbers of people. So yes, you can have the presence of the military in the area to secure, right? But you don't have to use force by discharging weapons because some of these service officers, they are trigger happy officers. They wouldn't mind shooting. They will shoot even without being given order. They will shoot, all right, and they will try, and nothing will happen. Nobody is going to be, you know, blamed for it. So, yes, you can show force, you can, your presence, but then you don't have. You can also explore other avenue. Well, the one happening in that now still, we all knew it is all political in the first place. Like, so I don't remember who said that if unrest happened in Nigeria for and lasted for 24 hours, that means government knows about it. And some of these things, they know who is behind all these things. But sometimes there's a way you go about things. There's always a way to some madness, and there's a way you address it. Unlike you and I that just sit here, like more or less like a beer pilot preferring solutions to this. They have security reports every day, right? And they know who are the actors behind all these things. But sometimes you don't just because if you're trying to say, you know what, we want to be the loudmouth to expose those perpetrators, guess what? They might turn it, against you or turn it on your head. So you have to walk a very fine line to make sure you walk it and at the same time do what you need to do, within the law. Because if not, you're trying to see there are a lot of collateral damage because at the end of the day you need to want to project the image of the country, and at the same time you want to do it in such a way that it will look as if you're waging war against your own people. So it's a very very delicate word. I'm not a pacifier when it comes to uh, finding lasting peace or solution to the country. No, I'm not a pacifist.
You
But
are
what I
sounding like Adewale.
no,
You are
I'm not.
sounding like
I'm just being reasonable. Look, there's no other person that is as tired as me when it comes to what is happening in all this. I mean, southeast. If a part of me wish that forget it, let the government forget about that. Don't even bother yourself. But luckily, this administration is so smart. They are very experienced when it comes to issues like this. And you could see that they are taking their time. Ordinarily, if it were to be the military, well, this would never happen during the military in the first place anyway, because they are going to turn it upside down. But sometimes you have to be a little bit slow to reaction so that you'll be able to know what you need to apply, what you need to do. But when you say you want to, you want to attack it the way it comes, then sometimes you will do things that you will later regret. That applies to our individual life as well. So I'm not a pacifist. Of course, these people have committed atrocities in the past. I'm not a fan of Nnamdi Kanu. Neither am I a fan of Sam Epa or whatever his name is. But sometimes you have to watch and you can catch them in the act and condemn them. See, Thomas,
yeah.
there's a way. How do I describe this? As you are right now, let's say you're a public figure. People knows who you are, right? It won't take me more than let's say 5 minutes to destroy your reputation if I want to, because
Of
you are
course,
known,
yeah.
you're
Yeah.
a known
Because
public
I
person.
public free, of course,
But
yeah.
because you are not a known person, you are not known to the society. If I'm trying to rubbish your reputation, guess what? It won't amount to anything because people have no idea who you are.
Yes, yes.
All right. So for a government, it is easy to rubbish people's image. Even when you remember what happens during the NSAS. Now they brought Tinubu into the equation of that NSAS. What did they say? They said it was the one that gave marching order to the military to start shooting people. They said it was the one that sent his son to come and remove camera at the toll gate. Everything being said, they're trying to bring Tinubu into that equation. However, they said Tinubu owns the toll gate. You see where this is going. So it is easy to turn things around against you if the society want to do that. But sometimes when you are slow to reaction, it allows you or give you ample time to to study and at the same time find a different perspective to come in so that you won't look as if you are too aggressive or you are too docile. So I like what the federal government is doing right now. Watch and let's see the stakeholder from that region, trying to find their way, like it could turn to the federal government, like seeking for help. You see what I'm saying? So that it won't look as if federal government is the one saying, you know what, we are going to
Adewale,
march, we're going to.
Adewale, yeah. Adewale, I make a Yoruba did yesterday, and I think you should think about that. Yoruba will say, "Ọmọ tó bá ṣípá nìyẹn ń gbé." So the region has to show a sense of we are tired of this thing before
And
even the federal
that is
government
where
can
I'm
weigh
coming
in.
to now, Mr. Thomas. That is the
Yeah.
point I was trying to make. You
Uh,
see, when you have leaders in a religion that don't care, about what is happening to the masses in that region, you will not get any support. You can never. You even if the security is in the federal, you have to go and demand for it by all means. The funding.
Yeah, but Tinubu is not
You
going to
see,
watch and let that
he's not
region
going
go
to watch out.
screaming.
You don't expect Tinubu to come in the southeast, though it's not out of question if he can travel down to southeast to make an appeal. If he can do that, it's a fantastic move. But when the governors are not even in the southeast making an appeal, they're in Abuja making an appeal. Governors are supposed to be in charge, going to every local government that you have in that state, being able to roll out their demand and compile it together to know how to fight insecurity. But this have not happened.
Ekene, the state governors has no um, uh,
The
political
rights
power.
or the might, the might.
Yeah, they don't have that capacity. They can't command the state commissioner of police to bring his people out.
No, they
It's
don't have it. But I say if they need it,
but
if they
there's
really
nothing
need it,
they see. These
they
people
will.
are helpless.
They have to approach the federal government, beg for it, and we'll see them begging for it.
Who is going to beg for it? Alex Oti or
Yes,
the
now.
bid?
And
Oh,
they at least they have the chairman of governors forum in the southeast. He's Hope Uzodinma. So he's going to take the lead, make the plans, and others will follow. That is why
no,
they
but
make him the chairman of the
they're
governors
lucky
to
to
South
have
follow.
Opus or Dima. But the bottom line is that other states that have other political parties, they will try to. They're not going to be doing as if they are seeking favor.
No, you
It's
cannot, because I have seen it happen. I see it happen in southwest. So if it happened in southeast, it's not out of place. There is nothing to argue about that, Mr. Dewale. Sorry. Do you understand?
I
I have
do.
seen it happen. I've seen it happen in South. We are in East Nigeria. We know how it happened. We know that even these bandits are already in the southwest, encroaching their farms, doing all sort of evil. The governors couldn't bear it. They make a move. Even when people are saying this security they cannot carry out, they say yes, we know how to do it, and they
Yeah,
did
but
it.
the Southwest have the same. They are in the same political party, so it's a lot easier to do that. You know how many times Autumn has gone to Tinubu about issue
The
with
issue,
this.
the issue is this: if you don't have good relationship, the problem with Otom is that he really had a sour relationship with Buhari, and that is why he didn't get any single support from that government.
Yeah, but it
You
shouldn't be
understand?
like it
So
shouldn't be like that.
yeah, that is it. That is where I fought him, because for you to fight security in your state as it stands in Nigeria now, you must try to build a very good relationship with the federal, so that whatever you demand with a good approach, they will provide it for you.
But it shouldn't be like
If Autumn had built that relationship with Buhari, which he never in his life liked Buhari, they were always fighting all the time. So that is why he couldn't, even when he set up his own security sector, he was even begging for arms. The government denied him categorically. But when you are in good terms with the president, if you set out your security architecture, you meet the president and say, "This is what I need, please. I need 500 million or this and that." The government cannot give you all, but they can still provide something to support you, because it's for you to now take it back to your state, use it to build a very good architecture to fight insecurity in your state. So, and I believe that that the reason why they made Hope Uzodinma the governor or the chairman of the Governors South Forum of the Southeast is
it's
because they
because
believe that he had more relationship than Tinubu than any other governor. Even Soludo don't have any. I don't think he has any relationship with him, no matter
with
how he
with
speak.
Tinubu.
Yes, I don't think so. They don't have that relationship. Alex Oti don't have that relationship. All these new
I mean,
governors they have,
Alex Oti was in APC before, so we won't say
whether
he
he
doesn't.
was in APC, or whether he's not, he really don't have that bond. The only person that has it is Hope Uzodinma. That is why they gave him that position. So, but listening to him 2 days ago was very disappointing.
True.
Because The person you are
So
even giving the person that you are giving the position cannot even travel to his own state without all the security in Abuja.
but they said he's the
He
one.
cannot visit any local government to interact with them. He will either bring them to Abuja. Hope Uzodinma has been in Abuja for many years. I can count how many times he has been in Imo State. So how do you govern that space?
You mean it's
You
not
see the
even living
problem.
in?
Yeah, you see the problem. So it's not the issue of giving amnesty or even or giving or providing their need and all that. Even if you have to provide those things, you still need those governors to speak out for it, meet the president for it. The president before the president we need more of the like of second Niger bridge in the southeast. It pleased a lot of people, at least. Even if it doesn't please many, it pleased some. It really pleased some. That if these things can be coming down to the southeast, what will make the southeast to talk about secession? Then anybody saying this that must be a selfish person. So if they can be able to go to the government, lay down these plans, what they need, the federal rules that they need to continue, they will show it to these people. See, government are doing these things. Drop this agitation and all that. We are getting what we need. But you don't see them doing that. Even when that money is provided, they pocket the money. You understand? So those my real problem is those guys. Just I check. So most of the time, I used to sit down, analyze their lacklusterness and the way they behave, because sometimes I read the attitude, the way they speak, the way they carry themselves, don't really show that they want to work. If somebody is approaching you, Mr. Dewele, now, before that person comes close to you, when you're having an argument, you would have understand what is coming out from that person. You'll be able to read out what this person, his next move and all that. I know the body language of Southeast governors. I know their interests. I know what they have in mind. I know that their mind are not really with the people. This is a small issue. I can tell you, I can bet you this is a small issue. But they wouldn't want to sacrifice even their money or their time, as far as they are getting their own personal benefit. They believe that anyone in the Southeast can sort out themselves. They're business people. They can sort out themselves. At least they can do business and they earn a living, build their home and all that. So they believe that at least most of them, they can do business. But that is not how to govern. Whether they can do business, whether they can build their own houses, most of them can provide for their families. There are still very remote areas in those people that do not experience any government. These people are killing them. So these are the things. You don't just wake up and begin to feel that people are contented. Then you forgot the insecurity that is in that space. So for me, those governors, there is nothing to defend. You must make the right move, build a good relationship. Thank you.
Thomas, somebody is snoring. Thomas. Oh, wow. Somebody.
The platform.
You know, what do you call Tinubu is not the kind of a person. The person that I've watched so far is it's gonna watch that region go in flame like that. Even the governor, they might be helpless because it seems.
Hey, but Adewale, don't you reckon? Let me just say this: if he deployed his military might down there and crush them,
Thomas, let me play
yeah.
this and let Dewale and Ekene, and is Kumi even there still? I think the thing is let me play this clip and then see what they make of it.
they should not stand it. Okay, sir. Yes, people should not.
Basically, we arrested some illegal miners, some Chinese national. We got some credible intelligence, and then we've been on surveillance for a while, and then we were able to move in, and then we have them with us. And we are ensuring that the due processes of the law is followed by creation of law, so we follow strictly the law. Recall last week, the acting chairman was talking about the dangers of illegal mining in one of the trainings that we had. You see, this is exactly what it is. There are 13 in number, a female and 12 male. They were arrested, like I said, for illegal mining. And they were mining in areas where they didn't have license to. And they were also into mining stones for quarry. They also breached the provisions of the Money Laundering Act. They don't have a SCUMO certificate. They're not registered with SCUMO. They don't pay royalty. There's no evidence of payment of royalty. Other issues are also being handled by immigration, a sister agency. So we're collaborating. There are certain things that are expected to have met in terms of the law before coming into the country. Of the 13 we arrested, only 5 have their passports. The other remaining of them don't have passports with them. But we're also bringing the immigration to look at that aspect. Nigeria is the only country that we have, so we must protect everything that we have. Illegal mining comes with so much danger. You know, there's the part of insecurity that this could lead to, especially in states like this. We see what is happening in Zamfara and other places, in Nasarawa and the other places. As we're trying to also see EFCC how we can give our best to ensure that that sector is sanitized so that legal miners only can take over the minings in this country. Well, they were arrested yesterday early morning, like I said, after long trailing and deep intelligence, very detailed intelligence. Yesterday they were arrested, and the law is taking its course. Like I said, we're a creation of law. We're following strictly the provisions of the law. After investigation, they're going to be arraigned in courts. Don't forget, this is not the first time we're arresting a Chinese national. One Zhang was arrested sometime last year. He was eventually convicted, and then so we will follow the same process. They're here, so of course the law is keeping them here. We know that they won't just step in here alone. They're foreigners, so we're asking questions. Who brought you? What did you come for? How did you get in here? You don't have passport. How were you able to come in here? Give us the remaining of your passport. We can see five and all of that. We want to have the other. So we're broad, we're deep, we're going far. Yes, it's a detailed investigation. And thereafter, we're in them in court.
So what is your reaction?
One man, can I say something?
Yeah. Okay, coming.
You see, this is a beautiful news. Very nice one. I don't even know how these other countries take Nigeria. But the problem I have with our country is this: that these people did not just come and begin to perform an illegal mining especially that Zamfara state, because one of their former governors was in television last time. He was talking rubbish that Tinubu should call those bandits and all that to negotiate with them. Negotiating what? These things are illegal. He also made a statement that the farmers in that those bandits are making a demand of 100 million before the farmers could go to farm in that region. And you have the effrontery to come to the national TV to say that. Because these things that happened here, these guys, these Chinese, they didn't just come there. A lot of all those rich guys in that area would have given them their support and their protection, because they cannot just mind this thing and carry it and go. So a thorough investigation, check out the people that sponsored you, bring them out. But my problem, Nigeria is not robust in fighting corruption. This case, they're supposed to follow it, show it on the television. People should know the process of this case. See, if they can go far in making this case a very transparent one, I tell you, it will curb insecurity in Zamfara state for sure. This is going to curb insecurity in Zamfara state, because this is a very nice step forward. But I have a problem with with the government of my country. They will start playing politics with it, and in this case, this might be the end of it. We might not hear about it again. So I'm very Nigeria have everything. Nigeria is a blessed nation. Why is our leaders behaving like this? Why allow these systems that are doing this job? I tell you, Nigeria have a very good system in terms of
maybe you
yeah.
should call the Oyinbo. They should come back and lead us again.
I don't know. Nigeria have a good system. Look at the wonderful job that these people has done. You know what it means to arrest these people? 13 of them. Illegal mining. This case should be a national case. People should learn. They should use them to set a very good example. Even those big people that are sponsoring them, bring them out on television to interrogate them. Let's see their purpose, why they are doing that. Heaven will not fall. Heaven will not fall. But they'll start to play politics. I don't want to wound this my supporter. I don't want to wound this person. No, they should keep that aside. Fight for the masses. Fight for the betterment of Nigeria. And all that. But they won't do that.
Hey guys, where was this illegal mining
I'll be one of the
happening?
happiest person in this country. Thank you.
Where was the illegal mining happening?
Adewale, do you know the place? I don't think
I think it was talking about those. This Zamfara or
yeah, that is Zamfara. That is Zamfara, and that is one of this is the state that have one of the most insecurity in that area. Almost all their local government bandit has taken over. You cannot come there to farm. As I'm talking to you now, in this farming season, they did not go to farm. Bandits are demanding 100 million from those local farmers for them to come and do their farming, and they don't have it. They stayed back. Their governor said it last 2 days to Seun Wakembele on channels. I was surprised.
Wala do. Chinese in Nigeria for illegal money. First and foremost.
Well, quickly, there I was going to say, if you don't mind. See, what is going on with illegal mining is just like the oil bunkering. Nothing new here. It's the people in charge, in power, that are the ones orchestrating all these things. These things do not happen in a vacuum. I mean, some people are behind it. I mean, it's just like they're stealing the oil. They too now they're passing all this. It's not an issue of Chinese. Not at all. They could have been Germans or whatever. Whatever happens in the Nigerian space, it's usually a coercion between the Nigerian people, the leadership, and the foreigners. So it's got nothing to do with Chinese people, really, if you ask me.
You know what actually baffles me is that even in the oil bunkering, I mean, you see Nigerians being in charge. Once it's outside the shore of Nigeria, Nigeria, that's where you have the foreigners, being in charge. But this time around, somebody correcting us on the comment section saying it's Kwara, not Samfara. Whether it's in Samfara or Kwara or Lagos or Ondo or whichever state it is, what we have is a total collapse of security. Because at the end of the day, if you look at it, how could foreign nationals come to another country, a sovereign country, to mine illegally? To me, that is not just breakdown of law and order. That is a total failure of a state. Nigeria is a failed state. I mean, you're right. It didn't just happen in a vacuum. Someone in the authority must have given them that power, that enablement for them to be able to carry out this uh, evil perpetration. So now, then that beg for a question: what is the federal government doing? Because now we have Chinese coming to Nigeria to mine illegally. So that means there's no way the governor or the government, I'm sorry, the state government in that state would not know about this. There's no way. You can't have the foreign national in your state and then you say that you are not aware. With this number of them being paraded, there's no way. But secondly, too, what jurisdiction does EFCC have over arresting illegal miner? I think should be the duty of the Nigeria Police Force, not EFCC. Am I mistaken? Please, somebody correct me if this is not right.
Well, yeah, I tell you, is the Nigerian police, their job is to carry the umbrella for these Chinese people when they walk around the streets. So there you go. Um,
Yeah, yeah, I
But
understand.
I think this has to do with our economy and finance. I think EFCC has the right to do that job. In fact,
I
as it is in this country now, I don't care who does the job. I just want the
You
job to be done.
see, this is the problem I have because this has been debated in the court for several times now, and the court hasn't given definite answer. What we have is the duplication of duties, you know, among our security apparatus because it seems the duty that has been carried out by EFCC is also being duplicated by the ICPC. And if you look at the act that established Nigeria Police Force, they are supposed to be doing the job of ICP, both ICPC and
well,
EFCC.
well, let me chime in real quick. See, well, I agree. I mean, there are so many ministries or whatever. There's so many duplication going on, but just like we don't have enough police force to handle all these things. So me, I would see EFCC and these other outfits as just an extension of Nigerian police. Quite frankly, doing different parts of the job that the police supposed to be doing. Really. Um, so yeah, it may sound like duplication of duty, but um, at the same time, if you look at the totality, we don't have enough police. I mean, I don't know what I don't know what the ratio is, but I don't think we have that many police compared to the citizen. The ratio, that's what I mean.
In America, we have a what do you call it? Each of the federal agency have their duties. For example, if someone is tasked to bring in uh, crops from South America, and that individual also decided to transport narcotics with those crops. Now, how does the federal government, establish whose jurisdiction is going to prosecute? The primary, the first, uh, what do I say now? The perpetrator was meant to transport crops to America. They take over. Now, once the federal government now established that narcotics will now take precedence over that crops. Remember, you are supposed to transport crop, but you are now dealing with narcotics. So the DEA will take over because the narcotics now is above the crop. So you also have the Bureau of what is it called? Whew, it's not agriculture. I forgot the name. They are not that known, but they are also a federal government agency, security agency, and they will take the back seat, and the DEA will take, we take the front seat while working with the FBI. They'll be the front to gather the intelligence and the evidence and all that. So that's why I'm asking that whose jurisdiction is to prosecute these people being paraded? Is it Nigeria Police Force or ICPC or EFCC, because I believe EFCC should deal strictly with finance crime. And this is illegal mining. So I'm trying to wrap my head around it. But that is secondary. The fact that we have foreign nationals in our country mining illegally speaks volume. That's a huge deal, a really big deal. But there's no way the state government would pretend as if they don't know what's going on.
Adewale, can I ask you a question?
Yeah.
Can any Nigeria go in any space in China and perform this kind of acts and they come out alive?
It's possible.
And can any Nigeria go to Chinese and do this and do such a thing and come back alive? Can it happen?
Can I respond to that your question?
Yeah.
Good morning, everyone, and I'm happy to join you guys here. The answer is capital no. That person that person and those people that are even innocent, they will round up everybody and they'll put them into prison. They don't even care whether your embassy interfere or does not interfere. I think you guys have said it all. The hallmark of all these things that the governors are involved. Some Nigerian top elite are also involved. They are the one bringing these people on, probably on tourist visa, Nigerian tourist visa, and coming to Nigeria to come and do all these stupid things. Sorry for my language. Nobody, even America, they dare not dare something like that in China. Nobody, I repeat, nobody. So our system is so porous, and our security agencies, what they really interested is corruption is too much. Have you ever been to Nigerian passport office? You will see a lot of immigration. They don't have nothing doing there. They will cram themselves in one room. They're supposed to send all of these people to the field. I think in some countries, immigration are under the police, but Nigeria, we separate them, which this is also duplication, because the immigration, how come immigration, when you enter a foreign land, the first thing you have to register with the local police. In Nigeria, nothing like that, especially if you are coming with a working visa or something like that. But
immigration only deal with the ingress and outgress. They don't really. It's the border patrol, the customs that usually man the those.
Yeah, I understand, but sometimes like this is what you said. There should be a synergy between EFCC, immigration, and the police.
Correct.
If the EFCC arrest these people, they should hand them over to the police. But that will be the biggest mistake, because the police will release them.
Even right now, they're still going to be released. I can assure you of that.
Because the
Nigerian government, are they doing any mining themselves?
Even if they are not doing any mining, they cannot just allow every Tom, Dick, and Harry to.
They don't know how to mine.
No, they have.
So what do you think they should do for these Chinese guys?
The same
They should
Tom
send
and
them
Harry.
to jail, and their
They should what?
They should send them to jail and their Nigerian cohort, because they cannot do that without no Nigerian.
But the Nigerian cohorts are the big man. Come on, you know that.
Yes,
You will be surprised. Nothing will happen to them.
Nothing.
You know what I would do if I arrest those Chinese from the government? I will keep them here. Like, the part of punishment will be, I'll keep them here. Now, I will have them, part of the deal will be like, okay,
don't even think
wait
about
now,
that.
wait.
They don't care.
You know what I'm about to say.
Mike.
They don't care.
You haven't even
Hey, Mike, I think I know where you're going, but listen, we're not on the same footing. We're not.
Where am I going? Where am I going?
We can't bargain. We can't bargain with the Chinese people. We can't use it as a
That's not where I'm
bargaining chip.
going.
Okay, all right.
Yeah? Bargain. What do you mean bargain? What sense?
Like bargaining, use them as a bargaining chip with the Chinese for whatever reason. I don't know. But go ahead.
No, that's not what I want to say. No.
Okay.
Here's the deal. Here's what I see here. You got this group of Chinese men sitting in China, poor, and they figure a way to get rich in Africa, right? And that way to get rich is they discover that a village somewhere in Africa, they will go there, and if they dig the ground, they can get something there, and that will make them rich. Now, you and I as in Nigeria, we are not asking ourselves that how come those Nigerians in Nigeria that want to jackpot, they didn't know that they don't have the same head that Chinese guy has. That there's something that your grant that you said could have done and dig and become rich. You understand? So me as a let me tell you what I'm going to say what I would do to them. Me as a if I'm a real serious government person, I would say these guys now, since they know something some of my people don't know, I will arrest them. They can't go back to seize their passports. Now say the deal I can make with you is if you want to go, your knowledge and everything you know, both the knowledge of the thing you are mining, how you're going to trade it, where you're going to sell it, how you make money, all the process. You have to train all bunch of my people. You transfer the knowledge to them. And once I'm convinced that you've given my people that knowledge, now you can go. Or else you get a death sentence or you get life in prison.
Okay, let me
That's
chime
the
in.
deal you make. But unfortunately, you guys are not thinking like that. You just have to punish them like that. See, when America arrests you, listen.
Let me chime in real quick. Let me chime in real quick. So,
Did that make sense? Or what would you have done? Would you have done
yeah,
opposite?
what you said it makes sense, but here's the thing. See, if you know how the CCP works, the Chinese government, if you know how they work, sometimes they actually work through such people actually, but at the same time they work through like what you call like a mafia kind of ring. These people, if they're truly poor, where they get the money from? But they have what they call sponsors. So they have sponsors that send them like they do in Africa also when they sell all these ladies to prostitution in Italy, right? But these people cannot work like that. They don't work independently because they don't have the funds and the resource and the backing. So
But
they are
it's irrelevant. The fact that the sponsor is sponsoring wait.
Mike.
Remy, you gotta let people talk now. It's not about you.
No,
Just chill
I'm
out small now.
allowing to talk. I just call your name. I want
I
to.
get it, but if I started responding first, let me learn and then you can respond to. See, if for the sponsor to be sponsoring it, that means the sponsor know they already have the knowledge, or either the sponsor already trained them. So they are not sending just empty head there. They must have become experts in what they are coming here to do. So
Mike,
that
they do
expertise.
crude mining. I mean, so far we don't see. They employ the local people as part of their mining ring. They employ also crude way of mining. There's no special skill they're displaying. Actually, maybe they have some, but we're
So
not
why
seeing
the
nothing.
Nigerians doing the same thing then? Why your broke, poor ass people over there not doing
Because
the same thing? Even
our
your governors don't know how to mine. How long have we been saying we have something in Safari, we have something here, and the governor don't know how to mine? Because nobody in
because
Nigeria has sense, nothing,
our
anything about mining. The
Well,
only thing we are mining is oil.
just like you said, Mike. They see Africa as a place to go, something that they can get rich quickly. Well, the same reason also we jackpot to all these places, also thinking we're gonna pick up gold on the street or we're gonna get rich. The same mentality in a reverse direction.
But their own is more realistic. Our own is just some fallacies, So I don't
No,
even
no.
know. We
The
just think
point
we're gonna.
about it, Mike, and I respond to you now. First, the point about it is that, like we said, they have a cohort that people that let them have the opportunity to mine illegally, and I think it's some of our top elite or even the governors. And but Prince Daddy said this is a crude mining. So what you want to do by keeping them here and threatening them with jail, something like that, it's not going to be easy because we have a we have a lot of bilateral agreement with China. Some of these people, just like Prince Daddy said, they are nobody in China. They are also looking for greener pasture. And somebody said, if you go to Nigeria, they are lawless there. Just bribe them some money. Can you believe when Chinese are coming through the Nigerian airport, they put some dollars inside between their passport and they give it to the immigration? And most of them, they came in here through tourist visa. And which in China, if you came in through tourist visa, they are monitoring you. That is the immigration. There was nowhere. Which hotel are you staying? Where are the places are you going to visit in their country? Immediately your visa is applied, they will even come to the hotel and pick you if you are not going back to your country. So that's what I'm saying, that our immigration are too docile. They do not do their job very well, because actually when you come with Nigeria with a tourist visa, they only give them 1 month stay. 1 month stay, they will continue to stay illegally for a long time. And if they want to go back to their country, they did the same thing, put some dollar in between their passport, and their immigration will look at other way. So the problem is first our homegrown, because they see us are very corrupt people. Just throw anything at them, even how much is $100 to Chinese or something like that. So the idea you
I
are
will
trying
tell
to
you guys.
say, what you are trying, let me now finish. What you are trying to say, their government will get involved in that way because they are not so stupid. They are national. But if you send them to jail outrightly or prison, their government won't do nothing. And Prince Tadioro said some of these guys, because see them, they look like crude or something like that. They can also be spy. You don't know. So
That's
they were
exactly.
trying to do so many things you guys don't know. But is the Nigerian government or our security people, they are not doing their job very well because
Yeah.
we are. So if I know that okay, Prince Daddy is corrupt, it's very easy for me to manipulate him. If I know Mike, I can get you with money or anything in cash or in kind. I will manipulate you easily. But over there, because of the system of government they practice, you cannot manipulate their immigration or police. They will arrest you and put you into jail. They don't care who you are. Even if your so-called governor do something stupid, they will do the same thing.
And by the way, quickly, say Nigerian government cannot mistreat a Chinese houseboy in Nigeria. The Chinese government will step in. I'm telling you, they
Yes,
will
they
spend
will.
$1 billion to make sure it doesn't happen because they understand the
Absolutely.
image out. They understand the image on an international stage. They know what's up. The Chinese are not stupid. They know how to project power. And right now, they something that knows at America and Europeans. You can't mistreat them no matter what they do in your country, you can't mistreat them. You can't put them in jail like that.
Prince Daddy,
Prince Daddy,
if I am the president, you see this thing. The next day I'm going to China. I will not waste time.
Kenneth,
I
you
will be
see,
going.
we are
I
not
will be
having the
going
right
there to meet.
conversation here. See,
Yeah,
see, we are
but
not.
this issue need to deal with very well. This is a serious issue.
Yeah, we
Yeah,
totally
my
agree
brother.
that we
Let
should
me
be there.
see.
But
We are not
Mike,
having the right
Mike,
conversation here.
go on, Mike. Take it easy. Okay, go on.
You see, okay. When I see something like this, where my frustration comes from, it's not even where you guys' frustration is coming from. For example, I know a lot of Nigerians that went to top university and studied geology. They know everything about, like precious stones, mining, all those things. Good. I know personal one that went to good top universities in America. They work for companies in America and in Canada and all these countries, even in Europe. And they will be in America for 40 years, their whole life. They will say that useless country, Nigeria, I'm not going back. And when you approach those kind of people and say, when you approach those kind of people and say, guys, let's go, this knowledge we have, let's go to Nigeria and go and do something with this. They will tell you, Nigeria where there's no security, there's no lights, there's no clinical. And a Chinese man is ignoring all those so-called excuses you are having, leave his country to risk his life and go there and be doing those things. So to me, like the kind of conversation we're having here is, it's like our frustration should come from our own profession, our experts. They have left Nigeria decades ago, just working for
Yeah.
Igbo. You know what I'm saying?
That's a good point. That's pretty good because sometimes we want everything done for us so perfectly before we do something. But
Exactly.
let's give some Nigerians credit because there's still many Nigerians in Nigeria that operate under this same quote unquote harsh condition. But you're right about that. Yeah. Well, especially when we travel overseas, then we want to transpose the way to do things over there, even though we're not up to that standard. To operate in Nigeria, and that's not the right way to think. That's a defeatist mentality. I totally agree with you on that point. And because we do have the expertise in the long run, but we don't look at it like that. But there are real challenges. Yeah, you're right. I mean, what compels a Chinese person to come mine in the village where there's no electricity, there's nothing. But no, they make do. They make do. You're right.
Yeah. Yeah, I think when I lived over there in China for some years, I discovered so many things. First, I was shocked when I see some Chinese digging the ground with that kind we use that crude tool we use in Nigeria. They are doing the same thing as Nigerians are doing. But after some years, their government step in, they continue to develop their town and cities. They use their cost advantage. If this city or this town is known to be producing textile, the government give them soft loan. And of course, I know that they are using a kind of common sense system of government, which when when their leader talk, everybody keep quiet. And they say, go this, everybody have to do this. So Nigerian, because we practice this kind of democracy we are practicing in Nigeria. To me, to be fair, I don't totally support this American system totally, because it gives a lot of room for people to maneuver so many in things. So as you rightly said, President Daddy and Mike, if these people, Chinese, they don't care. They can even go into the mall. They can eat your amala with you, but they have their hand game. I know them very well. And when they deal with you, even everything you sign on the paper, they still have something behind that they will hold against you. You won't know. This is their way of life. So
Yeah.
when
You are
Nigerians,
very productive people. Our problem in Africa, we are not productive.
but you can't take anything away from them. If they can come
But you
to your
see, but my problem is this:
yeah,
the state like this has this kind of natural resources,
yeah.
and they are living in abject poverty.
So we are dealt with that one. It's our leader, the
Blaming the
government.
Chinese for coming
This
here
Because
to
they are,
take.
this is what leaders are, because this is not necessarily the
My
federal.
brother,
This necessary
so you can
what the state
see, you
government needs
can,
to go in there and they fight for it, make the resources useful for the
so
people.
they
I
don't
can
know what to do with it.
I
You're not
can
understanding. They
I
They
can
don't
don't
help.
know.
they don't have the capacity. It's
They
hi
don't.
now.
That's the
Wow.
problem. That's the problem we have in Nigeria with
Mike,
the expert.
Mike,
Listen, we have suffered brain drain. All the Nigerians that have heads,
Wow.
they know how to do
And
something.
they don't
They've
want to
left.
they don't want to educate
Bros,
those younger ones.
I
is
can
it the
help
man that
Mike.
don't have the education that is the one that give the education? Governor, we don't know anything about mining. I ain't go educate you about mining.
No, this is not
The, Ni-
apart
the
from
Nigerians that know how to do things, they've left and they don't want to go back. They are no Nigerians that know. There's nothing we need in that country. We don't have Nigerians that know how to do it somewhere. I've run into them. I had a professor when I was studying engineering, Professor Agbanobi. The man, the kind of knowledge, things he knew. He's been in America. He first started in UK in his 70s. He studied engineering in some of the top universities. He has worked for some of the best companies. He retired as a professor. And when I spoke to him, he said he never been back to Nigeria since 1978. The man was laughing. We were having a conversation about Nigeria. He was laughing about the way they do things, some things. He was explaining that, so why don't he knows that the man has so much knowledge. He can solve so many things because he has worked for the best companies. His signature alone, his money. Professor Manobi, I said, the man, but you should go to Nigeria, go and just some kind of knowledge.
no,
Just let me learn. Let me learn. This professor for years, I had a conversation with him until the man died. He died with his knowledge. He never transferred anything to Africa.
He did not impact
That's what
anything
we're
to
having.
Nigeria.
so
Nothing, no
Mike,
knowledge.
I want to ask you a question. Do you take your personal interest above the national interest?
Do I take my listen, my personal interest? You start this is let me explain. Yeah, wait. There's a balance in everything in life. You understand? There's a balance in everything in life. If I'm a poor person, number one, first law of nature is self-preservation. You have to build yourself, and once you have built yourself, now it's time for you to start building your society. That's the way life works. If you haven't built yourself, there's no point someone telling you to go and build your society. It's stupid.
The reason why I ask this question is because you see all these governors, all these are top leaders, they are greedy and selfish. That is why even the so-called those people that are shouting resource control. In reality, they are just saying it just to make people the public believe that they are fighting for resource control. Actually, if we practice real presidential system of government very well, the state, if the government, if the state supposed to mine this product and take care of its own people in that state, but because we are not practicing that real what do you call it, federal system of government, that's why
Remy, nobody's stopping anybody from mining
no,
what's in their states. They don't know how to do
No,
it. That's the
the
problem.
federal government has the power
the federal
over
government
those
has the
things.
right. You
Are
cannot just
you okay? Why is the federal government not mining it themselves?
the government,
You
even
see,
if you
there
are
are a lot of the
okay.
tribal. The law
You
is
guys are just giving
totally clear.
excuses, man.
We are
You
See,
not
guys are
giving
just giving.
excuses. This is what is
Mike,
happening.
Nigeria, they don't
it's
have the
complicated.
expertise,
It
so they
is
just ignore.
complicated.
Yes.
What's
It is really.
Explain
It
it.
is.
Explain the
It is
complication.
You see, the host community, they will
Mm-hmm.
create unrest if federal
Yeah.
government is coming in and saying, you know what, we want to explore this place, we want to mine. Okay,
So
the
why is it
state
not creating
government.
unrest when the Chinese come there to mine it?
Because the government knows about it. That's both the
You
state
are
and the
giving too
federal.
much. You are just what else? Okay, why is the host community the oil they are pumping out of the Niger Delta? Why
Do
is the
you
host?
think
You
so?
guys give too much excuses
Do
for
you
our problems. I
do
don't know
you
why we do
think
this.
the Chinese
So
man?
the host community is stopping the federal government from coming here to mine. That's what you're telling me. Some dusty villagers are telling Nigerian government they can't come there to mine. Is that what you're telling me?
See what I
Nigerian
want to say.
government, since when
See what
Nigerian
I want
government,
to say.
Obasanjo will
See
send
what I
soldier
want.
go OD
See what
to
I
go and
want to
finish
say
them.
in support of Mike view. What Mike says is right. The state government have the right to go into that space and see what is going on there. If they can mine that, if they can use their resources to develop their state. It's just like insecurity.
Ekene.
It's all about building relationship with the federal. You can go there, see what you have there. Federal government can still make their demand. Then if you have a balance, you go and do it. It's all about nation building. I don't think there is any law stopping them to explore that area
They don't
to
have
make
the
it more
expertise. That's
productive.
what it is.
So
They don't.
are you saying that the Chinese will be in Kwara and the host community will know that they have foreigners in their midst and they will just sit back and be watching them mining their resources right there in their own face, in their own
Yes,
name?
because that is what you see that government, those former governors and those top officials, they are the ones sponsoring that mining. So if they bring that into the federal, or if the state government take it over, that profit they are having, they will not have
Let
it again.
me give
They
you
are
one
making it for
example.
their own personal. They are using it for their own personal uh,
Hold on
gain.
now.
Well, let me
Hold
say
on.
quickly.
Let me give you one example real quick. Prince Daddy. You know, I'm from Ekiti State. Where I come from, they mine a stone called tourmaline. It's like a diamond, but it's not as pure as diamond. It was first discovered in the early 90s or late 80s to early 90s. When it was discovered, there were a lot of illegal mining going on. In fact, the lands there, in fact, to the point that some of those lands were useless because they were blasting and destroying the land everywhere. Don't be surprised, your house, underneath your house might be blasted open. The following day, you see your own house collapsing. What happens then? The state government, because it was a military government then, brought soldiers from Adrikiti because it was just a newly created state then. What happened was that the host community that I was born enables those illegal mining. In fact, the sons and daughters of that communities were the one mining and bringing people. There was a direct truck or lorry all the way from Kano because those guys were good in digging. Okay, so even though the military brought all their power and might and militaries and whatever, they did not succeed because the people of the community connived with the local authority to make sure that those military personnel being sent to those places did not succeed. Till today, those illegal mining is still going on there. It's still ongoing. So, like I said, the local authority, the state authority knows about all this. Someone is benefit from all those things that the profit from those illegal mining, and that is why the federal government is not succeeding. You have to bring in the stakeholders, the locals, to be part of it for the government to succeed. Government can't be everywhere. If you like, bring the battalion from every part of the country to march into that Kwara state, they will still not succeed. In my own hometown, up to today, Tamarin is still being mined in that town. So the government knows about it. The state government knows about it. The federal government knows that those Chinese were there. And there's no way Chinese people will be so comfortable living outside the modern area and go to Zamfara or Kwara State or all those states. There's no way. But because they were being protected, they give them,
So the federal government know they are there, and the same
what
federal
are we
government will
talking?
not arrest them.
What are we talking about?
And they're the same people that arrest them. I mean, what are you saying,
How would
man?
they
Come on.
arrest them?
Who was it not the
When the
federal government that
government
arrested them?
So are you saying they started living in Kwara State today and they arrested them the following day? They were given protection. Somebody probably just said, enough of this. Let us do the shakara. I would not be surprised if they let go of this Chinese tomorrow.
It is the change of government that caused the arrest.
Even with the change of government, see, it's still going to be subject to negotiation. What are we going to get? At the end of the day, we'll go back. It's Nigeria. It's Nigeria.
You see, let me tell you something. If I'm the federal government, if I'm the federal government, I will give those Chinese citizenship.
It is the Nigerian
I
federal
will,
government, not foreign nationals. When
you,
it comes
know,
out
you know,
Nigerian federal government,
you
it's
guys,
by people.
Adewale, you know what can help Nigeria? You know what can save us? We need to start immigration program like America. Who's that? Can you meet us West? Thomas, can you meet us? Okay. See, this is what we need to do in Nigeria. We need to start immigration program like America does. You know, and we need to start attracting brains into Nigeria. Like those Chinese guys now, with those information, I will give them Nigerian citizenship and I will give them accommodation, have them stay.
Those
And
guys are not the problem, Mike.
That's what I'm saying. They are not the problem. I'll give them citizenship
interest.
because if they know how to mine, if they know
been
this thing, we
sent by
need
one
wait
big
now.
man from China.
Hmm?
They must have been sent by one big man from China in connivance with
Yeah, that's fine. Now we will take that big man. Listen,
those people are not the
Adewale. I will take that big man's position. You don't know how to think like a mafia. You see me, I know how mafia game work. Mafia, they still there. Listen, mafias, they are errand boy, they are foot soldiers. Everybody they fight for foot soldiers. Even if you go and study how drug laws they work, they
We
operate.
already have one
Then
in
they snatch each
Nigeria.
other,
We have
each
the
other
state
barons.
and the federal
Bros,
mafia.
listen, the Chinese mafia will send them. I will snatch their boys from them. They use them. The Nigerian mafia will start using me. You understand?
And Mike, you become the new mafia also.
Exactly. Yeah. No, the Nigerian government.
New mafia because you are just a governor at that particular time, and after 8 years, you move away, and all the money also go to your pocket. You are not so helping the masses. So that is the same.
Only the money. No, the money doesn't go to my pocket. It goes to the people.
It's a lie. Even if you try to go to the people, what about the next government that is coming
Mike,
after you?
First of all, you don't have any locals. I know how to. They have the same expertise as those guys. But you guys, I don't know how you guys think, Seth. Do you value the brain or just emotional?
It is not the mining, but the selling of those items. That is what makes a difference. Anybody can mine.
I want to say thank you, everyone in the platform. I want to go. The day has break in Nigeria. Let's go and find something to eat. You know, we have to struggle in this country. So, to make sure you put food on the table. So, I'm going now. So, thank you, everyone. And I love you all. And this is a very important conversation. And I wish we will discuss it very well. Thank you, everyone.
All right, have a wonderful day.
In my own opinion, I think the only solution to this problem is if we decide that any day Nigeria decide that resource control, 75 or maybe 60% of resource in your state goes to your state. Go and use the money you get from your state to pay workers, develop your state. Then you will see that those of you said that Nigeria does not have qualified people to do that, you will see what will happen. But the moment that everybody is still going to federal government to collect money in Abuja every time and then, it's still going to be the same thing.
Thank you, Remy. That is the truth. You've nailed it on the head. To me, okay, that is the best. That is the best solution.
Remy,
because if you're taking from a community, okay, go ahead, Prince Daddy.
Oh yeah, I was gonna say quickly also, there's illegal immigration in America. I'm telling you, the same mafia people that send these Chinese people to Africa and around the world, go to Chinatown in New York, San Francisco, and other parts of America. There are some people that live in Chinatown. I don't know how they got to the United States. They never leave Chinatown. They don't speak a lick of English, and they do everything in Chinatown. And they are under the control or auspices of some mafia boss in China. So the Chinese, they're pretty good at doing this stuff. I was just gonna note that. I mean, there's illegal immigration everywhere. And right now, the United States having a whole bunch of problem in the southern border where everybody's crossing, from Africans to South Americans to the Chinese and Russians. Everybody's at the border. So illegal immigration, it's as big and powerful as America. Yeah,
it's not a problem in America. Let me tell you what America does. This is what America does. America open is he allow people, everybody in, right? Now they will watch everyone. They keep the talented and the best, and then they deport the useless ones. That's what America does. America purposely bring immigrants in because they know the value of human capital, the human talents. They know that.
No, Mike. No. Trust me.
That
I
no,
know.
no,
I know
that
about it.
trust me. America is the immigrant country.
No. Why
Prince
do
Daddy, Prince Daddy.
they target? Hold on. They target the Indians and the Nigerians and the people, especially the educated ones that have something to offer the workforce. But all these other menial
The
workers,
Mexicans? They don't
not the
target the
Mex.
Mexicans?
No, the Mexican are farm workers for the most part, but in terms of white collar jobs, okay,
No, it's
they
not
know
only
how
white
to.
collar.
There's
Every
plenty of
sector.
there's
They
plenty
need
of them.
no,
No,
they
no,
need they
no,
need
Mike, don't deny illegal immigration in America. It's a big problem. Don't
it's
deny that.
not a
It's a
problem. Are they
okay,
complaining?
okay, that's fine.
Is the US government complaining?
Well, people are complaining actually. Well, of course. Well,
They're
if
talking about low life America.
okay,
All those,
no.
listen, the US
In terms of resource control, resource, see
and
the
the
people
United
that are
States, the
complaining.
immigrant country in the first place. It's an immigrant country. Everyone, it's from the beginning of America. When the country was founded, they wiped out the indigenous people, and then they started the immigration program began back then. And from the beginning,
We're
they
not gonna use that argument. I mean,
no, no, no. Okay, as American immigration program stopped, they still don't. They still do a visa lottery from countries.
yeah,
Why they,
that's called
so
legal immigration. Yes,
both legal and illegal. Listen, America wants people, both legal and they want people. They're looking for talent.
no,
You
but the
understand?
illegal immigrants are a burden to the state. They don't pay
It's
taxes.
not. It's
Many
not.
of them, no, they don't pay taxes. They
But
are
they
a
don't
burden
make
on the
money
state.
either. They don't.
You want
Oh, they make
to,
money. They make
Bros,
money.
Prince
Prince
Daddy,
Daddy, Prince Daddy.
you want to say
America
that
is
you want
smart.
to tell Florida that they are not making money, they are not paying taxes, they are a burden. You want to say that to the Floridians?
If they are they illegal immigrants?
Yeah,
Prince Daddy, you're a very smart guy. Listen,
I
sorry,
no,
no
Mike,
disrespect, but
don't say that.
Mike,
Don't
no,
say
no,
that.
no disrespect. But I'm trying to explain something to him. I'm not literally, but not like
Mike,
literally. But
Mike,
Prince Daddy, hold on.
Mike,
Let me explain what I'm trying to say. If I land, you know what I'm saying. I'm not saying it's not a smart guy, like say not literally. I know what I'm saying. In America, right? If you are a legal immigrant and you're walking down the streets, the American government, police, give them no, they have no right to arrest you. They can't die your liberty. You are protected. Once you cross that border, you make it in.
You
You are
think so?
protected. They cannot arrest you and deport you unless you've committed a crime. They cannot.
Because
So
there's
I'm trying to explain to Prince that if American government make it like that, don't you think they need them?
it
They
depends on
literally
where you
cannot.
stay.
Do you know that? Do you know that if you're an illegal person in America, if you're an illegal immigrant here, the police maybe they arrest you. Once you get your lawyer, right, and once the lawyer can establish that you are unlawfully stopped, you're unlawfully the purpose of police that arrested you in the first place, they can't deport you. They will free you.
You think
Before
so?
yes,
Okay,
they
well,
cannot. They
say,
can. Do you know they cannot just come and? Do you know if you are illegal in America, they cannot just come and arrest you and deport you? They can't.
okay, yeah, I don't need you to tell me that, but
Exactly. So what are
okay,
you telling me?
but
It's
no,
a problem.
well, it is a problem because you
It's
don't.
not to the
Well,
government.
it's a
It's
big
not.
problem because you don't.
Prince Daddy,
There's a political tone to it, but
yeah,
I do want you to tell me about the taxes of illegal immigrants in Florida. I want to hear that part.
It's
yeah.
not even
Before
about it.
Adewale comes in,
One,
please, can you
one,
just
one voice at a time, please,
okay,
guys. One
okay,
voice at a time. I'm
uh,
enjoying you guys. One
Prince,
voice, yeah. Remy,
Prince,
let's hear from Remy.
Prince Daddy and Mike, I want to support Micah's action here in Europe. There, because all over this developed country, they don't want to have children like before, and they bring in a lot of asylum seekers. In fact, the asylum seeker even enjoy more than the legal migrant, because when you come here as a legal migrant, maybe through
No,
education
no,
or
asylum
for work.
seekers. I did not legal. Correct me. I don't know how to do in Europe. Asylum seekers. Legal. Asylum seekers. I did legal or illegal.
I think the way they are legal, if I must say
Okay,
that, because
okay.
I don't.
So we're not
So I
talking about the
just want
same
to, I
thing. We're
just
not
want
talking
to
about the
tell
same
you,
thing.
I just want to tell you why I also support Mike as action, because they need them, because they outside work there, cleaning the road, working in
Exactly.
restaurants, construction workers. They need these people, because you that are educated, you don't want to do this kind of job, and
Remy, it's not even that.
and their people, the citizen, the local citizen,
They
they
are
don't
on
want to.
welfare. They rather be on welfare than to go and be cleaning toilets.
Thank
Exactly. So
you. They
that's why they
don't
need the illegal, because illegals cannot go on welfare.
Okay, okay. Let me put something in now. See, okay. See, Mike, and especially Mike, I think you live in the States. Your understanding of immigration or illegal immigration is not superior than mine. You may have your understanding to a certain degree, but what I'm talking about also, that's when you see, you can't claim to have absolute knowledge. So what I'm talking about also, I'm quite confident as much as you are, and I'm telling you that there's a huge burden, okay, of illegal immigration on, especially on the border states. On the border state, see, it's a net negative. See, it's amazing.
That's what they tell you on the news, but that's not
No,
reality. I'm
no.
telling you, I'm an inside guy.
Mike,
I know what's going on, my
No,
friend.
that's funny. Yeah, that's really funny. That's an inside guy. Yeah.
That's what they tell you on the news. Oh, we don't want the illegal. Forget it.
Mike, Prince Daddy,
Prince,
just to support your assertion, that is the
Prince Daddy.
problem we have here in Europe now. Because there are so many asylum seekers and there are so many, we call them legal migrants because at the end of the day, they have a pathway to become legal migrants. But because they are also enjoying the same benefit as the citizen, and when they have a far right leaders, they want to change the immigration law. But it's not so easy because most of these people are sitting down at home doing nothing. And they are not talking about maybe hand benefit.
Okay. Okay. So how are they
Let
paying
me,
taxes
let me
or being
finish.
positive to the state?
What did you
Can
say?
I come in?
I just want to quickly finish in 1 minute. And at the end of the day, I'm supporting what Prince Daddy is trying to say. It has overstretched their benefit or whatever they are doing. But at the same time, they are in a dilemma. If we send all of these people back into Africa or back to Asia, who is going to do this job? And if you want to change the law, you cannot just separate the law that this won't benefit the asylum seeker. These are for our citizen. This is not. This is for a migrant.
I
So
will
that
explain to Prince that how the tax is paid when you
so
give me a chance.
at the end of the day, this Holland tried to change their asylum, their immigration rule. At the end of the day, they have to force. There is no government anymore. Finland is trying to do the same thing. They are also fighting in their parliament, and I think they are going to call for another election. So this immigration policy or immigration something is very complex. They need them, and at the same time, how can you say you don't want them to benefit from the society? So
Okay.
it's
Well.
double,
Okay. I take your
double.
assertion.
Prince
So
Daddy, can I explain
let.
how the tax is
Yeah.
paid?
Yeah. Tell me. Yeah. Go ahead, Mike. Yeah. I want to
Okay,
listen. Yeah.
here's the deal. As a businessman, right?
Before you start, I even want
But,
to.
but
Anyway, go ahead.
as a businessman, if I employ people, the money I pay them, when I file my taxes, my business, I file it as as expenses. It's part of my expenses, right? Now, when I hire the legal guy, the money I'm going to pay him, it's not an expenses. I'm paying him out of what I've already paid, my own income, where I've already paid tax on. So the tax is already paid. So now the deal I will make with him is, I'm not going to pay regular fee. I'll pay way below minimum wage. Like I'm a businessman here in America. Sometimes I employ the Mexicans instead of me. Where if I will do my calculation, like if I hire a person as legal, I will have to pay him at least.
Mike, hold on. The premise of the
Now,
argument is wrong in the first place.
this thing, what I'm paying him is my own income, which I've already earned. I'll pay tax on that money, so I'm going to pay him $30 an hour. You understand? Out of my pocket, but that money I pay him, I can't find that. I can't claim that money as expenses. You understand? It's my money. I can't claim that money as expenses. Now, how does that even benefit society? Because now my money that I could have saved, I'll give him. Now he's gonna go spend it. Now it even helps the economy. But that money has been taxed already. So it's not money. It's the money that's been
Okay,
taxed because
okay.
it's not a
Let
money I
me
can
jump in.
claim.
Okay, I need to jump in. I need to jump in
The
real quick,
money I'm paying him is
please.
the money that's been taxed already. It's my money
Okay,
that's been
say
taxed. I already paid tax on that money.
I
You
get that
understand?
part. I get that
So
part.
it's been
But here
paid.
you are. Okay, hold on. But here you are. Okay, you already paid tax on that money, but the state or the federal government is not getting the benefit of those of that workforce. So I'm not sure how. See, hold on. You know, if you employ people, you know, as an employer, you know that if you employ somebody legally, they pay their taxes, and also you as the employer pay taxes for them also. So that's how the state and the feds get their money. So there you number one, you're breaking the law. Number two, you are hiring somebody paying them way below minimum wage, right?
and they're not paying taxes. So I'm not. So you and that person are fleecing the state. The same mentality. White Nigeria is not
You're
progressing.
not looking at the other side. You're not looking at
Well,
the other
there's
side.
no other side to it. That's
Let me show you the other side. Let me show you the other side. Let me show you the other side. The nation needs productivity, right? There are some jobs. I start a company, right? I need to get things done. Like I need some job done. Like someone to come and clean the shit, clean the gutter, to get the construction going. We have to get it going. We need productivity. We need production to keep going. But the American person is not ready for that. Even when it comes, after 2 days, he's going to quit the job. He's going to slow down productivity. Now we have these illegals. They're going to come in and get it done, get it done. They're not going to quit. They're going to get it done. Keep going and going and going. So now we have, if you come to Texas, for example, you come to the South in America where there's so many cities that still need to be built, but they need to be built fast. Now you'll notice within 1 week, structure is already up. Bah. Within a month, it's already built. Bah. Who's doing it? It's the illegals. You understand? If the nation needs to be developed, they need development, they need productivity. So their productivity alone helps the economy, helps the society. So that's what you're not looking at. That's the other side of it. The productivity is the most important part. The taxation, yeah, it's also equally, it's also important. But guess what? I explained to you the money is already taxed. Yeah, some look at the other side, like, okay, yeah, you don't employ the Americans. Is it the black American or the white American child they can go on welfare that we employ to come and help me do the cycling up and the gutter digging? Very hard labor work. There's some job
Okay,
that needs to be. Wait, let me land. Let
hold
me
on.
land.
Let somebody bump in. Hold on a second. But quickly. See, Mike, what you're saying. Okay, I'm not stupid, but contrary to what you think, I'm not stupid, by the way. But let me tell you, what you're saying beneits you as
No. It benefits
hold
society.
on. See, there's no way you're going to justify to me
Benefit the
economically
economy.
that.
Productivity is the most important part of the
No,
economy.
Mike, you don't understand Prince Daddy. What Prince Daddy is trying to tell you that legal migrant is different from illegal migrant. What you are saying there in America is not practiced here. Here, any job you do come under the federal government will tax you accordingly. Whether you are asylum seeker or you are legal, or anybody. If you are a legal migrant, you cannot get a job here in Finland because there's no way you can get that job.
No, we are talking of America.
So America
But
is
the argument between me and him is about America. He's telling me that it's a body in America, and I'm trying to explain to him that in
okay.
America,
Maybe
no, it's
there's
not.
a lot of
Maybe in Europe is a
illegal.
different story. Of course, Europe, I don't think you guys even.
You
The only thing you
know,
guys need over there is someone to come and
Mike,
clean the. Yeah.
Mike, sometimes ago, a couple of months back, DeSantis passed a law, signed a law that banned illegal immigrants being employed in the state of Florida. Every GOP hailed that, supported that bill. Like, yeah, we need to get illegal immigrant out of our state. But you see, majority of these illegal migrants, I have friends. I have a friend that work with the what you call the NCIC. He's an adjuster. He's an American, actually from Puerto Rico. They have a mandate, but don't let me go into that. When that law was passed in Florida, they knew most of the illegal immigrants from South America knew that this is against them, and they know. Someone said earlier that if you live in some state that you will not be handed over to the immigration. Who says? If you live in a city or in a state that is not a sanctuary state, they will easily they will detain you for traffic offense. And guess what? That is how you will find yourself in Nigeria. You will you will sleep and you wake up in Muhammadu Buhari International. I mean, I say Buhari Muritala Muhammadu International Airport. They will hand you over straight to the immigration. So the illegal immigrants left Florida because they knew that that law was inimical to their existence in that state. Fast forward to 4 or 5 months after, it was now time to plant during the what do you call it? Not winter. What do you call that season that they usually plant? There was no farm workers to employ. Nobody. And Americans, they are not going to do some of this job. Just like when you come to the South, who do you find in the construction, Mike?
The Mexicans.
The Mexicans.
And they will get it done fast. They will build you.
Hardly you will find a Caucasian because the weather here in the south is hell. Hardly you will find a Caucasian. Hardly, in fact, don't even think
I
about
own a
black.
construction company now, so I know what's going on.
Don't even think about African American
Don't
because
even
that's not their area of expertise. They don't work in construction. Period. The percentage of African American that works in construction very, very minimal.
They work 2 weeks, they will quit. You
Some
have
of
to
the
go and find another person. We only be on a project.
you will find some of them are just maybe supervisors. Some of them are high skill. So who are the people laying the rod, laying putting those concrete together? These are the Mexicans, the South Americans. Okay, they are farm. They couldn't find workers to work. That's why they call them wet bag. They couldn't find workers. Now they are lamenting. Now the reality hit home because they voted for someone who supported something that will work against them. Yes, they don't pay tax, but what is the minimum wage they are being paid? Below minimum wage, and they dehumanize them the way they treat them. These are the people that don't even go to hospital. They are here in America. Other than when they give their wife belly, they will go to the public hospital and they will go and have their baby. That's it. They don't go. They don't seek for food stamp. They don't do all that. It's those who already established in the system that take food stamp. This, if you ever walk into any store, any retail store in the south, you will see most of these people spending raw cash. You can hardly find a Mexican with debit card or credit card, always with $100, $50. That's how they save their money, and they try as much as possible not to explore the system because they don't want to be tracked or traced. So when we talk about the importance of these people in American society, the importance part that they play, that role is very, very huge.
If you come and see the city of Austin, city of Dallas, these cities I visited them 50 years ago. They were not. There was now you see the structures.
If these
Like
people live South
that
America today,
development
even
is going
America today,
so fast.
America will collapse.
It will collapse. China.
But you see,
do you know the advantage China has over America in
let me let
economy?
me let
China
me let
has.
me let
They
me
have
also
productivity. That's the edge they
let
have
me
over
let me
America. Yeah, go ahead.
let me Prince Daddy is not even here no more. What's going on? Let
Oh,
me
which is
also
how
let me also bring something to our notice. You see, when just like when you go to American embassy, they will interview you. It's not because they don't believe what you say. They already have their quota for the day, so whatever you say is none of their business. They will walk off. We're sorry, we can't give you. What is the problem? I don't know. Just try them next time. For those who migrated to America and are trying to change their status, or you are coming and you are coming with, let's say, what do you call it? Is it F1 visa, spousal visas, and all those. When the adjuster pick your file, that's why they call them, case manager. When they pick your file, they have some certain things they are looking for. If you are a college graduate, you stand a better chance of being admitted to the United States. But when you have less than high school, sorry, my brother, you will try. And apart from that, there are other things that are going to add. It's about numbers. They will grade you. If your grade is below that number, or they see the red flag, you are toast. So they knew that Hispanic Americans or all these South American people, when they come, they know the impact they are playing in society. And they try as much as possible to give them visa. They will give them green card before you and I that are Nigerian.
No,
But
actually, no. They're slow to give them.
they will.
They
It
like to keep
depends
them
on
illegal, man. Because once they get
no
green card,
no
they won't continue
they
to be doing cheap labor. They keep them
they,
illegal for decades, man.
Wait. The reason why they will give them is this: they know they are going to work. Unlike when you and I that we get here and we are seeking white
No,
collar jobs. No, these
Adewale,
people are not.
No, Adewale, let me tell you, the people
They
they are
ended
quick
up
to give
becoming blue collar. Blue collar job is what built America.
exactly. But
So
wait now,
they know you and I are not going to fall into that blue collar category. We are probably seeking white collar.
no. Of course, the white collar jobs they're not going to give it. They don't need a legal person doing white collar job. It's not that
No,
was
no, no,
almost.
no, no. It's
But
not
wait
that you
now,
are going to
wait.
people. They know that you have the potential of you
Those
becoming a white collar
no,
job.
the people they need here for white collar job that they want to give visa. It's this legal dog green card quicker because they know that area can
Mike,
penetrate it.
can we hear from the new voices? Please land
Yeah,
it.
yeah.
I want to hear from the new voices, please. Yeah.
When am I going to become the new voice now?
Can we hear from Mike? Yeah. We winning. We Are you there?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, we did hear you. How about you, my brother?
Everything is good, sir. So
Oh,
I'm
we
here in
thank God. We
California.
thank God.
So I'm here in California, and
No, no, no,
it comes.
don't come here. Don't come here and blow big grammar for us. Oh. We are everyone here is illiterate. Oh. I'm hearing some tonation in your voice.
When it
Go on,
comes
go on,
to
my brother.
immigration, there's people that are adamantly against it. There's people that are for it, and there's people that are kind of indifferent on it. Now, when it comes to immigration, that a lot of people have an issue with, not necessarily the jobs per se, or them picking the fruit, construction. It's a situation where chain migration comes in and affects neighborhoods and communities. Like in LA, we have a very large Nigerian population, very, very prosperous.
Compared
They
to
have no,
Dallas and Houston.
same way in Houston, same way when it comes to DMV. They have no issue of immigration when it comes to H-1B1 visas because that helps them because they're mostly coming in with doctorates, they're already coming in with high, how can I say, high upper echelon degrees. But when it comes from situations of like the blue collar worker, they hate immigration. You talk to a blue collar worker in California, you talk about illegal immigration, unchained immigration. I think that's the problem because not everybody comes here for work. Actually, we had incidences where firebombing of black houses in LA came about because of situations of gang members and MS-13s mixing in with the illegal gangs. But I think a lot of black people is very open for more of people in Africa and the diaspora getting approved. But President Obama, he was the biggest deporter of people from the diaspora. Actually, he deported more people than Donald Trump. So, yeah, it's weird. They let the brown ones in and spank the black ones. Same way how President Biden let the Haitians pretty much get power slammed and whipped while he let the brown ones in. So yeah, a lot of picky and choosy. So that's where a lot of people will argue, saying that it's not an even trade on this. But I'm done.
Honestly, I think
I'm not a fan of immigration personally.
no one is a fan, but the I think the people that call the shot, the policymakers, they know what they're doing, and it's always been in the best interest of they make decision based for the I mean based on the best interest of I guess the country, the development of the country, the economy. That's what they look at. That's what they look. They look at the numbers and they look at the direction, and that's all it's based on. And it's not really like I disagree that they just discriminate this, discriminate that. They're looking for who's going to be productive. They're looking for who's going to come here and who they need, who they can use, who they can do what and what and what, and which area. For example, they're massively going for Nigerians, going for Indians, because they know that these people here, they when they go to school, they usually go for the sciences. America is
Mm.
lagging behind China in that area, the sciences. Because most Nigerians, when they go to university, they're not going for social studies and they go for engineering, they go for medical degree, engineering degree. America is their area, they need people. So that's why they will when they go to Africa, they aim for Nigerians before they aim for maybe people from Congo. That's why I see more Nigerians than you see Congo because they know those ones, you know. So were they
Well,
looking
we got 3
for?
million. We got 3 million Nigerian doctors in America. So yes, I agree. I agree. Actually, I think more
Yeah.
Nigerian
So
doctors than
exactly.
Indian
So they
doctors.
didn't exactly. So that's what I'm saying. So when American government they out there, tapping people for people, it's not because they care. It's not because you look brown or you black or no. They don't care about that, man. They just go for their population, and the ones among them, they're not really what they want. They're not doing what they're expecting of them to do. They deport them. Trust me. If you're
Well,
in
Mike.
Nigeria, you hear, huh?
Mhm. Well, Mike, I definitely agree. But when I was talking about that situation, I was more or less talking about what happened in around August of 2000, August of 2021 when Haitians was at the border and they was sent back. That's what I was necessarily. That was what I was referring to. But I definitely
Yeah,
agree
that
you believe
Asians.
about the money. I definitely can't disagree with you on that. So I can agree with you on that angle as well.
Honestly, I would tell you the when those who are at the borders, who they're looking for are the Mexicans, man, or the Central Americans, because those ones they know that when those ones come in, right, they don't want the honestly to be frank with you, they don't want um black like Caribbean Africans or blacks to come the same way the Mexican come in a legal way. They really don't want blacks to be coming in illegally. The only way they will want, the only time they will allow a Nigerian or a Caribbean black to come in illegally is if you're already like maybe established, you already have the education, you already have something. They know that okay, once he gets here, okay, he's gonna go to school and he's gonna
Pay for the
acquire some
visas.
degree and stuff like that because they know that the blacks are not gonna do those dirty menial jobs. Right? They're not. It's just the Africans are not gonna do that shit or Caribbeans. They're not gonna do it like the Mexicans are willing to. You understand? They know they're not even, you know, so they don't need us for that because we're not the black man is not you got to put a first a black man, put a gun in a black man's head, like slavery situation, to make him actually work like slave. So a black person, an average black man is not willing to work like a slave. I'm telling you.
Well, I
But the
agree with you, Mike,
Mexicans,
because
yeah.
they
So that's why they know
they
those Asians crossing that border. They know if they come in, these idiots, they're not going to go to the construction site and go and be, you know. So that's how they push them by. Like, no, no, we want the Mexicans, you know.
Because I
So
agree
it's
with you,
not
man. Because
yeah.
motherfuckers be working for 10 to 12 hours, 10 to 12
Exactly.
hour
Yeah.
settings, and
The,
10 to
the,
12 hour settings only making
Guys,
7 to
I
8.
I'm sorry. I have to shut down in another 25 minutes. I got a video here. It's just comical. Just let's react to it, and let's call it a day. If you guys don't mind, it's just simple video. Just see what I'm looking for.
God bless you.
so Thomas, I'm making fun of
I
your own
saw
people.
this. I saw this
Thomas, are you
video.
not
I
a
just say maybe
Christian?
I should bring it. Maybe somebody he can make us laugh a bit.
So,
Do you know
so
what
you
is
are
going
right.
on there, Remy?
Yeah, of course I know. I understand. For example, I think just advise people here if you like traveling, I wish you can go to the city like Beijing or Shanghai. When I was living,
Remy, can I go for holiday there? There's the holiday
yes,
spot.
you can. Like you have an Australian passport, I think they can give
Yeah,
you.
of
Look at
course.
what the Chinese did. Chinese are very smart people. Like if you fly to Shanghai, they are not. They can give you. If you don't get a visa, they can give you 72 hours, 3 days stay, or 5 days stay. But if you have a with your Australian passport, they're
No,
going to give you like.
I have free visa to China from Australia.
Yeah, I know.
I
I
don't
know.
need a
I
visa.
know. No, you need a visa. They call it visa on arrival. So
Arrival.
when you arrive, they might probably ask you to pay some money also. So don't be surprised. Okay, that is visa on arrival. Chinese does not play with money. So when I was living in Shanghai, I came to a city with 4 subway line. And by the time I lived there for 6 years, they already have 23 subway lines. I'm talking about subway line 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Lagos just only have 1 or 2 now, and I've not started in full operation. Within a space of 6 years, from 4 to 23, so they put their people to work. Religion is no in China. They ban it totally. You cannot congregate and be
Well,
saying,
let me ask you. Before China became industrialized, were they not doing the same thing? Like all those, their poor people were also looking for way, praying, going to. I mean, it's the same thing, man. Because they become
no.
industrialized, so there's
I
work available.
understand. Yeah, there are people can go out, but they use their population. Like I support you, they put their population into production. But when you look at Nigeria and the ignorance and I don't know, maybe people there, we have been, because of poverty, we have been blindfolded. How can you phantom days that people go to church 5 or 6 days in a week? How can you phantom when you talk to a Nigerian, the first thing that will come out from his mouth is God or Jesus or Muhammad? So how can you phantom them? They put religion ahead of hard work. God put work before even relaxing on the 7th day. When your country, when your people are
you mean to tell me the God that made me work too, right?
Yes, he worked for 6 days. He created this world for 6 days. And on the 7th day,
work.
Yeah, and on the 7th day he relaxed. That is it not true? He created the world for 7 days.
Yes, you are right, Remy. You are 100% right.
I don't know if that's true.
God is not a idle man.
It's not an idle.
That's the Christian.
But in Nigeria, not
No,
even Christian, even Islam, everybody.
Mike, don't let us go to that side today, please. Let's address what I'm saying.
I could tell me. I would say, God, what was 6 days? Were you there?
Hey, Thomas, are we done with immigration?
We're done with the immigration. Yes, yeah.
So at the end of the day, the Chinese people put their people to work. But let me tell you the truth: it's not so easy as that because of the system of government they practice. You have to, if you don't mind, they force them to work. They force them to pay because naturally people are lazy. But in Nigeria, you are talking about human rights. I cannot do this job. I cannot do that. You can see the production line never stop. Foxconn, the biggest assembler in the whole world, they have over 400,000 people working in the facility in an old town. 400,000 people. The machine never shut down. And wherever you are there, the machine in your hand, your laptop, your mobile phone, anything technology is probably assembled in China. 90%, I can guarantee, assembled in China. So you can see, so they put their people into work. We have a lot of people in Nigeria, and we are talking about we don't have food, we don't have this. And if you want to force Nigerian people to work, a lot of people say, no, it's human right, you can't do that. It is
Okay. Remy,
Mr. Remy,
Remy,
I want to ask you a question. Also, I want to come in a little bit, if I'm permitted. These people working for Chinese, you mean they force them to go and work there?
No, what I'm trying to say is that not all of them were forced, but at the same time, let me tell you how they work. In that facility that you see, they will probably give them breakfast and lunch, or probably give them lunch free of charge. And they will probably provide a house, like a hostel for them to live. So the income they pay them might be low, but they are subsidized them by giving them 1 meal in a day, and they also put a place where they are going to live. And they will also pay their tax, and they also pay their pension for
well, nice. They pay their tax because they benefited from that.
They pay their pension as well. So they pay.
So are you saying Nigeria can do the same thing right now? We can do the same thing.
We can do like.
Where's the industry? Where's the industry?
We have to start from somewhere. Forget where is the industry.
Until industrialized.
Remy,
we are not industrialized. We are not an industrialized country. So stop comparing yourself with China.
If I may, I want to, if I'm permitted, I want to also make my contribution. I've been listening.
Yeah. Voice a little bit louder, please.
Maybe my systems. I have to come in again.
We can hear you.
Possible.
We can hear you.
We hear you now. I hear you now. Yeah.
Okay. You see, the problem is that the last time I was here, I said Nigeria is not a capitalist country. It's a complete black market country. Many people were trying to shut me down. The thing is this, the manner at which we run our business is completely black market. So that is why we are not able to develop any space of business activity to the scale of industry.
Retail is an industry. Nigeria, just picture it. Do you see it as an industry? You only have sales boys, sales girls. You understand me? Production is an industry. Nigeria, when we manufacture, the government is not involved in the daily business activities. Nobody account to the government.
Speaking through
Because
something. We
black
can't hear you
market.
well.
So let me. You cannot hear me now.
Now it's
Okay,
better now.
we can
Better
hear
now.
you now. Yeah.
Okay. You see, the problem we have, we just talk about money.
Now you are going back to that.
Wait,
Speak
yeah,
to
I
the
know.
thing like
We're
you spoke
talking,
to
we're
it.
talking
Well,
about business and employment because if those things are properly developed.
Midwest. If we can't hear you, we can't have a conversation. Maybe
Okay,
change
so
your
what you
system.
do? You do
Yeah.
it again, I go out and I come in again. Tell the system.
Okay, that would be better.
Okay, let me chime in real quick. To Remy, Nisha Jungwe.
Yeah, sure.
Okay, well, my little Chinese. Hey, to the first country talking about the Chinese, they benefit. Well, forced labor or not, they benefit from paying like those workers very low labor. But slightly back to what we were talking about earlier. Well, I know people have talked about it before. The Beninois, so what you call them, the people from Benin across the border, they come to Nigeria and they do a lot of manual labor work, tiling or whatnot, and people complain that the Nigerians don't do those jobs. I wonder why. Like we are super
where
advanced
did you hear this from?
on this platform. On this platform, people.
Maybe last month.
There you go. So people can back them up. So that people that actually
Nigerian.
employ such people. Okay, but okay. If you know American law in a lot of ways, there's actually a provision for farm workers that come into America legally to work, and those workers and the employers, they get special, can we say, incentives or privileges for those farm workers. Okay, see, illegal immigration is no, legal immigration is always been part of American system. They know that there is slavery, right? Get them free labor, right, for many years. So most countries, including America, know about cheap labor. They have to reduce the cost of their production or manufacturing to the best of their ability. But in the long run, you as an employer, Mike, I think you know the disadvantages of illegal immigration. Apart from depressing the wages in the community or in the country, safety is a big issue also, because trust me, as an employer, you're not going to be too concerned about a Mexican that works for you when it comes to safety, because an American can demand of you to give him the best safety to work in your company or at your site. Okay, apart from taking jobs from the local people also. So again, there's no way you can convince me that illegal immigration is a plus plus for the state. It doesn't add up. It does not add up. That is not possible. Yes, as a I think you know about Fiverr, that platform for employee, what you call them.
You're not making a point. How it's not a plus plus for the state. You're making a point. How it's not a plus plus for people, for the people of the state. Are you saying it's not a plus plus for the people of the states because it takes job from them, or are you saying it's not a plus plus for the states because the state want is development, but what the people want is
Now,
employment.
the argument that only illegal immigration can fulfill the labor force adequately is not correct. When America, even including
No,
Florida for that matter.
what we saying is productivity, productivity.
So why say what is the difference between an illegal Mexican that comes to America and a legal Mexican that comes to America and does the same job? Are you
No,
telling me if
the
you open the
Mexican.
borders?
Listen, the Mexican that come legally is not desperate to be doing working like a slave for you. He's
Well,
not desperate.
no,
He
no.
can go on welfare. He can go and be. That's why there's a difference between their children and the children of the Mexicans and their father. The children are lazy. They are gangsters. They go on welfare. Make babies. But their parents that came
Uh,
illegally, they don't have documents. They are working in construction site 24/7
well,
because they
the
can't sit on
biggest,
welfare. That's the
the,
difference.
the the biggest beneficiary of welfare are illegal immigrants. That's what I'm
Illegal.
surprised. I'm surprised you don't even know that. That the biggest beneficiary of a
So you don't
welfare
have a
system.
social security number. You're gonna apply for welfare. Is that what you're telling me?
Maybe
They
she
got
asked.
fake social
Maybe
security
Adewale can tell you.
numbers. You can get
Huh?
fake social security
You said
numbers in
what?
America.
I said the biggest beneficiary of a welfare system in America are illegal immigrants.
No,
You don't know what you're talking about. Explain. I
no,
just asked you a
they
question.
are
If you're an
not.
illegal
They do
immigrant,
get
you
the
don't.
They
I
are
mean,
benefits.
you don't
not.
So
ask. Wait,
They do
just
get the
like you said
benefits
earlier,
part
Mike. Hold
time.
on. Just like you
Prince
said
Daddy,
earlier,
Prince
Mike.
Daddy, which
Hold
document
on.
will you
You're
use to go and
following the
apply for
GOP
welfare? Answer
narrative.
the
No,
question.
they are not.
Mike, you just said it earlier. A police cannot pull somebody over and start questioning the person about their status.
What
They
does that have to
do.
do with welfare?
They do.
What does that have to do with welfare?
Oh, so are you contradicting Mike right now, or what?
No, no, no. I've seen it happens in other states, not the sanctuary state
No,
like
they can't take you and deport you just because
who's
you're walking down
Mike,
the street
who
as well.
Mike?
says who says
No, don't run away from that welfare. What does
No, no,
that
no.
have to do with welfare?
Mike,
Well,
I
they're
know
like,
some
wait, now they wait,
I know
wait. Don't
somebody
let
who
yeah.
was traveling from Texas to California
Like they come into
at the
Cali and they
border.
can get applied.
Hold on 1 second. Their Greyhound bus was intercepted, and the border patrol marched into that bus. And guess what? They were asking everyone for their identification. That was how they're able to identify this brother. Guess what? That was how he landed in Nigeria.
No. If he has warrant or some kind of
There's no warrant. We were
no,
together here. There
he
was no
didn't. He should have
warrant.
got a lawyer, man. He should have got a lawyer. He should have
It,
called me.
it's
Trust
My
me,
it's
I
not
brother.
a
deal with
it's
this every
not
day.
My
that
brother.
law
But
is
anyway,
not
let's stick to
applied
the. But
uniformly.
wait. Let's focus on this point. This guy's trying to
Yes,
make it.
lawyer or no
I think.
lawyer. He was in
But
detention.
wait. He's not relevant to the point that Prince Daddy is making now.
No, I'm
He's
just
talking
trying to
about welfare.
debunk that once they pick a legal up, that they will not deport. They will send that person back home straight home.
But okay.
Okay,
Anyway. Well, Prince Daddy, make
okay.
your point.
So, well, to two of you, I think you would know that the immigration law is not applied uniformly across the country. Do you know that?
It does. It
Hey,
Are you
does.
the
guys
law is the law,
serious?
man.
The only difference is the state that you are residing. If the
That's
state
what I said.
protect you,
I say the law is not applied uniformly across the country.
it is. See, there's some states that are not working with the federal. They choose not to work with. For example, state of Texas, state of
Have you heard
Arkansas.
about sanctuary cities?
See, yes, cities are different from the
You must
state.
haven't, because LA is sanctuary
The
city.
custom is federal.
A state like California will probably protect
Okay, so
the
okay,
non-immigrant.
I think I can't see the name. Weed. He said, we winning. Okay, I heard him earlier. Okay, I think he knows one or two things about immigration. So,
Yes, sir.
would you agree that the immigration law is not enforced uniformly across the country?
It is.
Well, Prince
Of
Daddy, I'm
course
still don't
not. Like
understand what you mean
California
by
can
the
go to
illegal immigrant, the
Texas.
most beneficial,
Governor
The federal
the
Abbott,
government does
beneficiary
not
of
have enough
welfare.
Hold on.
manpower to be
Can you
policing those
Governor
convince make
Abbott
that
in
point?
Texas
to
runs it
What?
arrest.
differently than what Gavin Newsom is. And Jerry Brown, the previous governor of California, he literally made it where they can have driver's license and
Okay.
they can get fake social security numbers.
You know,
Social
before
Okay.
security
now,
Oh,
number?
Not an issue.
no, there's some
it's not
states that
fake.
are
Yes, you can.
that see. Look, hold on. Now I think we are
I can tell
mixing
you
up
where they get
something.
them at.
No, it's not been
You
mixed
you
up.
hear
No,
it somewhere,
hold on.
man.
It's
It's
not
We
been
are
not
mixed
true.
up.
mixing out something.
It's
The
not been
state,
mixed up. So the problem. No,
hold
no.
on. The state law enforcement is not tasked to arrest people based on immigration status. No, they are not. But there are some states that have put it upon themselves. Once they intercept non-immigrant, they will hand you over to the federal agents.
That's what I'm saying. They hand you to the federal agent. Now, once you get a
So
lawyer,
some states decided to kind of like not really pay attention to it. Some state does. So I also depend on the city where you live at. There are some sanctuary cities that their police of that city have decided, you know what, we're not going to get
Mm-hmm.
involved in all this shenanigans.
Okay. Okay. I heard. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
but
Just
God,
like
Back.
let's
when
not
you are in New
complicate
York.
this.
In New York,
Okay.
there's nothing like that. As a
Well,
matter of
there
Prince
is
fact,
Daddy,
something
what's
like
your
that.
wider point, Prince Daddy? What's your wider point? We're trying to.
Well, the point is that you guys are failing to understand that the immigration law is not applied uniformly across the state. Well, during Trump's time, we know immigration was kind of strict
Zero
compared to
tolerance.
right now. But on the issue of, I think you want to the answer to the question about the issue about illegal immigrants being a huge beneficiary of welfare system. I'm not sure what party don't understand that when
No,
they can
that's
walk.
what I'm asking. Go
Yeah,
ahead.
well, for example, and depending on the state, an illegal immigrant, okay, can go to any welfare office and apply for, especially those that are pregnant or have children. They can walk in the welfare office And when they ask, do you have a social security number? They don't have any. It does not stop the states, other people, from giving them a full benefit. You don't know that, Mike?
Welfare for the child or for the parents?
For the family, what does it matter? The mother
Wait,
and the child,
okay,
even adults.
Give me an example on those things.
wait. If I'm a guy across, I'm a man right across border. I'm here legally. I don't have. I'm undocumented. No documents, no identification, nothing. I walk into a welfare office and say, "Give me welfare."
They're not gonna give
Well,
you.
why would I fill out a form? Wouldn't they have to identify me? If you are not documented, you are not in the system. You are illegal. So
You're
how
not
can
even
you get
gonna.
welfare?
You're not
Hold on,
even
They
hold on,
gonna
got
get
the
hold on.
welfare.
Okay,
they got the
hold on.
If you are
AALC.
talking
They
about a pregnant
advertise.
woman or a woman that gave
Says
birth, that's a health
No,
issue. That's a what do you call it? Humanitarian
Praise God,
situation. And the
yeah,
child is
but
what they are caring for. It's not really the mother. It's the child is an
kind of,
American citizen.
kind of like an
no, it's not an American citizen, Mike.
No, a child born in America is an American citizen. What are you talking about?
I'm not talking about that. Don't mix it up. Someone that works across the border with their child or children or pregnant can go to a welfare office and get what you call services, healthcare, food stamp, or whatever you want to call it.
No,
You don't know that.
no, you can't.
Okay, nice.
You know,
Wait, what? You don't have
Prince Daddy.
identification. I work. What will you use
No,
to
no, no,
collect
no, no,
something?
no, no, no,
Yes, they
no, no,
can.
no, no,
Yes,
no,
they
no.
can.
You guys
Mike,
heard
no,
something from somewhere.
He
Mike,
don't
No,
Mike.
understand that
no,
legal
no, Mike,
immigrants have
no, because
rights.
you're so
But
confident in what
let me
you're
Mike,
not make too
saying.
much argument. If you're talking about a
Mike,
woman that's
No, not a woman.
maybe
No,
there's some policy that's
Mike,
protecting human
Mike.
health issue, like I said. But if you are an illegal person, you
hey,
cannot go
Mike,
and be applying for something.
you have to accept where you
We
have a
are
limitation.
mixing.
You don't have knowledge for everything. You
We
got to
are
accept
mixing. We are
what you don't know.
Mike. Hold on.
What you say,
Give
Mike,
him,
is
man, because
correct,
I'm
and
not
also what I'm saying is
Prince.
correct.
No,
Thank you.
but Prince
Okay.
Daddy, you are correct when it comes to having access to medicals and all those things.
Yeah,
But
Okay,
that's
if
what
you
I'm
look at
saying.
you look
so
at the percentage
as an
of
illegal
If anybody
immigrant,
go to the
illegal
emergency room, they
immigrants,
have to
no,
take
no,
care
no,
of
no,
you.
no,
It's a
no,
getting the
humanitarian
Prince,
situation.
opportunity.
Prince,
That's not
listen,
welfare.
and Prince, the Catholic Church also sponsors them as well. The Catholic Church is also the biggest
yes,
sponsors.
that's a
Actually,
big
those are
Yeah,
plus.
like
those
the
sounds
their
so.
attorneys.
But
That's not
I'm not talking
governmental.
about private. I'm talking about the state itself. That like the state itself.
You know the funniest thing, Prince
That's
Daddy.
not welfare.
You know
That's
the
we're
funniest thing, Prince Daddy. Guess who takes welfare most here in America? The Caucasian, the white people.
yeah, we know, but
Are they legal immigrants?
Whether they are
They
illegal
born
or not
here.
legal,
They're born here.
Exactly. So they don't count. And I'm telling you that the
They
illegal
deserve it. They
immigrants in
born
this
here.
Prince
country.
Daddy, you don't
They
know what
born
you're
here.
talking
You
about,
ain't
man.
here's the
not
truth.
In
supposed
the
to be
United
here.
States here, you
You are,
need you need you need social security number.
I
You
You
think
don't
need
need it, Mike. You don't need it.
you need this.
Not all the
no,
time.
Okay,
no, no, no,
tell me
no,
where I
no.
can. Okay,
You
this
don't need
information.
it
Can you present this
to get
fact that
access
you
to
can you present
basic
your
health.
fact?
No, Mike.
No, if you're
Basic.
talking about wait,
Oh,
guy,
let we talk.
let's
Let
try to
we
be
talk.
let's be instead of jumping around, let's just focus on one argument instead of switching it. In America, now if you're talking about emergency situation, and I go to the emergency room, yeah, of course anybody have to take care of you and things like that. But we are
No,
talking about
you jumping around. I'm
listen,
not talking about that. You jumping
listen,
around.
my
I'm not
friend.
talking about that. I'm not talking about that.
If you're talking about welfare, section 8,
Like a
and food stamp,
regular food
you have
stamps
to
and all
fill
that.
out. In fact, I
You're
can tell
right.
Thomas to pull out the form.
Well,
You see where
you can fill. Of course, there's the form. You can fill out the
you have to
form.
fill out a form. You
Uh
have to
huh.
have a social security
No,
number
you
to
don't have
document.
to.
Yeah,
You don't have to. It's not
but
always the case.
but
You
Mike,
don't have
the
to.
food
You
stamp is
can't
for the
be
state,
illegal. You can't
not
be undocumented
federal.
in the country and be getting. They have to identify who's
Mike,
getting what.
Mike, hold on now. Food stamp is for state, not federal. So anybody, it was some states they're kind of lower the condition of getting access to food stamps and those things. There are some states like that that are rich and they don't care whether you are undocumented or documented. But if for you to have access to Social Security or Medicaid and all that, you have to have documentation. And if you look at what is the food stamp anyway, or how much is the state spending on food stamp? Have you ever
Oh,
looked into
Here
that?
in California, we're spending
you'll be
about
surprised.
400.
You'll be super
See,
surprised.
see.
Here in
Of course,
California, about
I've
$400.
volunteers in the food pantry before. What do you call them? World Food Bank or whatever. You know how
let's not
many
even
food
focus
is
on.
being thrown away every day?
Let's not overemphasize on food because, of
Four
course, if
hundred
you're
dollars per
hungry,
food
there's
stamp,
someone food
220
they don't want to
general
throw food away they
release.
can give you. But when you talk about welfare, Prince, we're talking about something like Section 8, like free housing. That's what we mean
Yeah,
by welfare.
those
that's
things.
more
You
than
see,
there's more
all
than
in
just
all,
Section 8, my friend. There's
non-immigrants are
GR,
not actually
there's
exploiting
Section
the
8, there's
system.
WIC.
As a matter of fact,
Hold on. This We's talking. Let's hear what he's saying. Go ahead.
Just more than just Section 8. You got general relief, that's 220. You got food stamps, that's 400. It used to be per child that the mother can be able to get out of 4 or 5 kids, but that was capped under President Obama. But it used to be where people can make at least $3,000 a month off of government assistance, off of hustles. Like there's people that are literally selling their food stamps to get cash liquid. So there's so many type of loopholes and hustles that people utilize. Where don't underestimate the power of people scooping up their monies plus side hustles. So Section 8 is for the housing, but food stamps for the food. General relief is for the situation of work. Uh, They got other stuff, WIC for women, where women can be able to have all of the proteins, milk, baby powder, etc.
And
So
is that
don't
always the
sleep
case?
on
Is
it.
that always the case that you have to be documented or to
Prince,
have those
Prince
benefits?
Daddy, let me ask you this.
I
Prince
know
Daddy, let
for
me
a
ask you
fact,
this.
In my
majority
state,
of
you
the
don't have
southern
to. In
states,
my
you have
state, they
to
require
have.
a family member. Like a lot of people have family, and the family is from here, and they can be able to vouch for them. There's situations where people go the illegal route, where they get IDs, fake social security numbers. But if you're a worker, if you are a working migrant, you have a TIN number. So
What's
there
that?
is a situation
I
where
mean, that
there
person
is
is
an alternative.
documented.
It's
That's
documented.
what I'm saying. They
That
don't know the difference
It's still
between.
forms of document. It's still
that'll
forms
be
of document.
documented.
So I'm not
You know,
Don't
denying
say
please,
that.
does
Don't say that.
Prince
anybody
Daddy,
knows
can a
any
Mexican man
state
cross
in
the
the
border
southern
illegally
part
or
of
even in
this
Nigeria,
country?
come
Hold on,
illegally and go straight to welfare?
Prince. Mike, hold on one second.
TIN numbers
Guys,
Prince
like
Daddy,
guys, we have
alternates.
to shut down.
is there any
We
state in
have
the
to go.
southern part of the country giving food stamps to illegal migrants?
Out of 50
Yeah.
states,
Yes.
it's mostly the liberal
Yes.
Please
states
give
in
me
the
names
West
of that
Coast and the
state.
East Coast. Liberal
No, I'm
West
talking
and the
about the
East
sound.
Coast mainly.
You see, these are liberal states that decided, you know what, we are going to take care of these folks because they want votes from their family. Ain't no way Texas is going to give you the food stamp without you being documented. No way.
So see, there's a pro.
But
See, there's a
but
Prince
but
process
Daddy.
but
for
but the bottom of my submission is this: the numbers of undocumented
Adewale,
immigrants
why don't
coming
you
into
guys
this.
always listen to me? I was talking about China and Nigeria. You guys too
We
run for
don't we don't care
you
about
this
Well, I was
China.
going to
American
talk about
people.
that, sir, man, before we move away
You are
from
no
it.
longer caring about your China
You
no
this
more. The China
American people.
can take it and
You are
shove it
too
where the sun
selfish
doesn't shine.
people.
God
You are
bless
They
too
they
Nigeria.
selfish people, Americans.
hey, they are selling Nigeria anyway. They're gonna sell that country
See,
straight up to
Thomas, you
the
might have
highest bidder.
addressed that video before you shut down. You see,
Yeah,
But the
you
bottom
see.
yeah.
Mike,
Let me, let,
what you said earlier, I kind of agree with you that if you compare the number of undocumented immigrants coming into this country, and the general assumption is that these people are like a leech, they are taken from the system. However, those who are born on the soil of this land are the one exploiting the system the most because some of them do not even want to work. But these folks come into this country and put their hand to use and work. I'm not saying there are no criminals among them, but the general assumption out there is that, oh, these are terrible people, they are coming to exploit. And I think that's a wrong assumption because most of those immigrants that I know, they are very hardworking people. Even Trump himself employs some of these folks in his own
Trump's
company.
father is an immigrant now.
No, no,
The
I'm
funny
just
thing is that
hey,
the children of
recently
immigrants are
he
the one that
was
will be
his
calling people
company was
immigrants.
found to have employed
Nah,
undocumented non-immigrants.
Yeah, they're
Trump's
all
company,
immigrants too. Everyone in America is an immigrant, but they'll be calling other people
you
immigrants.
know. And if you go to the community hospitals, go to community clinics and
Adewale,
all that,
Adewale,
guess who you will find
thank
the
you.
most? These are
Adewale,
Americans,
thank you.
documented
We have to
Americans.
shut down.
Before I address
Thank you,
Man,
the
this guy,
Adewale.
Okay, we're gonna shut this one
we're
down.
gonna sue you, Thomas. When the
You need to
topic is
take me to
getting,
court. Take me to court.
if you go to court,
Take me to
when the
court.
topic is getting more interesting, that's what you want to shut us because we are not talking about
No, no.
Australia
My Oga, you know,
and
say I have
kangaroos.
Oga. I have Oga on
We
top.
will sue
He
one
tell me
man
say make
too.
I not
I will
pass eight.
sue everybody suable.
Go to court. Go to court. Go to
Okay,
court.
you'll be
But
surprised. We are going to bring it among
Adewale,
the
you guys Americans,
I remember that time we normally have 2 years visa. When your visa
You,
lapse expire
you're
in
gonna get
America,
5 now. Yeah.
5 I know, but then it was 2 years. But when visa expire in America, I think America too wants illegal immigrants. Why do I say that? They knew that they gave you 2 years visa, 2 years pass, you didn't leave their country. They have your data, they can track you down,
Oh
arrest
yeah.
you, and deport you. Let me finish, please. Please. They can track you down, arrest you, and deport you back to your country, isn't it? So
Yeah.
they will just look away. People will be living 5 years, 10 years. I have family member that did that.
Thomas, let me
Two
cut you
years.
short a little bit.
And somebody is telling me
Yeah.
that they have
This
a
same
big problem.
system. Thomas, what you are saying now? They also have a program that is called changing of status. So if you come in as a non-immigrant, they
Exactly.
can change you to an immigrant
So
status.
exactly, it's a legal status.
So they kind of like welcome illegal one way or the other.
Exactly, Prince Daddy, you hear that?
I
They,
totally
you
agree
told
with
me
you.
most people came here illegally and they changed their status to legal. So you telling me when the process of changing their status, they didn't know that
I
oh
think
these guys
I
came
think
here illegally.
America is the only country doing that. The rest they are not doing
They
that.
America need
Because they
immigrants
need
now. They
see
need
Well,
it.
you can come in as a you can come as an immigrant, documented, and change your status. What is big
No,
deal
no,
about
no,
that?
undocumented. That's what we're telling you.
Well, you can come.
Undocumented.
Well, if you come, well, they have a process. What have you heard about the DACA thing? When many, especially from Mexico or South America, that came to this country undocumented, well, they found a program for them to make them legal and documented. So it's a process. I mean, it's
it's the same
something they
thing
go
too.
through.
They created
Okay,
DACA.
but I think Mike,
What
you
is
have a
your
problem.
It's
Mike has a
argument?
problem acknowledging that
undocumented.
there's illegal immigration in this country. I don't know what the big deal is.
But Prince Daddy, they also established
Eh?
DACA to accommodate
Or female.
undocumented immigrants, right?
That's what I
Yeah.
say. DACA was for undocumented immigrants.
Even though it's controversial and all that, but
Of
it's
course, it's
still
controversial,
accommodating.
but they always
So
see it's America. They
American
always find
system
ways
know
to
the
resolve problems. See, but the notion that we don't have illegal immigration problem in this country is not true,
A
and the
problem
notion
for
that
who? So problem for who?
don't this is the Prince
No,
Daddy
no,
is a
wait, no, no.
Republican, man.
Problem for who?
He's
For
talking
the
from
government
Republican
or for the
narrative.
people?
Are you
For
as
people
if
that are
like
crying.
nobody knows see
so okay, well, problem on on the resources of the state. The same reason why people complain about southeasterners coming to Lagos and being
No,
overburdened on
listen,
this
Prince Daddy. Yes, Prince Daddy. We are not arguing with you that American citizens are not seen as a problem or it's a problem for them. Yeah, it is a problem for them to them. Of
okay.
course, always going to be like that. If people come to your territory, we are not saying it's not a problem
And they
for
use
African.
they
But
use
what we
the
are telling you,
resources.
listen. Listen. What we are telling you is that it is not a problem for the government. It's the government's problem. They are the one. They need it. They know what they're doing. They control. They know what they're doing. It's not a
No,
problem
they
for
don't.
them.
They don't know what they're doing, and it is a problem
America don't know what they're doing. Are you kidding?
be-
The most advanced country in the world don't know what they're doing. Thomas just give you an example. That people come, they know they can track them. If it's a problem, will they track you and ship you out?
no people that come here that fly here. They document it.
No, listen. American government, if it's a problem for them, they will be picking you up and be shipping you out. It's not a
Well,
problem.
Mike, because you don't understand the political undertone
Forget
to it. That's the
political, dude.
problem.
Forget there's no political. If dude,
Guys, thank you. We can't keep on arguing, please. Thank you. We have to shut that. Mike, act on that video in 2 minutes, then we shut it down, please. If you don't mind, please.
oh, the
Thank you.
video.
Yeah,
Yeah,
the video. You said you want to act on that. Please.
yeah. So basically, I'm trying to explain is there's one book I read, but then I did research. See, there's a saying that they call it is it 5% or 50%? But they say only 5% of human beings actually born with special talent and born to lead the rest. You understand? So what I'm saying is when you also study the history of China and all these countries, how they got to where they got to. So those 5%ers, they are the one that got together and designed the future that they all have. So when you show that video, put next to the Nigeria, what we have there is that people, the argument people like you maybe are showing that video is that look at the way the Chinese man think versus the way the African man think. No, that's not the fact. That's not the case. The reality is that the 5% of Africa that are born with that talent are supposed to design. They are supposed to lead the rest or design the future for everybody else. They are not working. They are not coordinating, and that's why I gave you that example earlier about that professor. He's one of those 5%er, and I run into so many Africans, Nigerians that are that 5%er, born gifted, talented, successful with brain, but they are not doing what they are here to do. They are the one that can coordinate themselves, organize themselves, and go and design that future, that industry, and take those 85%ers or 95%ers out of their condition of confusion where they are praying around. Because those people you see praying, those Nigerians you see praying, those are the 85%ers that they cannot lead themselves. So they are just praying for God to send those 5%ers to come and lead them out of their misery situation. So that's what I picked from that video. So it's not a race thing. It's more of a people that have their 5%ers working for them and designing industries for them, putting them to work, versus the people that have their 5%ers just jackpot, don't want to do anything. And then the 95% are just running to religion to save them. So that's what I see in our video, Sha.
Mike, what baffles me is that since I've entered this country, I haven't get any miracle money. All the money that I earn in this country, I work for it. So why do Nigeria think that manna will just fall from heaven?
But Thomas,
You are not working, you are praying.
But Thomas, that you able to work because somebody created that industry for you to go and get the job. You understand? Some group of people, because the people that employ people in Australia, America, it's not the government. It's corporation. It's companies, big companies, corporations.
There's no
Yeah,
government parastatals here. It's only few
exactly.
of
So
them.
and that's what I'm trying to say, and that's what I've been trying to when I speak to Nigeria, when they keep saying government, government, government. I'm like, no, 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 no. We got it wrong. It's a group of people. They are very gifted, very talented. Put them anywhere in the world, they'll make it. Those people are not coordinating. They are the 5%er. And they are the ones you see in America that create corporations, big corporations, franchises that employ the rest of the people. But in Nigeria, we have all these talented people. Many of them, they're just selfish. When you talk to them, there's no love. They don't love their people. They don't love their society. It's hatred in their hearts. So they die with their talents. Like that professor, that professor alone, he could have done so much. He could have changed thousands of lives with his knowledge. He's a very advanced man. But his hatred for Nigeria, his hatred for his fellow black man, he didn't do anything with his talent, he just died with it. Whereas a white man would have used that talent to just transform his environment and create jobs. So that's the difference.
It's very unfortunate.
It's very
We go to
unfortunate.
church on Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday. Mike, let me be honest with you. When I was in Nigeria, I'm an engineer. I work. But when I got here, I discovered that what I'm doing in Nigeria, I'm just playing. When I got here, I begin to work. If I say somebody is working, you are working and you are earning. But Nigeria, I was just playing 8 to 5. I will go home, watch television, but yeah, there is no time for watching television. No, you work, you earn your living. You what? You earn your living. You have to work. There's no heaven manna falling from heaven anywhere. There is nowhere in
Miracle.
America they are picking money. Never. You have to do what? You have to work. Unless you want to be, they call their Lumbi, they call it Center League. They gave them 250 per week. What is $250 going to do for you per week? Unless you
Thomas,
want to be
doesn't this thing frustrate you? Like when you call Nigeria, like Nigerians, for example, and you're trying to engage them in they okay, like there's poverty there, they are poor, right? And you call them, you say, okay, you are poor. Okay, what can we do? Instead of them to tell you that, okay, I have ideas, and okay, this idea, that idea, they will tell you that God will do it. And the
That
Omamakoti, the Genesis, the book of
God will do it.
I start blocking them. I started warning people in Nigeria. I say, listen, next time I call you, have conversation. If you don't start talking to me about ideas, you understand? That I can now I can put my money in, invest in idea. If I call you and start quoting the book of Matthew, the book of this thing, God said in the book of Matthew, he that shall see that can almost I don't want to hear that thing, man. Talk to me
No,
about
Mike.
concrete
Those
idea.
those people they don't. I'm a Christian. Even in the Bible, I don't know. I know you don't believe in Bible. I believe in Bible. Even Bible said, "I am going to bless the work of your hand." God doesn't say He's going to bless you. Oh no, I will bless the work of your hands. So if you are not working, don't expect God's blessing. If somebody is not working, is expecting God blessing. His manners, his food is going to fall from
They are
heaven.
not putting their brain to work to come with ideas. You understand? Create ideas. And that way, someone that has, if you call me in America, I can say, okay, this your idea is brilliant. Okay, I can put money into it. And I know that, okay, there's a chance we can make something happen. We can build something. But it's not like you start calling me and be telling me to give you money, and then you start praying. Then the first thing,
Among that money, they will still take that kind of money. They will, out of the money you gave them, they will still go and give them to their
they're
pastor.
going to give pastor.
They will still go and give-
The mentality is very bad, man.
I was referencing my own blood sister, and don't tell me if she finished university. My daddy is a fashion designer. At 74, he's still in service. He's still working till now. She learned the work from my dad. When she finished university, she has never, nobody has never paid her salary in life. She's the one paying people salary. Immediately she finished, she went on Instagram, she creates her own brand. Mike, my sister is sending clothes to America, UK, and London, everywhere in the world. If she doesn't have a shop, she doesn't have a shop. She measure you online, measurements online. She will measure you online on video, design your clothes, send it to you. She's making fortune. Mike, I have never remember. I've been here almost 10 years. I've never remembered the day I sent money to my sister. She's, what did I say? She's okay. A graduate. That is an innovation. She just think,
Yeah.
I'm not going to work anybody. I'm not
Creativity.
working for anybody. She's selling on Instagram, Facebook. She doesn't have a shop. Mike, with tailor in Nigeria, fashion designer in Nigeria, they will write Opeyemi fashion designer signboard. People will be coming in, measuring, bringing their cuts. No, she will buy the cloth for you. She will sew the cloth for you, send the cloth to you online. She's making what? Fortune. She's earning dollars living in Nigeria. That is an innovation. But our people will sit down. There is no job. There is no job. There is no job. They will be looking for white collar job everywhere. Look at that innovation. Sometimes I would just think, ọmọ yóò tẹ béèrè owó lọ́wọ́ mi. Ìwọ tẹ ń béèrè owó lọ́wọ́ yìí, ẹ̀gbọ́n, I'm okay. If you want to give me money, give me. I can just wake up one day, send something to her. You use it to buy petrol for your car. Use it for buy something for your son. She doesn't need my money. Even though I'm living in Ìlú Òyìnbó, always we call Ìlú Òyìnbó. So Nigerians have to wake up. When Buhari called us lazy youth, some people was crazy with Buhari. Just imagine this, my sister, waiting for white collar job. Waiting for white collar job. She will still be out there by now, still looking for job. Maybe we get job of 40,000 in a week.
in a month. What is 40,000 is going to do for her? So Nigeria needs to wake up, create innovation, just create something, have your home brand. But they will say, they are suffering, no, there's no food, though, there's no this, though, there's no that. So my sister bought a brand new car. I'm not proud,
It's
but
not government, and that's an example of why it's not government that will do it. It's not government. People just need to get. That's one reality we need to face, because in America here, in UK, even Australia, it's not government that are employing people. It's
nothing,
people
nothing.
like your sister, for
Government just
example, the
is
creative people.
now.
It's not government, man. The people have to be the ones to understand that, like, hey, for us, we need to, and coordination is one thing we don't do in that country. People don't come together to try to put brains together, heads together, and make things happen.
Mike,
But let's say cooperation.
you can imagine in life somebody has never worked salary ever in her life. He is paying people now. People working for him. She's paying people now. She has never applied for any work in her life. But internet is there. Some people, they will be chasing boys, chasing men on internet. And some people are making fortune on Instagram, on Facebook. But some people, they will sit down on internet from morning till night, nothing productive. And there's avenue for you to make it on internet, on Instagram, on Facebook, on every social media. You meet people, you talk to them, it's just Nigerians, they need to wake up. Blaming government. If this is government, if Ajale Koko is here now, Ajale Koko will fight us. It
Mr.
is
Welfare. They say free food, free education, free. I'm like,
free university. I've never heard that in my life. We are not innovative. We are not creative. I said, bro, how are you? I said, my brother, I'm making it. I'm fine. On Instagram, on Facebook, if I can text you a brand, just Google her name on Google now. You will see her work. She's doing fine. Same Nigeria. I said, Shomewa doing good, my brother. Forget it. I'll just come for holiday. She go to Dubai, go everywhere, go back to Nigeria. It's fine. She's doing well because she creates brand for herself. But Nigeria, no. You go to church on Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. I'm a Christian. I go to church, but I'm productive. I balance my
fasting
life.
and prayer.
I want no more.
Fasting.
So Nigeria, no. Nigerians, is unfortunate. I hope
And they
we'll
say
wake
I'm
up
looking
one
for a
day.
job. They say go and fast for 12 days. You get a job and read Psalm 20 something 4 times in a day, and pay your offering and tithes. That's the advice they will give you. You are looking for a job in
Those
Nigeria.
those are scammers. Those are scammers. Those are scammers. I want one my journey. There is nothing. Manna doesn't fall from heaven. You have to work. You have to work. You have to work. I told you of a friend.
Thomas, good
Yeah.
morning.
Good morning. How are you? I told you of a
Fine,
friend.
Mike.
Even asking me
Mike, good
money
morning.
for birthday.
Remy and Adewale.
Simba. How far?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Good
how far now?
morning.
Good morning.
You just appear
A
and
friend was
disappear.
asking me she wants to do birthday. Until birthday. She's asking me of me. I said I
So
don't
you
have
don't
money.
want him
She
to
said
do
I should
by day.
F off. Birthday, yeah.
Ah,
She birthday.
you are a old pastor. You tell somebody to F off because of by
You
day.
know, you guys, I think the only thing we know how to do well in Nigeria is to complain. That is it.
Simba, let me
Because,
say this. Simba, let me say this. 2 months ago, I still gave this my friend 30,000 naira to add it to her business. 2 months later, she wanted to do birthday. I said I don't have money. She tell me delete my number, come up with the more money. She still say F off. I said, wow.
You know, they
Over
went
your own
and
money.
You
did
know that it's not a productive somebody, really,
money no
someone.
day, money no day. They did the you the about this
If you
day.
want to know, if any Nigerian call you, praise you for a while, at the end of this, it's all about money.
It's about money
Everybody
now.
is beg, beg,
Uh,
beg. Nobody will ever call.
Kindness is not free.
let me tell you, Nigeria is the only place where you will not work and you'll be eating and you'll be living fine because they are free.
And they'll be drinking beer in the afternoon.
Simba,
Exactly.
And they
If
drink
you
beer
have like
every
four
day.
brothers in abroad, one in
Every
America,
day.
one in Australia, one in Europe, one in where do you say?
No,
Just ask them.
exactly. You got it, Remy. Let me not even only in abroad. You know what they do is that they have the number of everybody and they will call everybody at the same time requesting at least if you drop for 5,000 at the end of the day they won't be richer than the people that are working. And
Simba
the
to add
same
up,
thing.
Simba to add up on it, the car you leave at home, they'll be driving your big car all around, claiming it's their own. Your brother is already living a big man life, and your house, you are not living there. They are also helping you to live there, help you with your cars, help you with your business. He will just portray himself as the owner of the business. And before you know it,
You know,
they
we
will call
used to
you,
have this sense of entitlement.
they will call you from silver.
If
You don't impregnate
and
idiot.
if you don't give them, they will blackmail you. That's what they will do. They will blackmail you. They will say you are not a good person. Is it your effort? Why are you behaving like this? No God that did it for you. Exactly. I think I told you people on this platform about one of my cousins that says he went to go to Mecca. That I said I should
You
be
said that.
preparing
I
against
remember.
next year.
Yes. Yeah.
This is somebody that is struggling to survive and want to spend 4.5 million naira to go to Mecca. If
So why
he get that money, why can't he invest that money in his business? And I told him, I said, even me, I have not used my money to go for Hajj. You're asking me to
Even
sponsor
though
The
your
guy
own,
wants to go
but
to
you are
me.
paradise
close to
now.
Hajj. You are close to
Okay.
Hajj, Simba. Only you
Let
are
me tell
close
you
to
one
Hajj.
thing. Thomas, let me tell you, if I want to do Hajj as I'm living in Saudi Arabia, I will pay for it. Do you understand that? I will still pay to go for
because
that Hajj.
But
yeah,
Simba, I can't
because
blame
Saudi
your
Arabia
cousin
is
now.
also a way of making money.
In Islam, the 5 pillars of Islam, they say you must visit
It's
Hajj
not a must. It's
before
not a
No,
must. It's not a
before you
must.
can
It's not a
before you can have
must.
your okay. Wait,
If
can
you
you
have
but
the if you have the means, that is
can
what
you
they said. If you have
can
the
you get
means, it's
your
not by
okay?
force.
Can you get your 72 virgin if you don't visit Hajj? If you don't go to Hajj when you die, so maybe that's what I was thinking about now. The 72 virgin you get in.
No, it's not of most people that go forward, I'm very sorry to say this, not because of religion. It's because of the prestige that they call them Alaja. That's why most of them will still no,
yes,
believe
they
me.
put their
Where
golden
they
teeth.
allergy. Simba,
Their
is it
golden
true?
teeth.
This
I,
one they keep saying that they say God Allah promised them 72 wives when they die, 72 virgin. I mean, you thought
I don't know about that though,
I
because
you say be Muslim, you don't
I
know. You have to know that.
I don't know anything
Which
about
chapter in
that
the
though.
Quran?
Because me, I don't even if anybody tells me that I don't believe such things.
You don't believe in
I
the
don't
Quran?
believe my own is no, but Michael, you're supposed to know how my own is. I'm not an I don't practice religious dogmatically, and that is why even sometimes you ask me, say, what kind of Muslim am I?
That's
No,
that's one thing about Yoruba Muslim, Yoruba people. You guys, even the Thomas is with Christian, but
Some Christians
Blade
get
one
maybe.
shishi. Our brain is working.
Yoruba is just they know.
Ajabo Christian and Ajabo Muslim, which is good for them. They are quite liberal with it.
You guys are talking. You know, one thing I observe is that I used to tell people, even here in Nigeria, that nobody should be complaining of hunger in Nigeria. Believe me, and I have reason for saying this. You know, beside my house, I have about 4 plots of land that I fenced. 2001, it was actually I just called somebody. I said, clear this land for me. and I planted yam there. After like 5 months, we harvested that yam. And I was not even around when my wife harvested the yam. She showed me the video. She said she doesn't know what to do with those yams, that the yam were too many. And she started sharing it with her family, with her friends, and every other person. And then the ones that she kept for them to be eating, they ate that yam for 8 months. Believe me. So if I can do that, and I just use, there's one outside guy beside my house, usually just a gardener there. I was one that said you should just do it for me. I just dash him some little money. So, and
Nigeria is one country, I know. When you throw seed on the ground, 3 days later, that seed will germinate.
it will germinate. In fact,
Without any
there was
effort.
one Filipino that married one of my brother's wife, my brother's friend, I mean. And this woman, when she came to Nigeria, when they started living in Nigeria, once she noticed that all these, when they want to grind pepper, you know, when you wash the pepper and just throw the water away, she just discovered like 5 days or 6 days after, where she threw that water, the pepper started germinating. She was amazed. Said, what? That this could not happen in Philippines, and it's happening in Nigeria. But you see them, they just be. In fact, just 3 days ago, one of my friends was telling me that during the last dry season, that she just asked one of his boys beside his house, he planted pepper. That every 5 days, he used to sell pepper of 30,000 naira every 5 days. Every 5 days. Wow. Imagine, pepper, 30,000 every 5 days. And when I calculated, I said, okay, that is like you are making 180,000 just from pepper every month. That the woman that will pluck that pepper, she will just pay that woman 500 naira to pluck the pepper that will sell for 30,000 naira. That be by 5 days, those women that will buy the pepper, they will start calling him that, do you have the pepper? And he did that for like 4 to 5 months consecutively like that. And he was just using the bowl, the water from his bowl to wet to water it. You understand? So to me, if it's only a lazy person that will be complaining, and we have vast land, we have so many things. Rain is falling nearly every day now, and that is, you know, and I just.
Simba, just to add to your point, you know, there's some people that bought plot of land. They are even looking for people to give them free of charge for farming. So
no, you just beg. I have that I gave to people free.
Just secure the land. Just plant
I have like 40 acres of land somewhere in one village very close to Ilorin here. I gave those villagers, I said, use it to farm because I can't use the whole 40 acres. Use it to farm. But my boys that are working for me, they will just work for like maybe maximum of 2 hours in a day. When I get to farm, I will see them sleeping. And I used to ask them, I said, what are you people doing here? You have water, you have the litters, the shit from the poultry that you can use as fertilizer. You can even do dry season farming. You can plant vegetables, you can plant so many things. But the only thing that they say, oh, God has come, oh, God will dash or something, oh, God has come, oh. I used to look at them and say, what are you people doing? You're just wasting your life sleeping. No, I don't understand. No, let me tell you what we need. We need a serious reorientation, or especially of our youth.
It's coordination. We have to. We need coordination. That's what we need.
It's not going to be easy like that. We also need we need a little bit of force also.
Simba.
Yes.
Simba, see, why can't government do this?
Simba is a big man in
create
Nigeria.
These things you are talking about that people are not doing. You create an employment center, right?
You spoil those
where people go to apply for jobs, and all this land, you already clear. Your government take it, clear it, divide it into different sections. This section here will plant this crop. This section here is this crop. That section here will plant this crop. You understand? You sectionize it like that, organize it, all ready for planting, seeds ready to go, equipment ready to go, and you create employment center. If you don't have a job, come and apply for job. People go to employment center and they apply for job, and you send them straight. You first put them into 2-day
You are
classroom. Where
talking about farm settlement. That's what you are saying, nations. Farm
exactly?
settlement. Yeah.
Why can't government? You just coordinate it. All
We
these things
have
create.
we have done this thing in the past. I don't know. We used to have it in the old western region. They used to have. In fact, they built houses where people live on the farm. But I don't know what happened. I think it's the military that actually ruined the country for us. When immediately they go on and all these military people came.
Simba, let me tell you a family member of mine, big like a cousin. He finished university, no job. One of his brother bought a car for her, for him rather. What they call it, all these big Toyota. I don't forget the name they normally call it
Okay.
in Nigeria. Yeah, there's not coming from here. There's bought it for him. Do you know what this guy is doing? He's doing Uber in Lagos now. Do you know what he had to his own package? If he pick up, like he always work in the airport. If he pick up a big man, when he drop him at home, we just said, "Ma, sir, I can be picking you up anywhere you are traveling. You don't need to book the Uber on the app. You understand what I mean? If you book the Uber from the app, the Uber will take their own commission before paying you your own um, chicken change. That is why he got his own customer now. People will be calling him. My brother is coming from US. Go and pick him in the airport. Normally, they're supposed to, like give him like maybe 5,000 on Uber but because they feel secured, people even coming from abroad, they feel scared to call just random Uber so that they will not come and rob them in the middle of the night or take their bags or do something. They pay him triple now, triple, double, like a 5,000 trip. Sometimes they will just dash him 20,000, dash him 30,000 because they know him very well. He can't plan for them to come and rob them. But some Nigeria, they will say, never, I would never do Uber. I am a graduate. I can never do Uber. And this guy is making this. It's okay.
I think the mistake that like I have somebody that I use like that also. Whenever I am coming around, by the time in fact, before I even travel, I will tell him this is when my plane will be arriving and come and just pick me up. I have like 2 or 3 of them in Lagos like that. I think the major problem is laziness. Even the people that they are looking up abroad, what kind of job are our people doing abroad? Some people drive cars, some people drive truck and all those things. But when they
Taxi.
come to
Some people
you
drive
understand?
taxi.
Yes, but they will
Some
not do
people
that
work
one in
in
Nigeria.
Amazon. People work in Amazon.
Eh?
I said people work in
But in
Amazon.
Nigeria, you just people loafing around, sit down in group, and what they will just be lamenting and just be complaining, just be lamenting and be complaining.
And at the end of the day,
And
it's the president. Like what you are
The
saying
president,
now.
yes.
They blame
Look
president. I'm actually blaming president.
Borno State governor, where there is war ton. Look at what that governor is doing in Borno State. He provided tractor. He provided buses for the farmers. He's even provided
yes, now he provided buses to take and security to take these farmers to farm and bring them back.
When you know we're in problem in Southwest, go to Obodi, all this market in Ibadan. How many truck bring from the north? Onion, tomatoes, what do you call it, red pepper, all of them are from the north. We in the south, what we do? We criticize.
It's not as if our land is not good for all those things, though. We are not just planting them.
We are lazy now. We are lazy. Our people become so lazy, and everybody wants to be an influencer. Everybody wants to be a celebrity overnight. Everybody just wants to make money overnight and show up.
Everybody want fine. Everybody will find boys and find girls. Whiskey.
Yeah.
Everybody wants to look good. So
Mike,
get a red dress
you
up
see
every day.
Nigerians too.
Family.
that is jobless, you will see him with beards, shave, very curved lining of his head. No job, oh, no job. They will be doing fine boil all around. It's just, oh my goodness.
Those types, they are looking for sugar daddy or sugar mommy. Yeah, what do you call it? They're looking for who's going to
Sugar
give them
mommy,
money.
sugar mommy.
Hey, I think our culture encourage our culture and our religion actually encourage laziness. It encourages laziness because of this fake miracle and hope that religious is giving to us. And then our culture, this sense of entitlement that when you have somebody who's rich in the family, then that person should take
Yes,
care of everybody in that family.
everybody in the
Is
family.
just
Yeah.
so the person will not be working, and then if he now asks you for money, you refuse to give him or her, he will report you to every other person
You
in the
become
family
the
and say,
devil.
see,
You are
see,
right.
brother, yes, see, brother Lagbaja, I asked him for money, he didn't give me. As if
Wọ́n á tún
we
máa ṣàgùn sí ẹ gan, wọ́n á tún lọ ṣàgùn sí ẹ, wọ́n á máa ṣàgùn sí ẹ èpè.
so
Nigeria, God will help us. If Nigeria knew what people traveling
let me tell
abroad
you
they are doing for living,
what they do
if
exactly
Nigerians
what they do.
knew
There's
what
no
some
way. Let me
people
tell
do
you,
for living,
Thomas, can you afford not to work in abroad? Because the system will not even allow you. Because there's a thin line between you being on the street and your work. And you understand? If you don't work, you suffer.
That's so
That's
be.
it. If you say you are not going to work today and you are watching your television, you know that the bills that you are accumulating, where are you going to get money to pay it? To pay for the bill?
You are right.
You know that at the end
You
of that
understand?
month, that bills is coming at the end of that month.
Simba, last week they sent $250 for sewage, water, everything. Just imagine you don't have that $250 in your account. They'll provide
Thomas,
the
you know
water
what's
for
really
you.
funny?
Yes.
You see these Nigerians, you see them, particularly in places like Dr. Damages, they'll say Nigeria is a useless country. See, in America, we have free, this drainage, we have this one, we have that one. But they don't tell you that they have to pay that bill, and at the end of the month, they have to work, and pay that bill at the end of the month. They will just talk as if people in Nigeria, then too, they are working, they have the money to pay for the same the same luxury they are talking about.
When I saw 250 in 3 months, I said, wow. Electricity bill in 3 months, $350. At one in winter, we are in winter, so we earn more of either. But you have to pay this thing. They provide you the water. They provide you
In
the electricity.
Nigeria, you can use electricity in Nigeria without payment. You can get tap water without payment, and that is one of the problems that we have. People want to get everything free, and as you said, we still have some people who preaches all this welfareism that Nigeria is so rich. You can give them free food, you can give them free education, can give them free health. You should give everything free. Even and then the only
Free
thing they would do is just to be sleeping with their wife and be procreating and just be having
I'll be making
children.
more babies.
And making babies.
Even
And then the
provide,
population will be increasing by 50 million every 10 years.
even United Arab Emirates, this thing, Emirati works. Despite that, they have oil. Don't mind these people.
No,
Adewale, I was speaking with one white here one day. I said, when are you giving, they are married, when are you getting baby? When are you, he said, for now, what is earning is not even enough to take care of him and his wife. So they are not getting any baby for now until they get good financial capability. But Nigeria, we don't care.
That's somebody that is one. Beggars, they have children in Nigeria. So what are you saying? Beggars. Somebody that is begging. We have plenty. You see them having like 5, 6, 7. Beggars.
Oh my God, funny.
And
Somebody
I
that
don't.
is living in low in Bodinio, he said my salary now is not even able to take care of me and my wife. We are good for what we are earning now. But if we get pregnant now, the baby is going to suffer. We don't want the baby to suffer. We want to get more job before we get pregnant. I said, but our Nigerian people, they don't even care. Allah no woman weary.
Thomas,
Because
another thing that always annoy me in Nigeria. Let's say
If you are looking at the comment section now, they will be abusing us. So they will say we are talking rubbish now. You see,
see
serious,
my
serious
you got
abuse.
see my mention our culture. You notice in Nigeria, like if you start getting to a certain age, they expect you to already start having children, even if you have anything. But yeah, you're like you're a man now, you're like 28, something like that. One. Oh, TB money, oh, teach taking it. Like they don't even ask you whether
you get job.
Whether you have the means or not, whether you have the means or not, nobody cares now. It's everything. Yes, now everything is about age. They say no, otito loko, otito
Otito lọkọ,
níyàwó.
otito nìkíní, otito bímọ àwọn
Tó
ẹgbẹ́ ti
bá
bí
tó bá
mẹ́rin.
tó fẹ́yàwó tán gan, ọ tún máa kọwọ́ bọ̀ ń kùn ní pé kílẹ̀ ń ṣe látijọ́ yìí.
Òtí lóyún
Ọmọ
ni.
yín ò tí ì lóyún ni. Ẹni tó bá ti bẹ̀yọ̀ kan wá ní ọmọ
Ìgbà
yìí
ló
ti
máa
ń
gbà
dàgbà
kúrò.
jù. Ìgbà wo ló máa gbà kúrò?
As if
As
they
if
will help you
you
buy
buy
the
one normal
food.
bed some bills. As if they are the
I'm
one that will
telling
buy
you.
the pampers, the clothes. Oh
You know the
my
funniest thing?
God.
When they ask you to come
Oh.
and buy car for them, and I'll be like, wait a minute. One day, I was so pissed off. I didn't know when I started cursing that person out. You say I should come and buy. Am I driving Lamborghini or what do you think? What does he think I'm driving? Mercedes Benz or
Adewale, that is what I'm telling you. We used to have this sense of entitlement.
I should come
You
and buy?
understand?
You
And
really
you know
understand?
there is popular adage in Yoruba that said, "Iṣẹ́ la lè dá ṣe, a lè dánáwó."
You can't
And they
spend
don't
alone.
know then.
Well,
That's
you
why
know,
Uh-huh.
you
they
spend that
lock
money
themselves there.
alone. You see, that's what is killing us. It's killing Nigerians because we have this culture of oh, you have to take care of this. When are you even going to have time for yourself? For yourself, when you just said it now, you can't spend it
Hmm.
alone.
Alone, you can't spend the money alone.
These folks here in the world, in the Western world, that is about them alone.
They spend their money themselves. They don't
Thomas,
care about their
Thomas,
parents.
no, they don't, the
They are not
parent has
giving
already
anybody
worked.
money.
The parent has already
Yeah.
worked. They retire. They are going to traveling. It's you now that is to turn to work too. But
No,
see,
no, no, no,
you
no,
know,
no, no, no.
Thomas, I fear. Thomas, 2005, I went to Dubai. I said, this banking, I don't know, this recapitalization, I don't know where it's heading to. Let me see if I can put one business or the other. Then I was even thinking of doing laundromat, like a wash and dryer, not like a dry
Yes,
cleaning
like the
Nigeria.
coin
This
one.
one that you, no, yeah, that you take your clothes, then you wash it yourself and go. I was having that dream that if I open two, two outlets, one in mainland, one in island, that is enough for me to sit back, relax now, instead of me putting all this tie on my neck every day. Then I went to Dubai. I bought some of these machines. I bought clothes, right? In fact, I bought like Nigeria Custom and Immigration. They chopped me. I bought like almost 20 suits, nice suits. I bought a lot of things. My brother, I came home. Family and friends came over, and a friend of mine, I won't tell you the region that they came from in Nigeria, went home with 5 suits. Except I'm going to collect money from him today. 5 suits, correct chacha suits. Then
Wọ́n
brothers
ti
and
gbagbá lórí ẹ̀, wọ́n ti gbagbá lórí ẹ̀ nìyẹn. Yorùbá náà ti gbagbá lórí ẹ̀.
brothers and sisters. I know of a brother that took one nice tennis shoe, and promised heaven and earth that he will bring money, and said he will bring that money today. Since 2005. So I had to go back
You are
to
doing
the people.
charity,
See,
charity,
I had
charity.
to go back to the people that I travel with. I started getting items from them to go and sell because I was still used to this federal revenue and the federal revenue and other federal government agents. I usually go to them, usually work together. Then That was how I was able to recoup what do you call it? My flight ticket. That machine, I ended up selling it in Banjo. I couldn't. Everything was just destabilized. They would, when you say that they would, and if you don't give them, if you don't sell it to them, they will say, "Oh, look at you! You think I won't pay you back?" They would be the one to market to devalue you in the first place. That was how that business went to south, though. Except they will pay me back today. The second
Now they
time,
will
the
still
third
pay
time,
you.
the third, second 2007 that I went back, at least at this time around I've learned. I bought items. They knew that I traveled. They were coming because of that 2005. They couldn't come to me again, so I was able to make at least some money on that 2007
Yes, yeah,
trip.
of course.
And to the point that even people are, some of the customers then were expecting me to start selling to them. I mean, to be going to Dubai virtually every month or something like that. I say, that's how I knew that these federal government workers, they are making huge amount of money. But the system in Nigeria will make you go down. Can you go to Walmart here or any of the store here and say, "Don't worry,
And
give
take
me
their
some
stuff.
items.
You
I
will
will, I
pay
will come
tomorrow.
back tomorrow." No.
Adewale, you are a nice man, even because I don't know you, but the way you talk and the way you behave on this platform, you are not like me and Mike. As a nice man, you cannot survive in Nigeria. Believe me.
I
Never,
know, right?
never.
You are too nice to survive in Nigeria. Let me tell you, in my own business, I used to tell my workers, I don't mix friendship or family with my business.
With
I
business.
don't I don't go to yes, I don't go to my farm and say, okay, so yeah, bring me one crate of egg there. No, I've never taken one egg out of my farm. And that is an example that I've given to my workers. You understand? I will give my wife to go and buy egg wherever she wants to buy if she need egg in our house. Because by the time you are doing that, you're already giving them an impression that they too they can
The
take
pressure
their own.
you two can take.
Uh-huh.
Yes. Yes, that's it.
So, and if any of my family you say you want to do the business, I will tell them that if I have money, I can dash you. But this is business. I cannot come and buy on credits from me. I will never say to you, if you like, go and report me to the king of our town. I will not listen because that is my business. So there are certain things that the people, and let me tell you, for you to be able to survive and stay in Nigeria, then you have to be a little bit mean. It's not as if you are mean, but you have to be very serious. Ogbọ́dọ̀ láhùn, the so-called our own ahun that we used to say, ó láhùn.
Common
If you
sense.
don't
Let me teach you
lahùn,
guys what I
yes.
do. My secrets.
If you
Nigeria, even anywhere, when somebody needs money, even when I want to give you that money, I won't say I'm giving you the money. I'll say I will borrow you the money. My money. So, just say I'm borrowing you this money. You pay me back when you make it. Tomana, I'm sick. Kini kon money. Oh, okay. Mo le ya ẹ lówó yẹn o. Wàá ti máa san padà. Or that's what I will say. They will take it. So next time, this so my
Oh,
this
this
so
one was
this
it?
pada. This
Yeah,
so
that's
pada.
good. That's
You
good.
know,
Yeah.
Me,
you know.
I don't give free money. No, I can borrow you money as a friend or as a
I
relative.
used to hear my mom say, give me say one proverb. She would say, ẹni tó gbọ́n fi tiẹ̀ ṣòwò ta ìgbọ́n fi tiẹ̀ ṣàwàdànù." So ẹni tí ò ní la máa ti gbà fẹ́ni tó ní.
Láti gbà fẹ́ tó
And
ní. Bẹ́ẹ̀ni.
I've learned how to say no, and I stand with that no. You see, if the money that is not available, you can't collect it from me. It is when I have an abundance that I could remember very well when I was traveling. Just few months before I was traveling, a gentleman that we used to go to the same church came to me and said, "Please, I needed to start doing this music show." He was a Yoruba singer then in the church. Our church was a Wasop church then, and he was looking for empowerment, and he needed to borrow certain amount of money. I told him I didn't have the money, so I said, "You know what? Take this 70,000." As at 2007, 6 and 7, I said, "Take this money and pay me back."
That is
And
a big money. That's a
oh
big
yeah,
money.
And I said, and he promised to pay back in 3 months. That sometime they go to show and we'll be making the money and will pay back in 3 months. He was actually living on my street, a little bit older than me. And I felt that okay, I could empower this brother, I could help him as well. My brother, fast forward to 2007, this brother did not. In fact, it seems he was dodging me in the street. Whenever he sees my car coming, he will disappear. I have some boys in the street that will usually come, someone that knows about the transaction, that will come and tell me and say, bros, it's like going in you. I said, well, me, I didn't even. But when scenario changes and I felt like, okay, you know what? I think I might be moving away from this country. And I felt, you know what? Okay, like, where is this money? Not that I really needed the money per se, but I wanted to give it to people,
Just
to
to
my
ask,
family
just to give
member.
him that you
Yes,
don't
because
forget. Oh,
I want to take care of that area. Yes, just that it won't see as if, and also for him to understand that look, you can't take somebody's money and just think that person. I don't know how you got to know about that I'll be traveling. The next thing he came with I think 20,000 or 30,000, something like that, and he promised to pay back in the next 1 month. So I reminded him that almost more than a year now you haven't repaid anything, and we live in this same street. Now you are bringing 20,000. How am I? What am I going to do with this 20,000? So I let him understand that I'm disappointed in him. So he begged. He brought people to beg me, and I said, okay. What is what I want you to do? Bring me another 20,000. Forget about the rest. Of no, bring me 30,000. Forget about the rest. And he said, okay, bring the rest. He couldn't bring the rest. He was dodging me. So one day he thought I had gone to work. Usually, sometimes I won't take my car to work because you see, I wasn't born with silver spoon. So I tried to inculcate some habit in myself that a day that my car will pack up, I wouldn't want to be like one of my guy that was asking for direction to last. And he was born in Lagos. So we make fun of him in the office that day. Kai, if I he regretted even asking in the first place. So I said, if this car had fault, mechanical fault, I don't want to be like this man. So sometimes I will go to the what do you call it, main road, and catch my bus. Some of the folks that I would give a ride to, sometimes, so many times they will see me and they will say, okay, we should gather money and give me. I said, no, why should I collect money from you guys? We are almost the same. So they will sometimes I will see the shock on their faces when they see me by the roadside trying to get
in the
the.
transport fare,
Yeah,
yeah, in the
as
public
far
fare.
that
Yeah.
there was a day. So many times I've taken taxi from the bus stop going to work, and that taxi man will say, okay, and I will say, okay, please, can I bring in more people? He said, but you are going to add to it. I said, no problem. After I'm paying for the entire car. So two, three people will join it and I will pay the driver. So some people will be, we have made. So I try as much as possible to do that. So most times this Egbe will think I'm still at home and I will take a public bus. So there was a time I didn't go to work. My car was not in the house. So you felt, okay, this Egba has traveled maybe usually. Because sometimes I'll go to Osun State. This Iragbiji and Ada. There's a particular golf course in Ada by engineer. Some of them,
Michael Golf.
Michael Golf. So I used to follow my supervisors, my guy there. He was heavily involved in politics. We'll go there. Sometimes we'll go to Ado, we'll come back. I would not even stop in my hometown in Ekiti. So, to cut long story short, this segment thought maybe I had gone and he was roaming around the street. So I now came out and I said, Egbo, today I will take this money from you. I became area boy. The people they used to look at you like, oh, you are this alaka woman, easy going. No, I
Ajebo.
said today, you would know that I'm from Ekiti. He started begging, seriously. Eventually, he came with 20,000, and I said, right then in his presence, I started giving the money to people in the street,
You are a banker now. That's what people call bad debt, you know.
as if we are the money being brought to the bank are the one we are spending. Can you imagine? We
Guys,
have a
we have to shut down.
we have a terrible culture that will not
Okay,
let
you want
us
to close
thrive.
down?
But I wanted to shut down. You extended it to 1 hour. As soon as you show up. You extended to another
Okay.
hour, so I have to shut down now. Yeah.
The way we
Thank you so
even
much, Simba.
even
Adewale, another thing that I noticed, let me tell you this, and especially among the Yorubas, you know, if they're engaging in business, especially let's say an artisan, maybe somebody like a driver or somebody who is a maybe a painter.
mm,
You know, I saw a guy that the father gave a truck to, and he was driving, he was using it for business. And this guy was using this truck instead of him to invest more. He made money, a lot of money from the business, but instead he was not using the money to build house.
mm,
And this same truck was actually getting old. And when I saw him, I said, I think his name was Phillips or something like that. I said, Philip, this your car is already smoking. I mean, truck is already smoking. Do you have any intention of buying another one? No, he said he's building a house. I said, what are you doing
Hello?
with a house? You are
Yeah, I'm
what are
here.
you doing with a house? That you don't need a house now. What you need to invest
The
more in
night
your
here.
business. You understand what I'm saying,
Oh yeah,
Adewale?
yeah,
yeah. I'm coming.
yes. Thomas, we can hear
You,
your
you
conversation.
You understand? So he didn't, you know, that, and that is how most of them will crumble. Instead
Mm.
of, I don't know, we chase things that, okay, now I'm now the landlord and all these things that we used to do. I think that's a lot of misplacement of
But
priority.
I think
What I used to,
that's what differentiate Igbo from Yoruba.
for
Igbo
exactly,
will do that.
exactly.
They won't.
Yes, they will make
Guys,
money, they will make
we have
enough
to
money
go.
before they
They
will
will
start
chew sugar.
investing.
Oh yeah. Oh
I
But
yeah.
have to.
the Yorubas know. If I instead they will even go and marry another wife instead of investing in the
And be
business.
wearing new clothes every day, new shoes. I
My
see
dinner is ready. We have to go. My dinner is ready.
Okay.
dinner.
We are
We are
waiting
eating
for
dinner.
break. We are
When I
waiting. We are waiting for breakfast here.
Yes, now
breakfast.
this is 5 o'clock. This is 5 in the
Can you
evening.
imagine?
Dinner is
And
ready.
guess what? We are just what time here now? 1:55 a.m.
Yeah. See you guys. Thank
7:55
you
in
so much.
Nigeria.
God is good.
Okay. Bye bye.
Yeah, yeah. Adewale, thank you. Simba, thank you. Guys, thank you so much for coming today. We will catch you some other time tomorrow. Carry the conversation in the comment section. I said peace. Thank you, guys. God bless you all. Thank you. Yeah. I am late today.